Chapter 1 of Lancashire by F. A. Bruton. Lancashire by Francis Archibald Bruton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lancashire, painted by Albert Woods, ARCA, described by F. A. Bruton, M.A., Lit D, with 32 full-page illustrations in colour. A&C Black Limited, 4, 5 and 6 Soho Square, London, West 1, 1921. Chapter 1. The Boundaries of Lancashire. It has been said, by one not prone to indulge in superlatives, that there are not perhaps in the kingdom two mountains more thoroughly pleasing to the eye than the Lancashire fells of the Old Man and Wetherlam. The same writer, in another place, has ventured the opinion that of all the monastic ruins in Great Britain there is none which combines extent and beauty of detail to a greater degree than Furness. It was a river scene close to the Lancashire border that Ruskin, noting the wonderful combination in it of moorland, hill and sweet river and English forest foliage, described as one of the loveliest in England, and therefore in the world. And it was in Lancashire, we may remember, that Ruskin found his own beautiful home, of which he wrote himself on the occasion of his first visit in 1871. I think it gives the finest view I know in Cumberland or Lancashire. Perhaps these three estimates, referring to three different phases of beauty, may serve, whether we agree with them or not, as an introduction to an attempt to point out some of the charms of a district which was described by Lord Derby, in a speech delivered recently at Liverpool, as the finest county in the greatest empire in the world. Some such justification may indeed be considered necessary by those who, entering the county for the first time from the south east, and seeing only the most forbidding features of its industrial areas, may be surprised to learn, not only that Lancashire can boast of natural beauty, but that, as has been truly said, scenery more diversified than that of Lancashire does not exist in any English county. Its northern limits are bounded by the river to which Wordsworth dedicated a whole series of his sonnets, the river which he addresses as "Child of the clouds" and "Cradled nursling of the mountains." And it was in Lancashire, be it remembered, not many miles from this very river, that the boy Wordsworth, as the poet himself tells us, saw the vision that led him to consecrate himself to his life's work. Strictly speaking, however, the extreme northern point of Lancashire is not defined by the Duddon. It lies on the nab that projects into Elterwater, just where the infant Brathay, a very sturdy infant, discharges the burden she has collected, with the help of Greenburn, from the slopes of Wrynose and Wetherlam. Her voice is hushed here, but only for a moment, for collecting the waters of Blea Tarn, Stickle Tarn and Elterwater, but taking all the honours to herself, she bursts out once more, and leaping Skelwith Force with a roar, rushes foaming through the woods to join the Rothay, after which the two streams glide noiselessly together into Windermere, close to the spot where almost 2 millenniums ago the Romans built their fort. Such is the extreme northern boundary of Lancashire. Elterwater is not one of our most beautiful lakes, but it is pleasant to sit on the bank of Elterwater near the boathouse, in the sunshine and the stillness, and looking at this low wooded promontory, behind which rises the grand mass of Wetherlam, to think that that is Lancashire, that all Lancashire lies immediately before us, and then to consider what Lancashire was when the Romans came, and thinking down through the centuries, to watch the long story of its growth and development, and then to remember what a tumult and turmoil, what stress and strain and eager competition, and joust of brain with brain, and brain with material, in exchange, in mart, in factory and workshop and dock, in lecture room and study and school, are implied by the word Lancashire now, the world over. Pleasant, too, to stand on the steep face of Wrynose, listening to the plash of innumerable rills, and watch the baby Brathay carrying her first contribution into little Langdale Tarn, and then climbing to the Three Shire Stone, where the county limit is still more accurately defined, to cross the watershed, and, breathing at large on this clear height, to watch the mountain streams as they converge to form the slender thread of the Duddon, amid unfruitful solitudes that seem to upbraid the sun in heaven. Is it nothing that more than a century ago one of our great nature poets sat on this very spot and chanted the birth of the stream, whose cradle the frost had decked with spangled tissue, whose lullaby was the whistling blast, whose patron saint was Desolation, the river whose curves he watched, thridding the rushes with sinuous laps, like a glistering snake, on whose broadening stream, as year by year he sauntered down its banks, he threaded the 34 sonnets that bear its name. This river, thus immortalised, forms for its whole course of 25 miles the north western boundary of Lancashire. As we follow its course to day, and it is as unspoilt now as when Wordsworth saw it and claimed it as his favourite river, let us not forget also, as we swing round to the left at Cockley Beck, to glance for a moment at the road we are leaving, as it climbs towards the next pass. From the head of Windermere to the point we have now reached, the boundary of Lancashire coincides very nearly with the road that in the first century of our era linked the three Roman forts at Waterhead near Ambleside, at That Lone Camp on Hard Knott's Height, and at Ravenglass. There can be no question about this. Those who have pushed their bicycles over these two passes know that nature in this case has not provided a choice of routes. Here the Romans could only conquer by obeying, and it is perhaps more than likely that they found a road here when they first came. If the mist lower as the traveller of to-day traces this stream still further along its wild and lonely valley, he will appreciate Wordsworth's epithets all the more fully, and as he reaches the point where the road sweeps away to the left, because it is impossible that it should follow the river through the deep rocky chasm it has cut for itself, and passes on to the tiny hamlet made immortal by the poet's tribute to its pastor's piety, he may well pause to contemplate the spot which scenery and tradition have combined to make so interesting. The poet has himself told the story of Wonderful Walker, the many-sided curate of Seathwaite, in his own notes to the sonnet dedicated to him, and the story need not be repeated here. But no less than 8 of the sonnets, we may point out, are focussed on this romantic spot. At one moment we are gazing into the deep chasm where some awful spirit has compelled the river to leave the haunts of men. At the next we are watching a pair of lovers cross the zone of stepping stones, still quite intact, below the gorge. And anon we are asked to contemplate a pastor such as Chaucer's verse portrayed, such as the heaven-taught skill of Herbert drew, and tender goldsmith crowned with deathless praise. No imperial bird of Rome hovers above us to-day. Only the ceaseless chatter of the jackdaws comes from the black cliffs, to which the dwarf birches cling far above the roaring torrent, just as they cling, you remember, to the steep walls of the Norwegian fjords. Wordsworth was unusually modest about the fame of his hero. A century, he says, shall hear his name pronounced, then shall the slowly gathering twilight end in utter night. More than a century has passed since those words were written. The church in which Walker taught his little school has vanished, but the simple slab of Festiniog slate by the old yew, and the quaint little brass within the modern edifice, are likely to tell their tale for many a year yet. If we have followed the Duddon so far, we may with advantage at this point climb the hillside by the old pack-horse road that crosses Walna Scar at a height of 2,000 feet, and watch the further course of the river from above. From Cars, for example, from Dow Crag, at the foot of whose steep screes, perhaps the finest screes in Lancashire, lies the weird little Goat's Water, or from the summit of the Old Man himself. As we climb to the Scar, the pipits pass anxiously, with short jerky flights, from boulder to boulder, as though we might molest their newly chosen homes, and then, rising a little way into the air, descend slowly with outstretched wings, piping their sweet accelerando all the while. As we proceed northwards along the ridge, the view widens perceptibly. Seathwaite Tarn, from which Barrow now draws its water, appears deep down on the west. Morecambe Bay, Coniston Water, Windermere and Esthwaite are all within sight, and when we reach the highest point in Lancashire, 2,633 feet above sea level, we have before us a view that is not surpassed by that from any of the more lofty of the Lake Mountains. Indeed, the late Mr. Baddeley, to whom tourists of the English Lake District owe so much, and whose aim it was to apportion the honours fairly among the various peaks, described this view as unique in the happy blending of mountain, sea, inland lake and rich lowland. We are here standing on the highest point of Lancashire, The highest point south of the sands, as we shall see in a moment, is on the steep slopes of Greygarth, but this falls short of the Old Man by at least 600 feet. Ruskin climbed to this point first in 1867, and contrasting the view with that obtained from the Rigi Kulm, he summed up his impression by saying that he saw the lakes of Coniston and Windermere lying in the vastest space of sweet cultivated country he had ever looked upon. As we are concerned for the moment with perambulating the boundaries of the county, we shall perhaps extend our walk (it is quite easy) to the top of Wetherlam in order to view the Brathay valley once more, and to the summit of Greyfriar for the look right down to the lower reaches of the Duddon. Standing here at the top of Lancashire, we have a view that, in addition to its rich variety, embraces at one sweep the whole Scafell group, with the fells beyond, as well as Skiddaw, Saddleback, Helvellyn, Ingleborough, Snowdon and the Isle of Man. Nor is it less interesting in the detail it affords for our immediate purpose. As we have climbed gradually higher, the lakes, which at first seemed to be cut up into lakelets by projecting nabs, have opened out, till now Coniston lies below us complete, circled by its knotty fells, the Crake gleaming like a white ribbon in the distance. Wordsworth's Esthwaite lies beyond, nestling in softer scenery, and these are both Lancashire lakes in their entirety. Windermere we may not claim, only its shores, from Waterhead all the way down to its western side, and up its eastern border as far as Gill Head, from which the boundary runs eastwards to the Winster, and follows that river all the way to the Kent estuary, so completely isolating this part of the county from Lancashire south of the sands. Thus, as is sometimes said, one half of each of the Windermere boat houses on this shore is in Westmorland, and the other half in Lancashire. Indeed, the question of having voting qualifications in two different counties for a single boat house is said to have actually arisen, the county boundary varying, I suppose, with the height of the water; and those who have seen days of continuous rain in this region know how roads as well as lakeside meadows can be flooded when the streams are full. Looking beyond the lakes, we note first the dark whale-backed hill that ends the fells to the south west across the Duddon. We shall see this hill again later from Rivington Pike. " Nowt good ever comes round Black Coombe," says the old Furness proverb. Similarly, " Nowt good ever comes over the Dunmail Raise " is another illustration of the ancient antagonism to the north felt by the sturdy dalesmen whose lot was cast in this district, so curiously isolated by a great mountain wall above and the silver sea below. Lower down the Duddon than Seathwaite, beyond Dunnerdale, the wave-washed churchyard of Ulpha, the last place mentioned in the sonnets, lies across the county boundary. Sweeping our glass gradually southwards, over the chimneys of Millom and Broughton, we see the river suddenly expand to an estuary, across which now runs the black line of the railway viaduct. Here majestic Duddon glides unfettered and in silence over smooth flat sands, and with a last reminiscence of its source, the poet, addressing it once more as cloud-born stream, sees in it an image of what his own life must be. Further south the long line of Walney Island comes in view over the chimneys of Barrow and the great airship hangar. Between 1847 and 1911 the population of Barrow, it is worth noting in passing, increased from 235 to 63,770. Beyond Peel and Foulney Islands, so rich in history and tradition, the Walney lighthouse is clearly seen. Then comes the lighthouse-like tower erected on Hode Hill, above Ulverston, in memory of Sir John Barrow, after which we sweep over the Leven estuary, into which the waters of Windermere, Coniston and Esthwaite pour, and in the midst of which a black speck shows us Chapel Island, where, as Wordsworth tells us in his prelude, the vested priest said matins at the hour that suited those who crossed the sands with ebb of morning tide. Beyond this again our view extends over Cartmel and right round the sweep of Morecambe Bay. One pertinent question arises, viz., when and how were these limits fixed? The answer gives us our first glimpse into the picturesque history of this picturesque district. For the Furness Fells were for a long time a hinterland, a no man's land, and when in the 12th century an abbot of Furness received powers over territories whose boundaries were ill-defined, bordering on those, equally ill-defined, of the Baron of Kendal, it was natural that disputes should arise. To settle these, somewhere about the year 1160, 30 men were sworn, and their decision, ratified by Royal Charter of Henry II, was taken as final. One extract from the document will suffice. The boundary of the Abbot's territory on the north and east was to run from where the water descends from Wrynose into Little Langdale, and thence to Elterwater, and from there by Brathay into Windermere, and so by Windermere as far as the Leven, and so by the Leven even to the sea. South east of this line lay Cartmel, whose limits we have already defined. We have the actual names of these 30 men, many of them are Norse, who laid down this boundary more than 7½ centuries ago, and we have already seen that much of their ruling is still in force as regards the present limits of the county. Such are the boundaries of Lancashire north of the Sands. At the extreme southern limit of the county may still be seen, unspoilt, albeit within sight of some of the most unbeautiful products of the Industrial Revolution, the entirely rural hamlet of Lancashire Hale. " I had some 20 miles of driving through very pretty country," wrote Mrs. Carlyle from Liverpool to her husband in 1844, "and saw a beautifullest village in all England, called Hale, where there is a grave of some human phenomenon called the Child of Hale. Did you ever hear of him? The skeleton was raised some years ago by people who considered that seeing is believing, and found of the reputed length. Here is his tombstone. Sketch follows." The little village green at Hale, like so many others, is now occupied by a war memorial and German guns, but in the churchyard the inscription is still clearly legible on the tombstone of the famous Child, recording that he stood 9 feet 3, and at the hall just across the park may be seen a life-size portrait of this prodigy, who was granted an interview with James I and received a gift from him, and died at the age of 48. The lighthouse, some distance beyond the church — the Mersey is here 2 miles wide — will mark for us the southernmost point of Lancashire, though strictly speaking the county boundary lies far out among the shifting sands of the river, following a curve whose variance from the present channel presumably shows how much that channel has changed its position since the boundary was fixed. It is well known to geologists, and Lord Avebury made use of the fact to illustrate the chapter on rivers in his Scenery of England, that the course of the Mersey in this region in pre-glacial times was quite different from that which the river takes today. It then ran through the present site of Widnes, in a channel at least 3 times as deep and probably much broader. This old bed is now choked with glacial drift. More remarkable still, perhaps, to the visitor of to day is the fact that centuries ago the Mersey was regularly forded at this point. Molyneux crossed the river here with a Royalist force in 1643, and Prince Rupert adopted the same route in the following year, on the occasion of his rapid retreat through Lancashire after the Battle of Marston Moor. Almost within living memory, horses were taken over this ford for hunting in Cheshire. It is easy to understand how the deepening of Crosby Channel, which forms the neck of the bottle-shaped estuary, has increased the volume of water that every tide brings up the Mersey, and long precluded the use of such fords. 2 other points of interest may detain the visitor at Hale. Some distance north of the village stands the interesting moated grange known as the Hut. This district, by the way, is one of the best for wheat growing in all Lancashire, and almost opposite to Hale, among the mud flats across the water — the monks used to complain that their building was constantly flooded — once stood the Cistercian Abbey of Stanlaw, which was translated to North Lancashire in the 13th century, and there became the famous Abbey of Whalley. Mrs. Carlyle tells her husband that Hale is one of the lions of the Liverpool district, and it is still a favourite resort, but when she proceeds to describe Speke Hall, which was passed on the homeward journey, as the queerest old rickle of boards and plaster that I have ever set eyes on, we shall perhaps consider that playful exaggeration has passed its limit, for Speke Hall, built mainly in the 16th century, is one of the most beautiful black and white houses left in the county. East and west from this pretty stretch of green wooded shore, the Mersey forms the southern boundary of Lancashire. Down its eastern side runs the noble mountain barrier so graphically described by the late W. T. Arnold, who loved these wild high moorlands, as the frayed Pennine edge of urban Lancashire, where the factory hooter wakes the grouse, and you hear the clogs before dawn tapping a dotted line of sound through peat and bracken. The huge deep mountains of John Wesley's diary, the Lime, Lima, or boundary, perhaps, that gives us such names as Ashton Infralimum, the natural bastion that has not only on occasion protected the county from attack, but has been largely instrumental in giving it its distinctive character, the high moors that form the backbone of England, where, to quote Arnold once more, the puff of a child's breath on a still day might send a falling snowflake to the German Ocean, or, if the child turned, to the Atlantic, where, as if to prove his statement, Yorkshire Calder and Lancashire Calder rise almost at the same spot, and flow to opposite sides of England, the same being nearly true, though the sources of these four streams all lie outside of Lancashire, of Wharfe and Ribble, as well as of Lune and Swale. The great mountain wall that checks the moisture-laden winds that sweep in from the Atlantic and sends their burden of water back over Lancashire in storm and stream, in torrents that pour down its steep face to form the beautiful Lancashire rivers that wind between the hills and across the plains to the sea. For the western boundary of the county is the sea, and the mountains and the sea, to borrow Mr. Belloc's figure, lean towards one another, making two sides of a triangle that meet above at Morecambe Bay, the base of the triangle being supplied by the tortuous Mersey, by no means a pleasing water, according to the testimony of Thomas Pennant, who wrote in the 18th century, and no one will maintain that any efforts have been made since then to enhance its beauty. Indeed, the Mersey is doubly unfortunate. It only becomes a river in the first place by the union of the Tame and the Etherow, or should we say the Goyt, at Stockport, and between Earlham and Warrington a ship canal has been spliced into it, leaving the ancient windings of the poor mutilated stream as detached and atrophied loops, serving no purpose now but that of marking the ancient county boundary. Leland even tells us that the river in his time was not called the Mersey at all beyond Runcorn. It was there known as Runcorn Water. Above and beyond the triangle just described, and separated from it by land and sea, lies the detached district of Lakeland, Lancashire, Lonsdale north of the sands, known also, beyond Cartmel, as High and Low Furness, over which for more than 4 centuries the abbots of that title reigned supreme. Even so, we have by no means exhausted the boundaries of Lancashire. Indeed, parts of those yet to be mentioned may be among the most beautiful of all, for the Pennines do not define the whole of its eastern limits. After running past Bolesworth, familiar to readers of Halliwell Sutcliffe stories, and sweeping round the forests of Trawden and Pendle, immortalised by Harrison Ainsworth in the Lancashire Witches, and actually cutting across the foothills of Pendle himself, the boundary winds westwards along the pretty Ingsbeck, almost from its source to its junction with the Ribble, just beyond Smithies Bridge. From this point, for perhaps something like 20 miles, Lancashire shares with Yorkshire two of the most beautiful rivers in England. From the point we have just mentioned, we follow the Ribble to the Watersmeet, where the Hodder joins it on the opposite side, and then trace the Hodder upwards to beyond Whitewell. We are now in the heart of the wild and beautiful Forest of Bowland, and here, hard by a noble sycamore that stands at the roadside, the boundary suddenly leaves the river and climbs to the heights of Sykes Fell. But this is no part of the Pennines. Over the high fells of Sykes and Bowland and Burn Moor the line runs, touching 1700 feet more than once. We may meet it again by walking on to Dunsop Bridge, and then turning up the Trough of Bowland to the Shire Stone. From Burn Moor the line descends to the Wenning, and then comes the most remarkable feature, for it suddenly reaches the Pennines once more, running up Greygarth almost to its summit, where Yorkshire and Westmorland join hands at a height of at least 2000 feet, and as suddenly turns back and descends as rapidly as it mounted, and then, crossing the Lune at right angles a little below Kirby Longsdale, it zigzags westward, and finally loses itself in the wide estuary of the Kent. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Lancashire by Francis Archibald Bruton. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Some beauty spots of the industrial districts. If the boundaries of Lancashire, as we have just seen, are striking, its surface, as we shall see later, is no less remarkable. It's true that certain geological formations are not represented, but the strata that occur are just those that supply the most varied scenery and the most striking contrasts. Of no county is it more true, again, that its commercial prosperity has grown out of its mineral resources. Those who would appreciate the beauties of Lancashire in their completeness, however, must contemplate them in conjunction with the history and development of the county and its people. Ruskin tells us that he once came upon a lovely view in the Jura (he afterwards pointed out the exact spot to a friend), and tried to imagine that it might be entirely without history or romantic associations. At once, he says, the magic light died away, a sudden blankness and chill were cast over it, and the hills became oppressively desolate. He makes use of this incident to show how much of the glory of the imperishable or continually renewed creation is reflected from things more precious in their memories than it is in its renewal. As we pass from one part of Lancashire to the other, amid the changing seasons, always bearing in mind the historical associations of the district immediately before us, it seems that of no part of the country could Ruskin's words be more true. These ever-springing flowers and ever-flowing streams have been dyed by the deep colours of human endurance, valour and virtue. Lancashire, it is true, includes within its boundaries part of the English Lake District. If its coast is not striking, yet it can boast rivers whose pastoral beauty drew from Ruskin his very highest praise. Its rivers, its sands, and its lakes, again, furnished Turner with subjects for some of his most famous paintings. It can claim among its uplands part of what Arnold called the least known hill district in all England, viz., the wild and beautiful Forest of Bowland. It was on the high moors east of Burnley that Philip Gilbert Hamerton first pitched his painter's camp. " Here am I," he wrote from his hut in the 50s, " painting from nature on a Lancashire moor, 1200 feet high in a storm of wind and rain." And these hills spoke to him at that time more than any others, Lancashire born as he was, of calm beauty and sublime expression of gigantic power in repose. But we shall miss out much of what is best in Lancashire if we confine ourselves to its northern solitudes or its most beautiful streams. Some of its finest scenery lies among the bold wild masses of grit that flank the great coalfield that almost covers the southern part of the county, masses which indeed in places protrude through the coalfield itself, and if at times a distant view of factory chimneys appears to mar a scene that might otherwise be one of nature's best, those who see the present in the light of the past will find compensation in the thought that districts which 8½ centuries ago were so desolate that the Domesday surveyors exonerated them as " free from all custom," have gradually arrived at their present status through the painful efforts of a strenuous, thrifty race, who won their small estates step by step from the waste, and at the same time found leisure for occupations that laid the foundation not only of the industrial supremacy of the county, but of the commercial greatness of the realm. It was a traveller of the 18th century who, halting on the border of Lancashire, turned to his companion with the remark, " We are now about to enter the county of industry and spirit." It is a curious fact, not always recognised, at any rate by strangers, that, almost as if to compensate the workers for the blight that their occupations cast over their immediate surroundings, nearly all the industrial centres of Lancashire have, close at hand, some district of beautiful country that acts as a lung to the population. Liverpool, though the district immediately around it is somewhat featureless, has its broad breezy estuary on which float ever-changing argosies teeming with perennial interest. The long sands to the north, the green shore and rural county that fringe the estuary by Hayland Speak, and the attractions of the opposite coast. Warrington, whose vegetation is blighted by chemical fumes, finds compensation in the same districts, as well as in the beautiful forest across the river. From Manchester the workers stream out into the sweet plain of Cheshire, or travel further afield to the hills that offer such alluring prospects on clear days, visible as they are sometimes even from the city trams, and forming a panorama on the horizon that reaches from Rivington in the north west right round to the foothills of the Peak in the south east. Wigan, in addition to all the beauties that lie close at hand round Hay Hall, can boast the valley of the Douglas, a stream that has before now been seriously associated with the battles of the legendary King Arthur, Ashurst Beacon, and the other hills that flank the little river, as well as the deep wooded dells that lead down to it. Dean Wood, for example, which has been described as one of the loveliest dales in South Lancashire, and certainly it can be lovely in early spring. Widnes and Runcorn are close to the Hale country with its rural charms. Ashton and Staley Bridge run right up to the foothills of the Pennines, within easy reach of the Swineshaw moors, the beautiful Ogden Brook, and all the glories of Longdendale. Chadderton, Royton and Middleton have the Tandle Hills, once the drilling ground of the Peterloo reformers, recently thrown open to the public for ever. The workers of Oldham are fully conscious of the advantages of the proximity of the uplands of Delf and Friarmere, of Stanage and Greenfield. Littleborough is at the foot of Blackstone Edge and close to Hollingworth Lake. Bolton lies immediately to the south of Belmont Lake, the high moors of Smith Hills, Rivington and Winter Hill, and the district which was once the hunting ground of the Lords of Manchester, a district recently secured to it for ever by the generous gift of the Lever Park, with its many interests. Todmorden, lately absorbed into Yorkshire, though still retaining some affinities with Lancashire, lies at a charming meet of the valleys, one of which, followed northwards as far as Home Chapel, is almost alpine in its bold beauty, for surely the Vale of Cliviger, seen in its spring garment, when the fresh green of the buds that have burst is thrown up by the rich purple of those that are bursting, is one of the glories of Lancashire. Bacup and Rawtenstall flank the high lands of the Forest of Rossendale and Deerplay Moor, where the Irwell takes its rise. Blackburn, which is only separated from the beautiful Ribble valley by a low range of hills, has the heights of Darwen to the south, while on the west it shares with Preston the country round Horton Towers. Preston itself occupies its own commanding position at the head of the Ribble estuary, with the green country of Horton Bottoms and Samlesbury Bottoms to the east, and the picturesque villages of the Fyle to the north. Lancaster stands on a still more commanding site at the mouth of the Lune, only a few miles below the famous Crook. Ramsbottom, Helmshaw and Haslingden lie at the foot of the noble moors that rise steeply on both sides of them. The same is true of Turton, Edgeworth and Darwen. Bury has the winding, well-watered gorge of Deeply Vale close at hand, and above it the steep slopes of Knowle Hill and the surrounding heights, while Burnley, Nelson and Colne cluster round the huge mass of Pendle, of which it has been well said by Mr. F. H. Cheetham in his admirable little guide that more perhaps than any other physical feature of the county, Pendle Hill typifies Lancashire to Lancashire men. We have spoken of the hardy race whose grit and ingenuity first combined industrial occupations with agriculture, and then, as the former developed and received the enormous impetus due to the Revolution, changed an area that they had themselves made largely agricultural into one that was mainly industrial. There is another cause for this development which has had an important bearing on Lancashire history. The fact that the western half of the county is mainly flat has always led to its being used as a regular route to the north. It was so in Roman times. In fact, at that period it was little else, and the 5 Roman stations that lay within its boundaries were no doubt originally intended mainly to guard lines of communication. The county is still the avenue for trunk lines of communication, and trunk lines and industries have reacted on one another with results favourable to both. Again, the very fact that the county has played the part of an avenue between north and south accounts for the use made of it by military leaders. Hence we find Lancashire utilised over and over again as a route for an invading force or a military expedition, and for that reason again the county figures in national history. Not only do the trunk lines that sweep north and south make use, as is natural, of the main river valleys whenever possible, but the railways which radiate from the industrial centres in other directions, and especially across the eastern barrier, have taken advantage one after the other of the gorges cut by the streams, piercing the hilltops by tunnels, and again utilising a river valley on the further side. Thus, to take a single example among many, the very first railway to cross the Pennines into Yorkshire was carried up the valley of the Roch as far as Littleborough, and brought up the vale of the Calder on the further side as far as Hebden Bridge. Then the cutting of the Summit Tunnel, the most ambitious work of the kind in the world at the time, made it possible in 1841 to join the 2 lines, and so link Lancashire with Yorkshire. Protected though it was on the north and east, Its broad estuaries and low coastline left Lancashire peculiarly vulnerable on the west, and place names alone are sufficient to show that those who roamed the sea more than 1,000 years ago were not slow to take advantage of the fact. Unfortunately, the silting up of a number of entrances and the increase in the tonnage of vessels have worked together to reduce the value from a commercial point of view of this deeply indented coastline, which is quite possibly referred to in the familiar passage from Tacitus: "The sea does not merely flow and ebb within the limits of the shore, but penetrates and winds far inland." And the great Agricola, as Tacitus tells us, would himself explore the estuaries and forests. We have already touched incidentally on some phases of the history of the district, but indeed it is no exaggeration to say that there is hardly a place in the history of the nation as a whole that does not find a counterpart in the story of Lancashire. We have seen, moreover, that scenery and story are indissolubly interwoven with one another, that one is incomplete without the other. It will be clear, then, that for a proper appreciation of our subject we need some acquaintance, first with the physical structure of the county, and then with the main outlines of its story, from the earliest times of which we have any record. To meet this need will be the aim of the chapters which immediately follow. Nor would it be right, as we proceed, to ignore entirely the rich store of tradition and legend that has of necessity accumulated in a district that is itself to a certain extent isolated, parts of which are peculiarly wild and lonely, and which can boast, in addition, such a varied history. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Lancashire by Francis Archibald Bruton. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. The physical structure of the county. Lancashire is a land of mountain and fell, of moor and plain, all in their turn furrowed by beautiful valleys carved by its many rivers. We turn then to ask, in the language of Mr. Ruskin, what sort of chisels and what workmen's hands were used to produce this large piece of precious chasing or embossed work. Some of the oldest rocks in the world, indeed the Alps and the Himalayas are quite young in comparison with them, build the mountains and uplands of the greater part of the Furness area, those in the extreme north west being partly of volcanic origin. The several divisions of the Carboniferous system, the next in point of age, for the Devonian rocks are missing, account for the most part for the fells and high moorlands of Lancashire below the sands, and for the somewhat featureless regions of the southern coalfield, while the much younger New Red Sandstone is the bedrock of the long drift-coloured sand-swept coastal plain to the west and south. A glance at a relief map of Lancashire shows that practically all of the rocks east of this coastal plain have been folded, cracked, crumpled and contorted and denuded to a degree, the folds extending eastward far into Yorkshire. Stand, for example, to take the view in the midst of the industrial area, beside the Peel Tower on the summit of Holcombe Hill, a little north of Bury, on a day when the atmosphere is clear and sunlight and shadow throw the hills into bold relief. South and east, beyond the green foothills, lies the rolling plain of the southern coalfield. If it is peopled with chimneys, we may at least recall the saying that their smoke denotes human happiness and content for thousands. When her chimneys are smokeless, operative Lancashire is hungry and sad. But turn away from these to the north east. There ridges of hills seem to sweep away from you like great breakers rolling towards a rising shore. Now walk northwards over Holcombe Moor to the high ground above the famous Pilgrim's Cross, and look towards the west. There the long lines of hills seem to resemble billows advancing towards you. You are on the southern side of one of the great folds that form the rocky framework of Lancashire. There are, in the main, some 5 of these anticlines in the county. By far the most important, though probably not the oldest, is the great anticline of the Pennines, along the watershed of which runs, as we have seen, a considerable part of Lancashire's eastern boundary. This great fold represents the main line of the upheaval, running roughly north and south, which took place after the close of the Carboniferous period of the geologists. We must not for a moment suppose that it was due to a sudden cataclysm, or that it was produced otherwise than very gradually. It has given us the broad crumpled ridge of the Pennine chain, known as the backbone of England, with a much steeper slope on the west than on the other side. hence partly the numerous faults near the Lancashire border. This great fold of the Pennines runs, as we have said, north and south, but our relief map shows that a number of minor folds run across Lancashire in a generally east to west direction, or, to be more accurate, slightly north of east to south of west, apparently thrusting bold masses of high land westwards over the county. The chief of these are the Rossendale anticline, over which we were looking a moment ago from the summit of Holcombe Hill, where the Millstone Grit, protruding boldly through the coalfield, gives us the high ground that separates the Burnley coalfield from that round Bury, and is continued westwards in the groups of grit hills furrowed by river valleys that lie between Blackburn and Bolton. The next in order, proceeding northwards, is the Clitheroe and Skipton anticline, which has left on its southern slope the great mass of Pendle, on its northern slope the line of Longridge, while, strange to say, the crown of the great arch, which we should expect to be its highest point, has been eaten away so as to form the beautiful valley of the Ribble, which has again been covered by glacial drift. Beyond is the Slaidburn anticline, along the line of the River Loud, that runs past Chipping. This again may be traced in an east-north-easterly direction towards Malham. Lastly, the Sykes anticline takes the same general direction through the fells of the Forest of Bowland towards Settle. What strikes us most forcibly on a casual glance at a relief map of Lancashire is that two main masses appear to be thrust across the county, one to the north and one to the south of the Ribble. Now these great hill masses, which at first sight appear to be pushed out from the Pennine chain, and indeed to form a subsidiary part of that system, constitute, with the Pennines, the main structural features of Lancashire south of the sands. Westward of these high grounds stretches the flat coastal plain that, lying immediately to the north of the opening further south, known as the Cheshire Gap, gave to the Roman road makers of the 1st century and the railway engineers of the 19th their most convenient route to the north. For strike north westwards from Bolton by Halliwell, and following the wild winding glen of the beautiful Barrow Brook, climb to the cairn, 1500 feet above the sea, on the summit of Winter Hill, and then cross to the pike above Rivington. You are here at the western extremity of the most southerly of these bold masses of hills, the one which, as we have seen, runs westward from Rossendale. Here the high ground sinks suddenly to the plain. Consequently, the view from these two hills is proverbially extensive. We will disregard Snowdon as outside our present purpose, and content ourselves, if the day is clear, with sweeping the horizon for the beautiful Liverpool Cathedral, now in the course of construction on St James's Mount. Then follow the long flat shore to Southport, where the sea is nearest to us. The Blackpool Tower and the Fleetwood Elevator follow in quick succession, and then, looking right over the sands and Low Furness, we may be fortunate enough to distinguish the dark mass of Black Combe across the Duddon estuary in Cumberland, beyond the extreme western point of Lancashire. We have now swept the western plain. Northwards, immediately below us, stretches the wild high moorland of Anglezark, rising to 1100 feet above the sea, from which Liverpool has drawn its water for so many years. The reservoirs lie at our feet, flanked by the beautiful Lever Park with its ancient barns, its collection of animals, its model of Liverpool Castle, and other attractions. To the right rises the Tower of Darwin, and then the distant view is blocked by the high ground of the Rossendale anticline. The panorama from the Pike, where a tower has stood for so many centuries, not only explains why it was used as a beacon in ancient times, but also helps to an understanding of the physical features of the county. Though these great hill masses, apparently, as we have said, thrust westwards across the county, seem at first sight to be mere offshoots of the main Pennine system, they are probably much older than the Pennines. Briefly stated, the order of events would seem to be somewhat as follows. At the close of the Carboniferous period, that is, long after the Furness Fells had been formed, some great strain or pressure raised the surface of Lancashire into the east and west folds of which we have been speaking, as though a great earth wave had been started in the north and rolled southwards, dying away when it had passed Bolton and Bury. The Permian rocks, not prominent in Lancashire, were then laid down. Next followed the gradual upheaval of the great Pennine Arch, separating the Yorkshire coalfield from that of Lancashire. The new red sandstone was afterwards deposited on the lower levels. We find no trace of other formations after this till the ice sheet slid over the district in the glacial period and shed its mantle of drift everywhere. If we now turn from the relief map to the geological chart of the county, much becomes clear. Eastwards, a broad ridge of millstone grit, lifted by the Pennine upheaval, and long since denuded of its covering of coal measures thousands of feet thick, separates the coalfield of Yorkshire on the one side from that of Lancashire on the other. All the evidence goes to show that these two coalfields were once continuous. The latter coalfield covers a great part of Lancashire south of the Ribble, over an area shaped somewhat like a spherical triangle, with its angles near Burnley, Prescot, and Ashton respectively. Towards the south eastern corner stands the little lozenge shaped Manchester coalfield, isolated like an island in a sea of drift covered red sandstone. This red sandstone plain sweeping right around the southern and western sides of the Lancashire coalfield, extending to the sea, and reaching northwards almost as far as Lancaster. In the very middle of the coalfield the map shows two great masses of millstone grit to the north, respectively, of Bolton and Bury. These represent the Rossendale anticline to which we have already referred, the grit hills ranging themselves on either side of the band of coal measures that runs southwards through Turton and northward by Darwen. The wall of grit that we have seen flanking the coalfield on the east sweeps round it on the north also. Beyond this the limestone of the Clitheroe and Bowland districts comes to the surface, as already explained, along the arches of the anticlines. Through this the Ribble and the Hodder carve their beautiful channels, the limestone being often shown in their bed. From the point where they meet, however, their combined stream, joined almost immediately by the Calder, cuts its way to the sea through grit and new red sandstone. North of the limestone of Bowland, the grit appears once more in the moors around, and to the south east of Lancaster. Above these we come upon the ring of limestone which almost encircles the English Lake District. We meet this same rock again when we have crossed the sands, and our train runs below the white limestone cliffs, golden with gorse, that fringe the Silurian fell country. North west of this Silurian area the Coniston, Wetherlam and Dunnerdale fells represent the volcanic rocks known as the Borrowdale series, which are very nearly, as we have seen, the oldest rocks in the world. Such are, in the barest outline, the principal features of what would be called the solid geology of Lancashire. From them it results that we find alternately represented there the characteristic scenery of a number of other English counties. Thus, the Paleozoic rocks of the north west form part of the English Lake District, and repeat the scenery of Cumberland. The limestone country of northern Lancashire reproduces for us some of the finest features of the Yorkshire Dale District, with which indeed it is continuous. In the millstone grit of the great anticlines we recognise all the characteristics of the northern part of the Peak District of Derbyshire, while the red sandstone plain to the west and south merges itself at length in the rich plain of Cheshire, from which it is hardly distinguishable. The swelling moorlands and bold cliffs of the old red sandstone of Devonshire, where the land turns its billowy surface towards heaven like a many-breasted Diana, the intrusive masses of granite that have built the bolder features of Cornwall, the oolitic escarpments of the Cotswolds, of Lincolnshire or of Whitby, the soft sheep-crop contours of the chalk formation of the Downs or the Chilterns, the diversified scenery of the Weald — these are not represented in Lancashire at all. So far we have spoken of what is called the solid geology of Lancashire. Spread over a great area of the county, however, in layers running in extreme cases to hundreds of feet in thickness, and found on occasion as high as 1,000 feet above sea level, is the mantle of drift shed by the ice sheet of later geological times, with which are associated the alluvial deposits left by the ever-changing rivers. These two combined mask the solid geology, and are responsible for some dreary elements in the scenery. Recent research has established one or two interesting points with regard to the glacial period as far as it affected the Lancashire area. In the first place, the occurrence of marine shells in the sands and gravels is practically peculiar to the Lancashire region. Then it has been shown, mainly from the researches of Mr. Jowett, that while the ice sheet flowed up against the Pennine barrier, it did not cross it. It did, however, block the valleys and so arrest the drainage. The result was the formation of a number of glacial lakes. The margins of these lakes, and the channels by which eventually they cut their way out and overflowed, have been discovered recently. There was one, for example, in Rossendale, another to the north of Rochdale. In the latter case the high moors to the north intercepted the flow of ice southwards over Rochdale, but the ice sheet swept inwards from the west, and then, pressing northwards up the valleys, choked and blocked them, so that the arrested drainage formed lakes. As there was no outlet for these lakes southwards, they overflowed through the Todmorden Gap into Yorkshire. The boulders scattered over the county by the ice sheet have been identified as coming from the English Lake District and from Scotland. Very fine specimens of these have been set up in the public parks of Lancashire. A block of andesite, weighing about 25 tons, adorns the main quadrangle of the Manchester University. It was found beneath an adjoining street in the course of draining operations. A much larger block, estimated to weigh 45 tons, was met with in Salford while excavations were proceeding for the docks, and was left in situ. The cliffs at Blackpool show remarkable sections of the glacial drift, and the boulders collected from these cliffs afford interesting evidence of the localities from which this detritus has been collected. Quite recently, attempts have been made by several geologists to determine the pre-glacial contours by a comparison of the borings carried out during many years, as for example in Manchester. We have still to refer to two physical features which are developed in Lancashire to a remarkable degree. Along the whole length of the coast broad sands and undulating sandhills are seen to a greater extent than anywhere else in the country, and these must by now have swallowed up large tracts of fertile land, if their progress had not been checked by the planting of various grasses which have the power to bind and arrest them. Southport is built entirely upon blown sand, which indeed reaches further inland than the town, and rests to a large extent upon ancient peat mosses. As an example of the rapid accumulation of sand, it may be mentioned that between 1884 and 1903 a belt of dunes 150 yards wide was formed outside the Birkdale Esplanade. Any obstacle, indeed, seems to lead to an accumulation, and a sandhill in this district may rise as high as 80 feet above sea level. A little further north, in the Broad Ribble estuary, the channels are said to change with every tide. The course is marked by lights, which are a feature of the view from Lytham and St Anne's. A safe course may be steered from the Nelson Buoy, but many casualties have occurred through vessels coming from the south attempting to take a short cut across the Horse Bank. The choking of the Ribble is largely due to detritus washed down by the river. It was in 1883 that powers were granted to the Preston Corporation to make excavations for a dock covering 40 acres. One of the features of the work was the great number of skulls of the urus that were thrown out. The sands at Formby are 3 miles wide, yet these have been entirely laid down since the end of the 17th century, the old harbour having been silted up by a sandbank from which dry sand was blown over the land. Between Southport and Formby a number of farms and houses have been completely buried during the last century. It is clear that here the land is gaining on the sea. Further north the reverse is the case, especially between the Wyre and the Ribble. In the enormous area of sands comprised in Morecambe Bay and the estuaries above it, where the river channels are constantly changing, one movement more or less compensates the other. We come lastly to the other post-glacial deposits, the mosses for which Lancashire is so famous. One of them, at any rate, will always be associated with the story of the infancy of railways, and it is impossible to stand on the platform, say, of Astley Station to day, and feel the pulsation of the ground as an express rushes by, showing that the railway really floats upon the moss as Stevenson intended that it should, without calling to mind his reiterated reply to the directors as they came to him week after week to discuss the question whether the work should be abandoned. We must persevere. Many of the mosses of Lancashire have been drained in modern times, or are in process of being reclaimed. This is true of Chat Moss itself, the most famous of all, which is gradually being converted into productive farms, or worked for peat for bedding or for agricultural purposes. Apparently the peat here is not suitable for fuel. At the beginning of the 16th century, however, Chat Moss became so swollen that it burst, and overflowed in the year 1526. We have some account of this event from the antiquary Leland, who, as we shall see in a later chapter, passed through Lancashire about 10 years after the occurrence. He had occasion to visit Morley Hall on the borders of the Moss. Chateley Moss, he says, 6 miles in length, burst up within a mile of Morley Hall, and destroyed much ground with moss thereabout, and destroyed much freshwater fish thereabout, first corrupting with stinking water Glazebrook, and so Glazebrook carried stinking water and moss into Mersey water, and Mersey corrupted carried the rolling mass part to the shores of Wales, part to the Isle of Man, and some into Ireland. Leland mentions, incidentally, that the occupant of Morley Hall used turf only as fuel, that the moss, with breaking up of abundance of water in it, did much hurt to lands thereabout with wandering moss and corrupt water, and that Sir John Holcroft's house, within a mile or more of Morley, stood in jeopardy with fleeting of the moss. A similar event is recorded as taking place at Whitemoss, north of Manchester. The mosses round Pilling, on the flats at the extreme south of Morecambe Bay, once covered an area of 25 square miles, so that it was said that God's grace and Pilling's moss were endless. The area has now been reclaimed. The same is true of the marsh that once covered a number of square miles on the southern side of the Ribble estuary, Martin Mere, round which so many Lancashire legends have gathered. During part of the year these great swamps may present a dreary and monotonous appearance, though even in winter they are interesting for the birds that visit them then. But those who watch them through the seasons, those, for example, whose business takes them frequently across Chat Moss by the London and North Western Railway, know that a time comes when they are white with the soft down of the cotton grass, decked with the fresh green of the unfolding bracken, or the bright emerald of the sphagnum; when the birches, the alders, and the willows are hung with catkins, and the hedges are white with hawthorn blossom, while the moss is spangled with mayflowers, the ditches are yellow with marigold, and in the shady places the orchids are to be found. Then the twofold shout of the cuckoo is heard early and late, the snipe bleats overhead, the redshank sweeps by, uttering its loud joyous whistle, the curlew's bubbling call comes across the fields, the white flash of the wheatear is seen in contrast with the turquoise blue of the kingfisher, the warblers return and fill the air with sweet song, and as night falls the corncrake and the goatsucker prolong the music in the twilight. Later, the heather will clothe the moss with sheets of amethyst, and in the early autumn, before the bracken has begun to turn, I have seen from the train, as we sped by, the long straight ditches filled with the bloom of the greater willow herb, giving the landscape the appearance of having been ruled with lines in crimson ink. That is only a faint and very imperfect picture, and even when all these glories are past, and the trees are bare, the winter rains fill up the pools and the flashes, and then the herons come down to fish, and the hawks are seen taking their toll of birds, and the waters are alive with gulls and duck and other wild fowl, till the season brings the flower again. End of chapter 2. Chapter 4 of Lancashire by Francis Archibald Bruton. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. How Lancashire came into being. Lancashire is, above all other counties, the county of beginnings. The proverb that states the same fact in other words is so hackneyed that we dare not quote it here, but the fact remains. If the statement that the first blood of the Civil War was shed in Manchester is disputed, in the words of a contemporary tract, "the first stroke that hath been struck, and the first bullet that hath been shot," it is at least supported by high historical authority; and be that as it may, it is certain that the siege of Manchester was over weeks before the Battle of Edgehill was begun. Some years before this occurred, the first scientific observation of the transit of Venus had been made in Lancashire by 2 amateur astronomers, whose calculations were thereby strikingly verified. When Presbyterianism was set up by Parliament as the national religion, Lancashire showed the most complete organisation in the country for that system of church government. In this one case, at any rate, the country did not follow suit. It was in Lancashire that George Fox first preached, or, to use his own expression, declared truth, and it was there that he formed his first society and founded the church that still bears his initials. All the great inventions that revolutionised the arts of spinning and weaving throughout the world, with the single exception of the power loom, were evolved from the brains of Lancashire men, and was not calico printing in several colours from rollers, now one of the staple industries of the county, first practised on the Bell Parkinson machine at Bamberbridge near Preston in 1785? It was on Helton Tarn, through which the little river Winster flows, that the Wilkinsons are said to have floated the model of the first iron boat in the year 1763. The reverberatory puddling furnace, again, was invented by Henry Court, a Lancashire man, in 1784. The first dock, the first canal, the first railway, had their birth in Lancashire, and if the first steam hammer was not made in the county, it was because a German copied the design from Nasmyth's scheme book, and managed to get one made at Creusot first. The germ of the Factory Acts first appeared here. Did not the system that made such acts necessary arise here also? The man who first made possible legislation for public health was born in Lancashire. It was there that Dalton and Joule and Rutherford made discoveries that in each case spelt revolution in scientific thought. Was not the first statistical society founded in Lancashire? The Sunday school movement was nearly first there, and possibly had there its most wonderful development. A Lancashire society shares with one other society the honour of originating the movement for the enfranchisement of women. The county was the main arena for the great struggle that terminated in the repeal of the Corn Laws. The co-operative movement was set on foot by Lancashire men. They have taken the lead in the matter of the provincial universities. Indeed, they narrowly missed having one in the middle of the 17th century. The county can boast one of the finest colleges of technology in the world, and the Royal Commission of 1894 pointed out that in Manchester the various progressive movements in education had made their earliest start. The first repertory theatre opened in England had its home in Lancashire. If the first great treaty between capital and labour was signed in Cheshire, it was at any rate a compact between Lancashire men and women, and terminated a conflict fought out on Lancashire soil. The statement that the last wolf was killed on Humphrey Head, near Grange, can hardly be called a beginning, but at any rate it gives us another superlative in favour of the county, as does the fact that Backbarrow was the last place where charcoal was used for iron smelting. The list might easily be extended right down to the present time, for was there not a Lancashire landing in Gallipoli, when Sir Ian Hamilton, watching through his field glass what he calls the boldest and most brilliant exploit of all, exclaimed, hardly believing his own words, "We are through!" And when on May the 16th, 1921, the marble cross commemorating the 55th Lancashire Division's defence of Givenchy in the spring of 1918 was unveiled, a memorial which stands on the very line held by that division against the massed attacks of the Germans, and bears on its base the proud motto, of which the division so fully proved itself worthy: "They win or die who wear the Rose of Lancaster." Marshal Joffre made the striking admission: it was here that the 55th Division gave the first check to the enemy's advance in the great offensive of 1918, and it was from here, later, that the division went forward to victory. Yet, though Lancashire has mothered so many movements, she was herself late in beginning. Really, she has no right to be called a shire at all. No shire court was ever held here. Even among the counties she must confess to being one of the youngest. We may go much further back and say that in prehistoric days Lancashire, as far as our evidence shows, was uninhabited when Palaeolithic man was roaming the valleys of what we now call southern England. It is a Neolithic people that is indicated by the remains, and these are mainly flints, that have been found on the hills of the county, principally in the area of which Rochdale is roughly the centre. The prehistoric interments that have come to light would seem to be chiefly of the Bronze Age, and of these a number occur in Lancashire north of the sands. Earthworks we find in sufficient number and variety, but unfortunately though these defensive works have been carefully classified in recent years, we have no means of dating them approximately. The finest that I have seen, that are apparently ancient, and they are well worth a visit, are those on Caster Cliff, near Colne, perhaps the most striking and remarkably well placed; the earthwork on Buckton Hill, near Mossley, also finely situated and well preserved; and the works on the hill above Worsthorne. Of course, we are not here speaking of Norman works, of which there appear to be a number of examples in the county, one of the finest being the Mountain Court that stand close to the Lune at Castlestead, about a mile to the north of the village of Hornby. If we turn now to inquire how Lancashire sprang into being, and how it came to take its name from one of its northern towns, we shall find that even as a district it has not always maintained its entirety. When the Romans came, in the first century of our era, they found it merely part of the territory of the blue shielded Brigantes, a fierce, liberty-loving tribe that occupied a large tract of what is now northern England. The Romans found the coastal plain convenient, as we have seen, as an alternative route to the north. For them it was perhaps little besides. The 5 stations they founded there, those, namely, at Manchester, Wigan, Ribchester, Lancaster and Overborough, the last named being near Kirkby Lonsdale, were military posts on main lines of communication. We have no evidence that in Roman times they were anything more. Excavated as some of them have been, they show the normal features of the forts that are threaded along Roman roads over the whole Empire. Strategically, perhaps the most important of these was the fort at Manchester, but the remains we possess tell us practically nothing of its history. It is, of course, a happy omen for Manchester that the one perfect inscription left her by her Roman garrisons, after an occupation of some 3 centuries, the very earliest record in the history of the place, should be a dedication to Fortune the Preserver. It may not please her tutelary goddess, however, to know that Manchester has allowed this beautiful inscription to be captured by the authorities of the Ashmolean Museum at Oxford. Other inscriptions tell us the names of the garrison and the officers who superintended the building of the stone rampart, a fragment of which is still preserved in situ; and many other relics, carefully catalogued, may be examined at leisure in the Queen's Park Museum. It is Ribchester, however, that has yielded the most interesting Roman remains found in Lancashire, notably a massive gold brooch and the beautifully ornamented bronze helmet which occupies a place of honour in the central hall of the British Museum, and is still, perhaps, in spite of similar discoveries of more recent date at Newstead and Nimwegen, the finest specimen of its kind found in the Empire. Lancashire must have been the arena for much of the work of the great proconsul Agricola, both during his experience here as commander of the 20th Legion and later as governor of Britain, but we have no reference, literary or epigraphical, that will allow us with certainty to connect his name with a single locality. We can picture this part of the country at that time, and there is some justification for doing so, as a land of uncleared forest, of rivers that lost themselves in swamps and morasses, a land " thick with wet woods, and many a beast therein." But no certain voice comes from that far distant past, unless we choose to apply to this district (and here again we may not be far from the truth) the description of Britain that has come down to us in some graphic passages penned by Tacitus, who no doubt repeated what his father-in-law Agricola had told him. Where he speaks, for example, of a land of continual and heavy rain, where he tells of exploring the estuaries and forests, and again where he voices the complaints of the natives to the effect that their very hands and bodies were worn out in levelling the woods and bridging the marshes for the invaders. A cohort of Frisian infantry built the Roman fort at Manchester. A wing of Sarmatian cavalry held the station on the Ribble at Ribchester. Sebusian cavalry seem to have garrisoned the fort that crowned the hill at Lancaster. But it is from Ribchester that we catch our most vivid glimpses of those far-off times. The massive stone capitals to be seen there, rudely sculptured as they are, give us at any rate an inkling of what the fort must have looked like in its best days, while the tombstones are not only striking in their sculpture, but give us a fascinating glimpse into the private life of the Roman garrison, notably the pathetic inscription in which a cavalry officer, who had apparently brought his family to face our inhospitable climate, and had lost all, commemorates an incomparable wife, a son most dutiful to his father, and a mother-in-law of very dear memory. Thus the curtain rises for one too brief moment on the joys and sorrows of those who came to the beautiful Ribble Valley in the first few centuries of our era. Manchester and Ribchester were both occupied as early as the first century, and as we stand to day in the admirable little museum, and look at the charred corn that seems to speak of the ultimate firing of the fort, and then go out to inspect the actual foundations of the granary itself, we may reasonably ask if this very granary may not have been the scene of incidents so graphically described by Tacitus in his account of Britain. Only that would involve the assumption that this fort was erected before Agricola became proconsul. If the Britons, he tells us, had no corn to pay as tribute, they were compelled to stand outside the Roman granary, and bid against one another for the corn stored there, till the price had reached an absurd figure, and then to pay the corn so purchased as tribute, the corn never having left the granary at all. Another profiteering method, which Tacitus mentions among the abuses which Agricola found here, was to compel the Britons to carry their tribute of corn by difficult by-roads to granaries in remote and inaccessible districts, and so induce them to pay a heavy money tribute in lieu of corn. The sight of the charred grain may lead us to turn to ask what records Lancashire has to show of the race that followed the Romans, and may very possibly have assisted in the destruction of their fort, though indeed the babbling Ribble had been one of the greatest sinners in this respect, eating away a large portion of the Roman Bremetanakum, so that the sites of the southern and eastern gates must to day lie beneath its waters. The station at Lancaster cannot now with certainty be located, though by passing through some cottages at the foot of the hill on which the castle stands, and climbing a steep garden, we may see a fragment called the Wherry Wall, which tradition asserts was part of the rampart of the Roman fort. There are inscriptions, one telling of the rebuilding of the baths, and the immediate vicinity has given us clues in the shape of milestones and pottery kilns. From the site at Overborough, on the contrary, we have nothing but the record of remains long since lost, and while there is no doubt that the fort at Wigan crowned the hill on which the church now stands, above the River Douglas, yet the only relic we possess, so far as I know, is a fragment of an altar cornice, and even to see that we must stand on a form and peer over the wardrobe that contains the choir vestments. Doubtless the roads remain, and to a certain extent in use to day. More than that, our iron roads have in some cases followed their direction, which is all to the credit of the Roman engineers. There is a consensus of opinion that a number of trunk roads radiated from, or shall we say, passed through Manchester, the main route from Chester to York going that way. Another road running to Wigan, where it was apparently joined by a road from Warrington, and thence to Lancaster and the north. Another striking direct from Manchester to Ribchester, continuing over Longridge Fell and on to Overborough towards the Great Wall. A remarkably straight piece of this road is still in use, and is actually labelled Watling Street, to the north west of Bury, passing through Affortside, where a cross stands upon it, which the inhabitants will be sure to tell you is of Roman origin. From Ribchester, again, there was a connection eastward with Elslack, and so with Ilkley and York. But the most remarkable road in Lancashire, perhaps in the country, whether it be ancient or not, is the paved causeway that strikes straight over Blackstone Edge towards Halifax, a short distance to the north of Littleborough, from which it may be approached by way of Lydgate. It is invariably called a Roman road, though perhaps the only suggestion of its Roman origin lies in the correspondence of the gauge of the wheel ruts detected upon it with the gauges measured in Pompeii and on the wall of Hadrian. The causeway has not yet been shown to line up with any of the recognised Roman roads in the county. So striking is its construction that an engraving of it was selected as the single illustration for the article on the roads of the Roman Empire in Smith's Dictionary of the Greek and Roman Antiquities. The road, with curbs, is about 18 feet wide, with perfect ashlar paving. The camber is well shown, and the peculiar feature consists in a trough, either cut or worn, in a line of large stones, many of which may weigh nearly half a ton, that runs down the centre of the causeway. I have counted no less than 12 theories suggested to explain this trough. The the most plausible perhaps being that it acted as a guide to a skid or sledge which was used to brake vehicles as they descended the incline, which in places is as steep as 1 in 4 1/3. The practical questions that arise are: 1. Are there roads in the vicinity that resemble this causeway? 2. Is it likely that our views as to the lie of the Roman roads of the district may eventually be revised so as to include the possibility of a road on this line? Now, on the hill immediately opposite, an old paved road runs from, at any rate, the entrance to the summit tunnel over to Walsden in the deep valley beyond. I have examined this Reddyshore Scout Gate with some care, and in certain features it does strikingly resemble the causeway on Blackstone Edge. Another paved road that is grooved I noticed between Hollingworth Lake and Syke. A careful comparison of these and other roads with the causeway would seem to be desirable. As to the second question, it is remarkable that the excavators of the Roman fort at Slack, in their report issued in this very year, 1921, conclude by giving reasons for doubting the accepted identification of Slack as the Cambodunum of the second Ita of Antonine. They are inclined to favour a suggestion thrown out by the late Professor Haverfield that Cambodunum may yet prove to have been located at Greetland near Halifax. Now, the causeway over Blackstone Edge makes straight for Greetland and passes through it. If, then, future research should fix the site of Cambodunum at Greetland, there would be some justification for the conjecture that the causeway was a Roman road leading over the Pennines from Greetland to some station not yet discovered. Further than that we cannot go, until much careful research has been carried out. Meanwhile, this remarkable causeway, crossing the Pennines just below where they rise to a grand edge capped by the rocks known as Robin Hood's Bed, this causeway, whose purpose and history at present remain a perfect mystery, should be regarded as one of the lions of Lancashire. The best account of it yet published is that by the late Dr. Colley March in the first volume of the Proceedings of the Lancashire and Cheshire Antiquarian Society. Through Lancashire, crossing at Manchester, ran two of the main Roman routes from the Roman ports in Kent and from London to the Great Wall and the north. Both will be found to be labelled Watling Street on the maps. Along these roads must have passed for centuries drafts of legionary and auxiliary troops arriving from the Continent and sent forward to garrison the northern frontier walls, as well, probably, as those troops that were gradually withdrawn from the garrisons in Wales when that country was subdued. The life of the Romans in Lancashire, as far as we know, was a garrison life pure and simple, passed for a long time, at any rate, among hostile hillmen who defied the invaders for at least a century and a half. What do we know of these brave hillmen, whose fierce struggle for independence was so well known in the society talk of Rome, that when the Roman poet Juvenal, in his 14th satire, is picturing a Roman father spurring his boy on to try to win distinction, he makes the father exclaim, " Destroy the forts of the Brigantes, and so win the honour of bearing the standard." We cannot even locate one of their settlements in our county to day, and though Tacitus tells us much about them and their fierce, unscrupulous queen, we have no authority to connect any of his statements with Lancashire. Quite recently, the careful digging of Mr. J. Wilfrid Jackson and his coadjutors in the Dogholes Cavern on Warton Crag near Carnforth has given us the merest glimpse, welcome nevertheless, of a small section of them, though the results are not perhaps so sensational as the somewhat similar discoveries made in 1837 at the Victoria Cave across the Yorkshire border. Passing over the occurrence of the remains of extinct British mammals, which seems to date the cave earth back to Pleistocene times, we have in this case unmistakable traces of Neolithic interments, and above these evidence of cave dwellers such as are familiar to students of similar remains in Yorkshire, Derbyshire, Somerset and Devon. Who were these troglodytes of North Lancashire, and when did they live? Mr. Jackson is inclined to accept, in preference to the common view that they were British refugees hiding from the English invader, Professor Haverfield's suggestion that these caves may have been inhabited by freebooters even during the Roman period. "Caves may not be comfortable residences," wrote Professor Haverfield, in dealing with similar remains in Derbyshire, "but they have been inhabited even in civilised ages. Here, we may think, dwelt some of the poorest and the wildest among the hillmen, living, it may be, largely on robbery. In confirmation of which we may mention the fact that a bronze balance was among the finds at Warton Crag, which would not be an article of daily use in a cave. The Romans withdrew after a stay of some 3 centuries in Lancashire, leaving us their roads and the remains of 5 scattered forts, parts of which we may see to day, and leaving us little besides. Of these 5 Roman stations, 2 have since become great centres of population, and one has become the county town. The expansion of Wigan must be attributed partly to its position on the coalfield, but a thriving town seems to have sprung up at Wigan independently of this, possibly owing to its position, as we have seen, at the crossing of 2 main Roman roads. We are too prone, perhaps, to think of Wigan as mainly typical of industrial Lancashire, as a centre of the Black Country, but Wigan can boast beautiful scenery in its vicinity, and an honourable association with some of the principal phases of Lancashire history and tradition. Indeed, as early as the 14th century, the River Douglas, on which Wigan stands, had been identified with 4 out of the 12 victories attributed to the legendary King Arthur in the history of Nennius, and some have professed to find the sites of all 12 within the limits of our county. Into the merits of such identifications we cannot venture to enter here. The fact that Manchester has become the great distributing centre and capital of the cotton district is partly due, no doubt, to its geographical and strategic position, and it was for this that it will have been selected by the Romans. The selection of Lancaster by a great feudal lord as the site of his castle was also, no doubt, due to strategic considerations, and such considerations probably influenced the Romans, who used the site long centuries before him. At any rate, at the time of the Roman withdrawal we have no hint of any centres of population except these 5 forts, and in the last list of forts left us by the Romans even the name of Manchester is wanting. It had evidently passed out of the military zone. A new invader now appears on the horizon, but the hill country of Cumberland and Lancashire, of Wales and Cornwall, is still stubbornly held by the unconquered Brythons, to use a term somewhat more precise than Britons, banded and welded together under the proud name of Cymri, or comrades, against the hated Alfro, the stranger from over the sea. 2 famous battles, driving wedges as it were along the lines of the Severn and the Dee, cut these western Brythons into 3 distinct parts. The Battle of Dereham in 577 severed the Cornish group. The Battle of Chester in 613 cut off the Brythons of Lancashire and Cumberland, which is, of course, Cymri land, and so left the Welsh Cymri isolated in Cambria, which is derived from the same word. Our Lancashire was probably for the time included in the northern British kingdom of Strathclyde, and we are well into the 7th century before we have any definite news of the district. By the last quarter of that century the English of Northumbria had pressed westwards and settled in the beautiful Ribble valley and elsewhere, and, as we shall see in a later chapter, Cartmel, with all its Britons, was given to St Cuthbert by Ecgfrith, King of Northumbria, just about the time that monarch had prevailed upon St Cuthbert to abandon his hermit life and become Bishop of Lindisfarne. This is the first definite hint of Christian influence in Lancashire, for although the district had already, following on its conquest by Northumbria, passed into the diocese of York, and though we have many traditions to the effect that Paulinus baptised converts in the Ribble, as he is also said to have done in the Swale at Catterick Bridge and elsewhere, yet our only evidence for this is the vague ascription to Paulinus of the famous Saxon crosses at Whalley and at Burnley. We are sometimes inclined to pass by the weathered mutilated stumps called crosses with scant respect. We are ill advised to do so. Lancashire is proverbially rich in such remains, and they were exhaustively studied by the late Mr. Henry Taylor. Anyone possessed of a motor, and casting about for some object of archaeological research to add interest to excursions, might do worse than visit in succession the Lancashire crosses that still remain. It is to these crosses that we now have to turn, if perchance they may throw any light on the history of Lancashire in the 7th and 8th centuries, for we have no other record for that period, though we may draw some inferences from the distribution of place names. Of course, only a small proportion of the Lancashire crosses can be assigned to so early a date. Ancient crosses were erected for various purposes. One of the earliest of these would be to provide a site for preaching, before churches were erected. These occur frequently in the district around some religious house. The map of Lancashire shows no less than 70 crosses within a radius of 10 miles from the Penwortham Priory, close to Preston, a town that has always been a great ecclesiastical centre. Churchyard crosses, the crosses nearly always to the south of the church, form another class. There are roadside or weeping crosses, market crosses, which may indicate the site of ancient moots, boundary crosses, marking the limits of monastic domains, crosses that commemorated the stopping places of famous funeral processions, halting places of pilgrims, such, for example, as the cross on Holcombe Moor already mentioned. They gave sanctuary, as may have been the case with Hyde's Cross in Manchester. They stood at cross roads, as did New Cross, also in Manchester, and by wells. And they were used as guides, especially on the high moors, and as memorials. Lancashire abounds in examples of most, if not all, of these. Mr. Taylor's list for the county, even allowing for doubtful cases, runs to well over 400. It is with the pre-Norman crosses of Lancashire, however, that we are concerned for the moment. These have been examined and described by no less an authority than Bishop Browne, who speaks of them as priceless and unique possessions. There are few places in England, he says, to rival Whalley churchyard in the interest of its sculptured stones, and finding nothing in this country to compare to the bold spirals of their carving, he turns to the mausoleum of Galla Placidia at Ravenna for a parallel. Bishop Browne's own opinion is that we owe this work to Wilfrid of York and Ripon and Hexham, and we actually have a reference to Lancashire in the Life of St Wilfrid, for in 705 the whole of Amounderness is said to have been given by its Northumbrian lords to the church of St Peter at Ripon. Examples of pre-Norman sculptured work occur on some dozen sites in the county, the most famous being those at Whalley, Heysham, Winwick, Hulton, Lancaster and Hornby. At the last named site, the loaves and fishes sculpture is considered to be one of the most exquisite fragments of Anglo-Saxon work that have come down to us. How beautiful these crosses must have looked once! Of this we may perhaps form some conception to-day, for among all the war memorials erected during the last few years, none are more beautiful than the imitations of ancient crosses. And when it was desired to place a monument over Ruskin's grave, the memorial took that form. Unfortunately, it is not yet possible to date the Lancashire crosses exactly. We cannot safely use them as precise evidence at this juncture. They have, however, given definite information in a number of cases as to the existence of early churches. Speaking generally, then, the evidence of crosses and place names, coupled with other proofs, shows that the English settled in the lower districts of Lancashire and along the rivers and estuaries, and it was up these estuaries that the new invaders from Scandinavia swept at the close of the 9th century. Here place names help us once more. We note the familiar suffix "by," for example, showing that the Northmen only colonised the western part of Lancashire south of the Ribble, but that north of that river they swept right across the county. The curtain now lifts for one brief moment, for a single entry in the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, under the year 923, shows us King Edward the Elder sending a force from Thelwall, near Warrington, to Manchester to repair and man it. Incidentally, this does not seem to show that Manchester had made much progress since the Romans left it. The next year Northumbria lay at Edward's feet, and Lancashire south of the Ribble — note how constantly the Ribble acts as a dividing line — was annexed to Mercia and passed into the Mercian diocese of Lichfield. Edward's conquests were followed up by his son Athelstan, who drove the invaders northwards, and now tempting evidence of another kind seems to come to our assistance. In the year 1840 a remarkable hoard of silver coins — the number is variously stated as from 7,000 to 10,000 — and nearly 1,000 ounces of silver ingots were discovered at the Cuerdale ford across the Ribble near Preston. The dates of the coins give colour to the guess that the hoard may have represented the treasure chest of a Danish army retreating northwards before Athelstan. The coins were in a leaden chest buried in the bank of the river. It is some years later than this that we find Athelstan giving the wide lands known as Amounderness, which included what we now call the Fylde, to St Peter's Church at York. For our next picture of Lancashire we turn to the great survey known as Domesday Book, but even here the records of some parts of the county are so vague and scant that scholars have seriously doubted whether these districts were surveyed at that time at all. Much, however, may be safely inferred. So far from finding Lancashire a distinct entity at this time, we find the district split into two parts, once more along the line of the Ribble, between Ribble and Mersey (that was the actual name then for Lancashire south of the Ribble), is in Domesday Book, strange to say, surveyed as part of Cheshire, while northern Lancashire is taken with Yorkshire. Already the southern part was divided into the districts called by the English settlers hundreds, by the Northmen wapentakes (both names were used here), and these remain as territorial units to the present day. West Derby, Newton, Warrington, Blackburn, Salford, Leyland, these appear in the Domesday survey as part of Cheshire, though this district between Ribble and Mersey was evidently far more fertile than the land north of the Ribble. Its barrenness and unproductiveness at that time may be judged from the fact that it was valued at £150, while Essex, to take a single other example, was estimated to be worth nearly £5,000. North of the Ribble things are much more vague, and a great part of the land is described as waste. Preston already comes into prominence as one of the chief centres of population. Amounderness appears, including what we call the Fylde, and reaching right back to the Bleasdale moors. North of this a number of manors are named, stretching right away to the Duddon, but High Furness, as the place names show without doubt, was a sort of hinterland, occupied by Norse settlers, and liable, as indeed Lancashire further south was, to be invaded from time to time by the Scots. See, for instance, to take only one or two examples, how many thwaites there are on the Furness fells, how many becks and gills, and forces and tarns. And now for the first time we come upon Lancaster, and Kirk Lancaster, showing that there was a church there even then, but they are mentioned merely as details of the great manor of Halton. Halton is a mere village now, near the famous Crook of Lune, of which Turner left us a picture, but at the time of Domesday it actually overshadowed the future county town. Lancaster, which is spelt Loncastra in Domesday, is, of course, the castle on the Lune. It is merely the English name for the site of the Roman fort. We have no clue to the Roman name of the place. Lune, the name of the river, will certainly be Celtic. This insignificant district or hamlet of the manor of Halton was to give its name in later years to a famous castle, a great county, an honour, a duchy, and a line of kings. But we have no records of its history from the time of the Romans to the date of Domesday. Here, however, once more the pre-Norman sculptured crosses come to our assistance, there being no less than 9 represented by remains preserved at Lancaster Church and, in one instance, at the British Museum. 2 of these have Anglian, perhaps some would say runic, inscriptions, but these cannot be discussed here, nor can we enter into the vexed question of dates. One authority has mentioned as early a date as the 7th century. Lonsdale figures in Domesday also, but only as a small manor. The wide straggling district which we now divide into Lonsdale north of the sands and Lonsdale south of the sands was not recognised as a hundred till 3/4 of a century later. We have now at last, so to speak, sighted Lancaster, but to understand how it rose to fame we have yet to traverse a rather confused and somewhat tedious narrative. Across the story of Lancashire there now flashes, meteor-like, the figure of a Norman baron, who quite unwittingly had much to do with the welding of the county into one. The right wing at the Battle of Hastings was led by the famous Roger of Montgomery, and he was rewarded by receiving the earldom of Shrewsbury. To his younger son, Count Roger of Poitou, Duke William gave the land between Ribble and Mersey, Amounderness, and other possessions. At first, apparently, Lancaster was not included in the gift. Count Roger's castle is mentioned in Domesday, but we can only conjecture that it was either at Clitheroe or at Penwortham by Preston. The castle at Penwortham is mentioned in Domesday, but only a trace of it remains now, on a small hill about 100 feet above the river. Clitheroe Castle is not named in the survey, but its Norman keep, peeping between the trees from the summit of the bold limestone rock on which it stands, is a picturesque object in the landscape for many miles round, silhouetted now against one hill, now against another, always with striking effect. By the time the Domesday survey was made, however, Roger had forfeited his estate, which was once more in William's hands. When Rufus became king, he gave it back to Roger with added lands, so that eventually Count Roger of Poitou ruled with the power, if not the name, of a Palatine Earl, over the greater part of what we now call Lancashire. It was then that he fixed upon the hill at Lancaster, where the Romans had built their fort, as the most suitable place for his castle, probably because of its strategical position as a defence against attacks from the north. From this fact his possessions, which included lands in other counties, took the name of the estate or honour of Lancaster. One other thing worth mentioning we owe to Count Roger. He separated the manor of Manchester from the manor of Salford, though Salford still remained in the parish of Manchester. Thus, as Professor Tait has very aptly said, a stroke of a Norman baron's pen divorced Manchester and Salford in all but their devotions, and what he sundered no one has been able to bring together again. Having thus, as we have shown, quite unwittingly assisted in creating the entity which we call Lancashire, and given it its name, Roger the Poitevin disappears from history. By a curious rule of Norman feudal law, the honour and the name remained. But there were troublous days ahead, in the course of which Lancashire was once more torn in two. We need not wonder if the division is again along the line of the Ribble, if we remember that in those days there were few bridges, and if we call to mind what an important part rivers played in the last great war. After Roger came the Earl of Chester, then Stephen, then Stephen's son William. Before Stephen's death, Lancashire north of the Ribble was in the hands of David, King of Scotland. Then the estates passed to John, who forfeited them as the result of his treachery. At length, in the Pipe Rolls of 1168, we come upon the term Comitatus de Lancastria, the county of Lancaster. Yet more than 10 years after this, when England was divided into judicial districts, our new county is still regarded as consisting of "twixt Ribble and Mersey and Lancaster." By 1194 the name Lancastershire appears, by the antiquary Leland. Professor Tait, however, has pointed out that the form Lancashire does occur once, about a century earlier, in the Paston Letters, a century and a half later than the date when the name of the county had crystallised into Lancastershire. A famous warrior, grandson of King Henry III, became first Earl and then Duke of Lancaster, and by 1351 Edward III had honoured him still further by raising Lancashire to the dignity of a county palatine. The circumstances are peculiar. In former times it had been considered advisable for practical reasons of defence to confer what were called palatinate powers on border counties, that is, to give to those in charge of them authority which was usually exercised by the king alone. Already, as we have seen, as far back as the time of Count Roger, Lancashire had been for practical purposes a palatinate in all but the name. Now Henry, Duke of Lancaster, became virtually king in his own domain. He had his own chancellor and judges. The case is peculiar because these rights were now conferred not as formerly for reasons of defence, but merely in recognition of the position and distinguished service of the then Duke of Lancaster. We have to go one step further. In 1399 Henry Bolingbroke, who was already Duke of Lancaster, became King of England. As the Duke of Lancaster was ex officio Lord of the Manor of Salford, Henry IV would hold that position also. Ever since 1399, therefore, the King of England has been Duke of Lancaster and Lord of the Manor of Salford. When, some years ago, George V visited Salford, he requested that in future the toast of his health should be given under these titles. The Palatine Duchy of Lancaster, which, as we have seen, was created in 1351, still exists, though in judicature only its Chancery Court remains. As in the case of the Duchy of Cornwall, which was created in the same reign, its revenues are kept distinct and its accounts are published separately. The position of Chancellor is given to a member of the government of the day, and generally carries with it a seat in the Cabinet. Now it may be very reasonably asked why it should have been necessary to wade through all this tedious detail before we could distinguish Lancashire as an individual entity and give it its name. The reason is not difficult to see. The district now called Lancashire was for centuries a border country, exposed to attack from the north, and serving to a certain extent as a buffer state. It is, in a sense, isolated by its position and by its eastern mountain barrier. The character of its coast makes it peculiarly vulnerable to attack on the west. Much of its surface is wild hill country, and this was much wilder 10 centuries ago. These circumstances combined gave a somewhat troubled character to its early struggle for existence. Having now attended the birth and christening of our county, and seen it raised to palatine rank, we may pass more lightly over its subsequent history. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Lancashire by Francis Archibald Bruton. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Lancashire in the time of Leland. In the preceding chapter we have, so to speak, seen Lancashire emerge. We are concerned here not so much with tracing its history in detail as with noting those points in its story which touch more or less intimately the present centres of population. Naturally also, as we see the county today, questions suggest themselves as to how these centres of population arose. There are, moreover, picturesque historical incidents which will always be connected with particular places or buildings. This is especially true from, say, the beginning of the 16th century onwards. The story of mediaeval Lancashire is one of strife and fierce rivalry between feudal barons, of much lawlessness, violence and bloodshed, of many military musters for war at home and abroad, of Scottish raids from the north, of poverty and privation among the peasantry, of ravages of the plague, to which even the first Duke of Lancaster himself fell a victim. With these stormy days we are not here concerned, nor is it our purpose to follow the Lancashire barons as they win distinction on the battlefields of France. We are concerned rather with the evolution of the Lancashire that we know. Representatives of many of the great families who figured in those troubled times are still with us, but the feudalism that they once typified is dead. Out of these earlier struggles emerged, slowly but surely, the sturdy race that has given its character to the county. We do not often go out of our way to express gratitude to King John. It is nevertheless true that he conferred a signal benefit upon Lancashire. Apparently neither Celt, Saxon, Dane nor Norman had been shrewd enough to see the tremendous possibilities that lay around a little creek at the mouth of the Mersey, of which the earliest extant name is Leopool. The place is not even named in Domesday Book. It was King John who first saw its merits, and in order to induce people to settle there, gave it all the privileges of a free borough. The silence of Domesday about a particular place is not necessarily an indication that it was of no importance. The Domesday survey concerned itself with the manors that could be expected to supply geld. Still, if we wish to watch the development of centres of population in a district, the actual places named are worthy of consideration. And in this connection it may be interesting to note, just as examples, that in the whole hundred of Salford the only places named in the survey of 1086 are Manchester, Radcliffe and Rochdale; that in the great industrial hundred as we know it of Blackburn, Domesday only mentions Blackburn, Whalley, Huncoat, Walton le Dale and Great Pendleton. Of these, 4 have developed to great industrial centres. 2, Whalley and Walton, have other associations. Only 2, Huncoat and Pendleton, remain undistinguished. As we are mentioning some of the legends of Lancashire as we proceed, rather than devoting a separate chapter to them, we may halt here for a moment to give Radcliffe its due. All that remains now of Radcliffe Hall is the ruined tower that stood on its eastern side. It was probably built in 1403. When I saw it last it was used for storing farm produce. With this tower, with no evidence to support it, so far as I know, is always associated the most gruesome of all the Lancashire legends. The story of Fair Ellen of Radcliffe is the Lady Isabella's tragedy of Percy's Relics. It tells how the beautiful maiden, her father's only joy, but the object of the fierce jealousy of her stepmother, was, at the instigation of the latter, murdered and served up in a pie to her father, in spite of the protests of the scullion boy, who cried, "Oh, save her life, good master cook, and make your pies of me." It is with a kind of mournful satisfaction that we read that the cruel stepmother was burnt at the stake, the master cook condemned to stand in boiling lead, and the scullion boy made the heir of all the land, especially as there is nothing in the pedigree of the Radcliffes of Radcliffe to justify one of these statements, and careful search does not seem ever to have revealed the reputed bloodstains on the kitchen floor. Apparently, as the ancient Greeks had a legend that Atreus killed the two sons of Thyestes and served them up to him at a banquet at Mycenae, it was necessary that a similar story should be included among the legends of Lancashire. To return, the honour of Lancaster was conferred in the year 1267 upon Edmund, younger son of Henry III. And here we see the commencement of the great house of Lancaster, which was to give birth later to a line of kings, through the marriage of one of its daughters with John of Gaunt, son of Edward III. Barons of Lancashire, of course, sat in the great council, but the first record we have of Lancashire members of the lower house is in the Model Parliament of 1295, and the distribution of their seats will give us some idea as to what towns were prominent at that time. There were then elected by the County Court 2 members for the county, 2 for Lancaster, 2 for Preston, 2 for Wigan, and 2 for Liverpool. Manchester had not then even obtained her charter, and for some strange reason she was not recognised as a borough till 1832. The representation just mentioned soon fell into abeyance. A century later, the population of the county does not seem to have reached 25,000. No battles in the Wars of the Roses took place in Lancashire, but a well-established tradition shows us Henry VI, a fugitive in the Ribble Valley during that period. After the Battle of Hexham in 1464, he is represented as hiding in a wood called Clitherwood, beside Bungerley Hipping Stones. Hipping stones, I presume, will be hopping stones, or stepping stones, and Henry, being surprised at Waddington Hall, which lies back from the river on the Yorkshire side of the Ribble, crossed into Lancashire by the stepping stones, where Brungerley Bridge now stands, but was arrested almost immediately and taken to London on horseback, with his feet tied to the stirrups. Rymer tells us that his captor was suitably rewarded by Edward IV for his great and laborious diligence in taking our great traitor and rebel Henry, lately called Henry VI. Such was the fate of the last of the Lancastrian kings in the county whose name he bore. Less than a quarter of a century later we find the Earl of Lincoln and Martin Swartz landing with German and Irish mercenaries on Peel Island, between Walney and the mainland, to champion the cause of Lambert Simnel as a claimant for the throne, and afterwards encamping with him on Swarthmoor near Ulverston, where George Fox was to encamp with quite another aim in view more than 150 years later. The great Norman keep on Peel Island, the ruins of which may still be seen, though the sea is undermining it now, was at that time part of the defences of the Abbey of Furness. But times had changed since the Abbot of Furness rode out to meet Robert Bruce. The abbots had ceased to participate in political matters. Indeed, it seems to have been just about this time that the Pope's bull against insurrection was ordered to be read in the Abbey. At the last battle of the Wars of the Roses, the battered crown that fell from the head of Richard of York was placed on the head of the Lancastrian Henry Tudor by a representative of the Stanley family, who was not remarkable for his political stability. He held aloof from Richard's forces at Bosworth, and became in consequence the first Earl of Derby. His marriage with King Henry VII's mother, the pious and beautiful Lady Margaret Beaufort, not only brought her and her good works to Lathom House, which was then the residence of the Stanleys, but brought the county into close relations with the court, so that the newly created Lord Derby became godfather to the heir apparent. And 10 years later, when the new king was firmly seated on his throne, Lancashire was favoured with the pageant of a royal progress on the occasion of a visit from Henry to his mother. Another quarter of a century passes, and the men of Lancashire, including, as the old ballad says, fellows fierce from Furness fells, were mustering for service against the Scottish king. Lancashire men fought on both wings at Flodden. On one side, led by Lord Howard, they were outnumbered, and never abode stroke but fled, for fortune on the right with fickle smile cheered Scotland's fight. Then fell that spotless banner white, Lord Howard's lion fell. Quite otherwise fared the Lancashire men on the other wing, led by Sir Edward Stanley, 5th son of the Earl of Derby. For on the left, unseen the while, Stanley broke Lennox and Argyle. And when later Scott's hero lay on the ground, mortally wounded, and painfully raising himself, stared wildly around, his last thought England's, it was to Lancashire men that he turned as his one hope for his country. Let Stanley charge with spur of fire, with Chester charge and Lancashire, full upon Scotland's central host, or victory, and England's lost. Among the Lancashire men at Flodden was Sir Richard Assheton, with his company, from Middleton Hall, near Manchester, a residence which forms the subject of one of Ainsworth's detailed descriptions in the third book of the Lancashire Witches. Unfortunately, the Flodden banner, so carefully preserved today between sheets of glass in Middleton Church, has proved to be of 18th century date. But Middleton boasts, nevertheless, a Flodden window, which ranks among the three best specimens of mediaeval glass in Lancashire, the others being, in Mr. Cheetham's judgment, at Ashton-under-Lyne and at Cartmel. The Flodden window, now much mutilated, represented originally Sir Richard Assheton and his lady in scarlet, in long garments, with an attendant squire in blue, his chaplain also in blue kneeling before an altar, and 17 bowmen also in blue with long hair, and the name of each man originally placed over each figure. Concerning which men a poem dated rather more than a century later says that people tell that on the same lands now their children dwell, as yet so called. Thus Middleton men of to-day draw lustre from their gallant forefathers, as their forefathers won lustre at Flodden. Less than another quarter of a century passes, and Lancashire men are mustering once more, 3,000 assembled from the Furness Fells alone in the rising known as the Pilgrimage of Grace. It is again a Derby, the third Earl of that name, to whom the King looks to keep the county loyal, and Derby led a force of 8,000 to Preston, his cousin Lord Monteagle also taking command. The monks of Furness, Whalley and Sawley, just over the Yorkshire border, were implicated, and the rebels, first at Hawkshead and then at Clitheroe, as Lord Derby reports, assembled them together, and with force then unknown to me suddenly took the Abbey of Whalley. It is this precise moment that is seized by Harrison Ainsworth for the opening scene of his Lancashire Witches. No doubt the beacons on Lancashire hills have blazed out many times, and one writer after another has found it convenient to fire them. Ainsworth lights them for the Pilgrimage of Grace, Macaulay for the Armada, Halliwell Sutcliffe for the 45. In the first case, as the novel opens, there were 8 watchers by the beacon on Pendle Hill, and as the night advances the signals flare up on Blackstone Edge, above the gorge of Cliviger, on Ighton Hill, on Bolesworth, over Padiham, above Trawden Forest, on Longridge at Ribchester, on Wolf Crag, on Bowland, and so away towards Lancaster, while to the east they flash by Foulridge and Cowley Hill, and on to Skipton. It is a graphic picture, easy to realise as we stand on Pendle today, and not less graphic is Ainsworth's description of the sudden disillusion of the rebels. " Look around," exclaims the Abbot, " 30 fires are in sight. Before an hour 500 men will be gathered before the gates of Whalley." " True," replied Demdike, " but they will not own the Earl of Poverty for their leader." " What leader will they own, then ?"" The Earl of Derby," replied Demdike. " He is on his way thither with Lord Monteagle from Preston." The insurrection was soon over, but the little boys at the Free Grammar School at Manchester, that had just been founded by a certain Bishop Oldham, a protege of the pious Lady Margaret at Latham House, must have seen some gruesome sights. For under the direction of the Earl of Derby the rebels were brought to trial, and there were gibbets erected at Manchester, at Whalley, and at Lancaster, the Abbots of Sawley and Whalley paying the last penalty with the rest, and the Abbot of Furness only escaping by the most disgraceful temporising. It cannot have been more than 2 or 3 years after this at the most that King Henry VIII's antiquary, Leland, made his itinerary through our county, entering it from Cheshire by a great bridge of timber called Crossford Bridge, and passing on by many a stately hall to Manchester, which he finds to be the fairest, best builded, quickest and most populous town of all Lancastershire, having Salford as a suburb. and he learns that wild boars, bulls, and falcons bred in time past at Blackley hard by. We have already quoted his words about Chat Moss. From there he turns northwards, sweeping round Bolton to Chorley and Preston, seeing, just as we see to day as we speed by in the train, a line of hills on the right that still continued on the same hand till I came to Lancaster, that is, Angles, Ark, and Longridge, and then the outliers of the forests of Bleasdale and Bowland. You can understand how these beautiful hills would impress themselves upon one making his way slowly up the western plain on horseback, fording the rivers and keeping his eyes open to every smallest detail of landscape and town. Referring to one of these hills, he says, " Commonly the people thereabout calleth it Rivenpike." They call it Rivington Pike to day. Between Manchester and the Moss he sees " enclosed ground partly pasturable, partly fruitful of corn, and much pleasure of orchards." Up towards the hills be three forests of deer, Wyerdale, Bowland, and Bleasdale. They be partly woody, partly heathy. Beyond Warton the country is very hilly and marvellous rocky. Very noticeable in all these ancient itineraries is the careful reference to the rivers. We rush across rivers to day in trains or motors, and hardly note them at all. But in Leland's time it was necessary not only to find fords, but to ascertain whether they were practicable at particular states of the flood. Hence he is very careful to note bridges where they occur, those, for example, at Manchester, and the great stone bridge of Ribble having 5 great arches. This last is the old bridge at Walton le Dale, just south of Preston, across which Cromwell chased the Scots a century later. It was Leland's special business to note antiquities and curiosities of ecclesiology. Hence we find him telling of the Augustinian priory at Burscough, near Ormskirk, the central piers of which are standing, an isolated ruin to day; of the Cistercian abbey of Cockersand on Morecambe Bay, standing very bleakly and object to all winds, as we find it even now if we visit its beautiful Early English chapter house, which still remains quite perfect; a place of black monks by Latham, which seems to be the Benedictine priory at Upholland, the ruins of which are also yet to be seen; priories of black canons at Cartmel and Conishead; Whalley Abbey and Furness Abbey up in the mountains, which is hardly a correct description of its position, and seems to indicate that he never actually visited Furness. He may have been deterred by the difficult crossing of the sands, but we know that he afterwards examined the Coucher book of the Abbey when it had been forwarded to London. He is particular in noting the parish churches as he passes each (Liverpool, by the way, has only a chapel), and the dykes and foundations and other relics of Roman forts, at Manchester, at Lancaster, and at Overborough. Castles, or ruins of castles, he finds at Greenhalgh, Hornby, Gleaston, Liverpool, and Bury. Liverpool is a good haven, where small custom is paid, so that Irish merchants are encouraged to come there, bringing yarn for the Manchester weavers. There is mention, too, of the making of cottons at Bolton. The cottons of those days, of course, did not contain cotton. Of iron working at Horwich, also of iron sometimes made about Bury. Now, by lack of wood, the blow shops decay there. At Preston he notes that the market place of the town is fair. It is fairer still to day, flanked as it is by its beautiful town hall, Sir Gilbert Scott's conception, its Harris Institute and Sessions House. And it is interesting to find that this was the feature that struck Leland then. On the other hand, the Ribble goeth round about a great piece of the ground about town, yet it toucheth not the town itself by space of about half a mile, which means that in Leland's time Preston was a little town clustering round the market square and the church. And if we measure to day, we find that Leland's estimate of their distance from the river was almost exactly correct. The space is filled up now. One other interesting point: he finds that the Ribble divides the diocese of Chester from that of York. It is the Ribble once more, so that Preston is in the diocese of York, while its suburb Penwortham is in the diocese of Chester. And this perhaps gives us a limiting date for his visit, for in 1541 Henry VIII brought the two divisions, except Furness and Cartmel, into the diocese of Chester, and so they remained till the See of Manchester was created in 1847, and that of Liverpool in 1880. Leland found cannel and coal pits in West Derby. At Bolton they burned some cannel, but more sea coal, of the which the pits be not far off. They burned turf also. Sea coal was merely so called because it was first brought from Newcastle to London by sea. Nor does his observant eye miss the quarry at Manchester. Is it the one at Ardwick or Collyhurst? Just as he has much to say about the salt works he has seen in Cheshire. Wigan quite holds its own, the residents there being some merchants, some artificers, some farmers, which seems to be a most desirable and convenient combination. Wigan, moreover, is paved, as indeed it is to day, and is " as big as Warrington and better builded," though he grants that Warrington is of " pretty bigness." Finally, taking us to the northern confines of the county, about the borders of Westmorlandshire and Lancastershire be many dales, and in every one of them a brook giving its name to the dale. How true, and even to this day the men of the district are called dalesmen. So leaving us, in his quaint language and quainter spelling, this welcome living picture of Lancashire as his keenly observant eye saw it at the time of the Reformation, King Henry VIII's serious faced antiquary mounts his palfrey, fords the river Kent, passes on to Kendal, and we see him no more. Yet think of it for a moment. Leland rode through Lancashire at the time that the suppression of the monasteries was actually taking place. Buildings that to us are mere ruins, and of whose history and meaning we may have only a vague idea, Leland had known when the hum of monastic life was heard in them. To him they were the abodes of actual men whom he had met. In 1533 King Henry had given him special authority to search the libraries of the monasteries and colleges for valuable manuscripts, and he had undertaken the task with his accustomed zeal. He had actually asked for Cromwell's assistance in the matter, being himself a Protestant and a supporter of Henry's ecclesiastical policy. Thus in Lancashire, that being the district we are considering here, the Benedictine priories of Penwortham and Lytham and Upholland, the single little Cluniac cell at Kersal in Salford, the Cistercian houses at Furness, Wyresdale and Whalley, the Augustinian priories at Conishead, Cartmel, Burscough and Cockerham, the Premonstratensian abbey at Cockersand, the houses of Dominican, Franciscan and Austin friars at Lancaster, Preston and Warrington respectively, to most of which he makes reference in his record, and of most of which we have remains even today, were to him living institutions which were lapsing before his very eyes. For every one of these houses, even to the tiny cell at Kensall, was sold or let or destroyed or sequestered either before his visit or immediately after. In a number of cases the monks were withdrawn by the parent foundation in anticipation of disaster. Only the College of Manchester, the fellows of which were under no vow, and the chantries were left unmolested, and these were in their turn dissolved in the reign of Edward VI. One of Edward VI.'s chaplains, a certain John Bradford, a native of Manchester, was among those specially appointed to preach the new doctrines and recommend the Reformation in Lancashire. He was also one of the first to be sacrificed in the Marian persecution. On the day of Mary's coronation he saved a Roman Catholic priest from the fury of a London mob. " Ah, Bradford," exclaimed a spectator, " thou savest one who will help to burn thee." He was arrested in the same year, and after lingering for some time in confinement was burned at Smithfield. He was not, however, the first of the Lancashire martyrs. Some months earlier the faggots had been piled round a certain George Marsh at Chester, and he was burned to death there for teaching Protestant doctrines and refusing to compromise. Marsh had been a small farmer at Smithhills, north west of Bolton, where stands the beautiful Smithhills Hall, the successor of buildings dating back to the 7th century. He had taken orders and protested against the religious changes in Mary's reign. I visited Smithhills Hall in the red glory of an afternoon in mid-January, when the park drives, white with snow, stood out in contrast to the dark green sward and the black masses of the leafless trees. As I was leaving the hall, after being courteously allowed to see it, I was asked, " Have you seen the footprint?" I had not even heard of it. I was then taken to the lobby that unites two wings of the house. A grating was lifted from the floor, and stamped on the stone beneath it in a dark red colour I saw the impress of a human foot. When washed, the impression came out quite clearly. This, according to one of the really interesting Lancashire legends (they are not all interesting), is the mark made when George Marsh, charged by Justice Barton, the then owner of Smithills Hall, with heretical opinions, stamped upon the floor and emphatically denied the imputation. We will not try (indeed it would not be easy) to explain away this famous story. Rather let us picture the brave old Lancashire yeoman cleric with his " Here stand I can none other. Were there as many devils in Chester as roof tiles, I would on." For it was in the Lady Chapel of Chester Cathedral that he finally faced his " Diet of Worms." To complete the trio of Lancashire martyrs, we must for the moment pass nearly a century beyond Leland's time. Our third martyr comes from another beautiful Lancashire home, Barlow Hall in the southern district of Manchester. Educated abroad as a missionary priest, and sent back to convert his native county, Father Ambrose, as he was called, was as zealous an advocate of the Roman Catholic position as Bradford and Marsh of the opposing doctrines. It was on an Easter Day that he was arrested by a clergyman who, as a substitute for his sermon, let out his congregation for the purpose, and in September 1641 he was executed at Lancaster. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Lancashire by Francis Archibald Bruton. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Lancashire's War of Religion. Among the many stately halls and seats of the nobility that Leland remarked on his ride through Lancashire, and which he generally terms places, we may note my Lord of Derby's place and park called Alport Park at Manchester, and the same nobleman's chiefest house, most part of stone, at Latham near Ormskirk. My Lord of Derby had besides, of course, a park having a pretty house at Knowsley near Prescott, and a few years later he was to have the college at Manchester as a residence also. The chiefest house at Latham and the park called Alport at Manchester were so completely swept away a century later that I believe, in spite of conjectures, the very foundations cannot now be discovered, nor even the sites identified. They were both destroyed during the great Civil War, which in Lancashire was largely a war of religion. Perhaps the principal, and certainly the most pathetic figure in this struggle, was the Earl of Derby, to whom these mansions belonged. There is probably no episode in the history of the county the study of which brings us into more intimate touch with the Lancashire of to day, at any rate as regards its county families, its castles, its famous residences, and the story of the rise of its great towns. No description of Lancashire as it is could fail to remind us continually of the main incidents of this great struggle. As we cross the county from the Mersey even to the Lune and the Wenning, one place after another recalls some romantic incident of the war. It is therefore fitting that some details of the struggle should appear here. But there is another reason quite as important. Up to nearly the middle of the 17th century Lancashire had maintained the isolation that was partly the result of its physical structure. It was now that it finally shook off its feudal trammels and asserted itself, making its voice heard in Parliament, in the King's ear, and in the country. Everything that happened during the century that elapsed between the Pilgrimage of Grace and the outbreak of civil war seemed to have tended only to accentuate the religious differences that culminated in that great struggle. It was not that the people resented the changes implied by the Reformation. These they accepted more or less pacifically. Slowly, almost imperceptibly, England became Protestant. But the tyranny of the various ecclesiastical commissions that followed on the Pilgrimage of Grace, and of the Council of the North that came later, the apprehensions raised by the enormous numbers of recusants, as the Roman Catholics were called, found in the county, the resulting constant prosecution and persecution of these, and the ever-present dread of the Spanish menace, all these combined to accentuate a feeling of unrest, of which the keynote was religion. Some conception of the strong feeling that existed then against secret Popish propaganda in the county may be gathered from a contemporary description of Lancashire as the very sink of Popery, where more unlawful acts had been committed and more unlawful persons kept secret than in any part of the kingdom. In the very middle of the period came Queen Elizabeth's call to arm " in defence of country, liberty, wife, children, lands, life, and that which is especially to be regarded for the preservation of the true, sincere religion of Christ "; and when the terrible suspense of the Armada was over, the Earl of Derby wrote from Lathom House giving directions for a public service of prayer and thanksgiving for the great deliverance. A few years later there was again a menace of invasion, on this occasion from Ireland. It was during these times, no doubt, that the beacons were manned and watched, as Macaulay describes so graphically. We do not seem to have any adequate record of these beacons. There is definite mention of a beacon on Rivington Pike as early as 1591, though the present tower on that hill will not probably date back further than the 18th century. The beacons were not necessarily placed on the highest points, but on those that were visible across wide stretches of country. Rivington Pike, for instance, is not so high as the adjacent Winter Hill. Beacon Fell, west of Chipping, is less than 900 feet high. There was a beacon at Houghton, less than 600 feet above the sea. The beacon which Macaulay places on Gaunt's embattled pile would not be at half that height. The beacon on Mellor Hill, north of Blackburn, was only just over 700 feet. If there was a beacon on Ashurst Hill, above the Vale of the Douglas, that is less than 600 feet high. But in all these cases it will be found that the view commanded from the site of the beacon is very extensive. Thus the hill at Houghton, roughly midway between Preston and Blackburn, rising steeply above the River Darwen, enjoys a view that stretches across the Fylde and Morecambe Bay to the Lake Mountains on one side, while southwards it ranges over the coastal plain of Lancashire and Cheshire to the hills of Wales. It was here, in one of the beautiful historic houses of Lancashire, that King James I is said to have stayed on the occasion of his famous progress through the county in 1617. The Spanish menace had passed, but the growing strength of the Puritans in Lancashire was becoming more manifest, and the disappointment at the result of the Hampton Court Conference had helped to bring matters to a head. Houghton Towers, in spite of damage done to it during the Civil War, when the great tower was blown up after its capture by the Parliamentary forces, and in spite of subsequent neglect and restorations, still remains one of the finest examples of Renaissance architecture in the country, and as such is shown as one of the glories of Lancashire. Harrison Ainsworth described the mansion and its surroundings in great detail in the third book of his Lancashire Witches, and included in his story the presentation to James of the petition in favour of Sunday sports. In the proclamation which the King issued later in his Book of Sports, he took occasion to mention that he had found it necessary to rebuke some Puritans and precise people for prohibiting and unlawfully punishing of his good people for using their lawful recreations and honest exercises upon Sundays after service. He further stated that he had found two classes of people in Lancashire, Papists and Puritans, and hinted that all Puritans and Precisians must conform or leave the country. Such an insult to what Lord Morley calls militant Puritanism could not fail to hasten a crisis, and in the minds of the Puritans of Lancashire, to quote the same writer, sacred things and secular became one interest, so that in the famous petition sent to Parliament from Lancashire in 1641 their pent-up resentment found vent in such expressions as the Civil War of the Church. Lecturing in Manchester Cathedral in June 1921 on the occasion of the quincentenary of the Collegiate Church, Professor Tout emphasised the fact that in the 17th century religion was the thing that stirred the English mind most, and that everything, especially political contests, centred not round questions of politics but round questions of religion. Several years earlier Lancashire had had an opportunity of expressing its disapproval of Stuart methods of government. In 1635 Humphrey Chetham, the famous Manchester philanthropist, was engaged as sheriff of the county in trying to exact the tax, misnamed ship money, which had been imposed by the King. " The county is very averse to the payment of the money," reported the sheriff. " It bends itself against this tax. Two of our largest hundreds stand out, and will neither assess nor pay." These hundreds, curiously, were Amounderness and Lonsdale, which were not industrial districts, and were by no means anti-royalist in sentiment. Wigan, with its farmers, merchants, and artificers, as Leland pictures it for us, was all behind the inhabitants having denied the payment. Clearly, as we said at the beginning of this chapter, Lancashire was beginning to assert itself. It was in such a spirit that the elections for the Long Parliament took place, and we find it interesting to see how Lancashire stood. 2 members were returned for the county, and 2 each respectively for the towns of Lancaster, Preston, Newton, Wigan, Clitheroe and Liverpool. Lord Morley has a pregnant passage in his Cromwell where he refers to this election. After naming some famous members, he says: "These and many another historic name make the list read to day like a catalogue of the existing county families, and it is hardly an exaggeration to say that the House of Lords now contains a smaller proportion of ancient blood than the famous lineages that figure in the roll of the great revolutionary House of Commons. It was essentially an aristocratic and not a popular House." Nevertheless, there was a majority for the Parliament among the Lancashire members. The names he singles out for Lancashire are Assheton, Shuttleworth, Leigh and Bridgeman. Leigh does not appear among those elected at first, and of course 2 at least must be added later. Lieutenant General Charles Worsley, elected for Manchester on Cromwell's nomination (the election seems to have been carried out by the constables), and Radcliffe his successor. Worsley was Cromwell's most trusted henchman, and is said to have been the person who " took away the bauble." These were Manchester's only members till the town was enfranchised in 1832. We have now reached the period of the Great Rebellion. On the King's side the principal leaders, besides Derby and Molyneux, were Thomas Tyldesley and Sir Gilbert Hoghton, while on the other side we find Ralph Assheton of Middleton. There were Ralph Asshetons also from Whalley and from Downham, Richard Shuttleworth of Gawthorpe, and Alexander Rigby. For some reasons not easily explained, the part played by Lancashire in the Civil War is almost ignored in the histories of today. It was not so ignored at the time. Parliament fully acknowledged its importance, and instituted a collection throughout the country to assist Lancashire in meeting the heavy losses it had incurred. Cromwell, as we have seen, recognised Lancashire's share by nominating a member to represent Manchester in the Long Parliament. Perhaps the explanation of the omission is partly to be sought in the physical isolation of the county, which shut it off largely from the rest of the country, gave it, so to speak, a civil war to itself, and therefore kept its leaders of necessity within its bounds. Certainly one of the main reasons assigned for the failure of the Royalists in the county is their liability to be drawn off to other fields of action, and the occasional absence of those who led them. It may be mentioned that the King was pressed at the outset to raise his standard at Warrington, which may be taken as some indication of the high hopes of the Lancashire Royalists on the outbreak of war. Certain it is that Lancashire led the fighting in the country, and that the fighting began at Manchester, exemplifying the fact that the towns, as towns, were then beginning to assert themselves, and Manchester, having unsolicited received its baptism of fire, became from that time the centre of operations for the Parliament in the county. The solidarity of Manchester at the commencement was very noticeable, and was a striking evidence of the sincerity amounting to religious zeal that lay behind its resistance. For the result was by no means a foregone conclusion. On the contrary, the fortunes of war at the outset would seem to be all on the other side. Equally sincere, and fired by an unswerving loyalty, was the nobleman who summoned the town of Manchester on September 25th, 1642, ill-starred as his career was, and his loyalty rang true to the last. He became the 7th Earl of Derby by the death of his father during the siege. Months before the war began, petitions had been sent to King Charles from Lancashire, the last being signed by nearly 8,000 men of the County Palatine. Manchester has no fortifications, and we may read to-day the names of the gentlemen who were told off to command along the various streets, and at Salford Bridge, on that Sunday morning when the worshippers at the old church were startled by hearing the church bells rung backwards, and rushed out of church to find Lord Strange with his tiny cannon at the entrance to the town. We have no space here for the details. The fact that it was the time of the annual 3 days' fair, held in what is now called St Anne's Square, the sniping from the tower of the old church, now Manchester Cathedral, the siege guns firing balls weighing 4, 6 and 8 pounds respectively, the casting of bullets in the beleaguered town, the singing of psalms in the streets by the garrison, and so on. Lord Strange abandoned the siege in 6 days, and all was over weeks before the Battle of Edgehill had begun. A glance at a war map of Lancashire at that moment will show that only the hundreds of Blackburn and Salford, the districts of the growing industrial towns, stood for the Parliament at the outset. Lonsdale, Amounderness, Leyland and West Derby are solid for the King, and we have seen that he was actually urged by Lord Strange to raise his standard in the last of these. It will conduce to a clearer understanding of what follows if we bear in mind what has just been said. Acting from Manchester as a centre, the Parliamentary forces gradually pressed outwards, reducing one Royalist stronghold after another, till the county was in their hands. That is, in a word, the strategy of the war in Lancashire. The Roman Catholics, who were in great force in the county, were solid for the King, to whom indeed they sent their own petition asking for permission to bear arms, a request that was readily granted. Manchester itself saw no more fighting during the war. Instead, as we have just said, it became the Parliamentary headquarters for Lancashire, and was continually sending out men from what was called the Manchester garrison to push the war in the various parts of the county. Over these operations we must pass very lightly, our main object being to connect the story with places that may be visited to day. Adhering to their policy of confining their operations to Lancashire, the Manchester garrison pressed northwards and westwards. A mere glance at any map of Lancashire will show the tremendous strategic importance of Preston to troops occupying the west and north of the county, and this was the objective of the advancing force. Preston, moreover, as is also the case today, was largely occupied by Roman Catholics. We have spoken of the conspicuous and commanding position of Hoghton Towers. Kindling his beacon there, Sir John Hoghton summoned the Fylde, occupied Blackburn, and advanced on Whalley. The Manchester garrison surprised and recaptured Blackburn, and advancing from there in February of the following year, with Shuttleworth as their leader, they made an attack on Preston by moonlight, and took it. As a counter-movement, the Royalists now attacked Bolton, the Geneva of the north, as famous for its Calvinists as Preston was for its Roman Catholics. Bolton is very prominent in the Civil War, and we are to see the last painful scene of the drama enacted there. The two attacks on Bolton were among the most hotly contested in the whole struggle. The first failed, and the Parliamentarians used their breathing time to occupy Lancaster, another strategic point, which had been left insufficiently garrisoned. With Preston and Lancaster lost, it is clear that the west is weakening. And now comes a curious and almost romantic incident. Descending from the wild scenery of the Trough of Bowland, the River Wyre meanders lazily through the northern half of the plain of the Fylde, eventually broadening into a tidal estuary which opens to the sea at the point where now stands the quite modern town of Fleetwood. In March of 1643 a Spanish frigate carrying troops appeared off Rossall Point, just outside the mouth of the river, firing signals of distress. A pilot was sent out, and the ship was brought in and beached in the creek where the entrance to the present Wyre dock may now be seen. Strangely enough, either because such was the custom of the time, or because the vessel was Spanish, she was treated by Royalists and Parliamentarians alike as mere jetsam. The Parliament first sent forward a force and placed a guard on the vessel. The Earl of Derby, hearing of the incident, crossed from his home at Latham with a troop of horse, captured the guard, took off the Spanish officers and their ladies to Latham House, and set the ship on fire. The Parliamentary troops, whose indecision is not easy to understand, waited for the end of the conflagration, and then dredged up the guns and sent them to Lancaster to reinforce their defences there. The Spanish sailors seem to have died of privation on an inhospitable coast, but their officers were sent to Flanders in accordance with a resolution of the House of Lords. The net result of the affair seems to be that the arrival of the Spanish guns at Lancaster gave a new incentive to the Royalists to recapture the place. In the middle of March the Earl of Derby set off from Wigan, crossed the Ribble to Lytham, and summoned the Fylde. Joined by Tyldesley, and with a force of between 4,000 and 5,000 men, he pressed on to Lancaster, sacked the town, leaving the castle well alone, and hurrying back was able to capture Preston. The Royal Star was evidently in the ascendant. Indeed, one of the Royalist organs, notorious for its inaccuracy, went so far as to report " all Lancashire except Manchester is in Royalist hands." Moreover, Queen Henrietta had pushed troops on to Skipton on the other side of the Pennines. Alas ! This was the one successful blow struck by the Royalists, but it was only feebly followed up, and meanwhile the other side had recovered confidence, garrisoned Bury as a new centre of operations, and made a spirited attack upon Wigan, where the garrison actually occupied the church as a last resort, and sniped the enemy from the tower. Once more Derby failed to retaliate, and finally he retired to Lathom, where his brave lady, a worthy granddaughter of William the Silent, was writing desperate appeals to Prince Rupert. If only she had been Earl and he Countess! But then we should never have had the immortal story of the siege of Lathom House, which was soon to be consummated. For a moment things brightened once more for her side. Warrington withstood an attack made upon it, and the Earl, suddenly assuming the offensive with about 5,000 men, marched along the Ribble and occupied Whalley, spending the night at the house that a little more than a century before had been the Abbot's lodging. Colonel Shuttleworth received the news at his house at Gawthorpe during the night, roused the countryside, and though outnumbered in the proportion of at least 4 to 1, was encouraged by the spirit of his men to await the Earl's advance the next morning. What followed decided the fate of the Civil War in Lancashire. 845 years before, almost to the day, for both events took place in April, another Battle of Whalley was fought, as recorded in the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, when Duke Eardwulf of Northumbria, being threatened with a conspiracy, overcame his enemies. This second Battle of Whalley, decided on April 20th, 1643, amid such beautiful scenery, on such historic ground, has been so graphically described by Mr. Ernest Broxap in his account of the Civil War in Lancashire, that I venture, with permission, to reproduce his narrative here, verbatim. His story is condensed from the details given in contemporary tracts, and I may add that the site of the opening skirmish is also very beautifully described by Harrison Ainsworth in the chapter entitled Read Hall in the second book of the Lancashire Witches. About a mile from Whalley, on the high road to Padiham, a by road turns up the hill to the left. After passing a further turn to Sabden, it leaves on the right hand a farmhouse called Easterley, crosses Sabden Brook, skirts the grounds of Read Hall, and descends again to join the main road. There seems no doubt that in this now secluded and very beautiful lane the decisive encounter of the Civil War in Lancashire began. The contemporary account describes the Royalists as mounting out of a hollow dingle between Ashterley and Reedhead. The Parliamentarian troops awaited the Royalist advance just above Read Hall, hiding their musketeers behind stone walls on either side of the lane. Presently they saw the advance guards descending the hill of Easterley to the brook. As the Royalists mounted again out of the hollow, they were surprised by a well-directed volley which threw them into disorder, and the Parliamentarians followed up their advantage so well that the Royalists broke and fled back towards Whalley, pursued by the Parliamentary foot. Tyldesley himself was with the advance guard and joined in the flight. Gaining confidence as they proceeded, Shuttleworth's men pressed the Royalists hard, and by the time they had reached Whalley the retreat had become a rout. The Royalists who remained at Whalley, being taken by surprise, were not able to make any stand, but joined the flying troops, who were now pursued along the way they had come, through Langho to the River Ribble. The chase extended over about 5 miles, and the Parliamentarian troops, as they followed, found the country strewn with arms which the Royalists had cast away in their flight. The Earl of Derby himself with difficulty maintained some sort of order in the rearguard. Arrived at Salisbury, horse and foot plunged into the water without waiting for the boats, and waded the river up to their necks. Once across they were safe from attack, but the flight continued to Preston, and Derby did not draw rein till he reached Penwortham Hall. After this Derby left the county, and the Parliamentary troops swept all before them: Wigan, Warrington, Liverpool, Preston, Lancaster, Hornby, Thurland. till by June 1643 only Latham House near Ormskirk and Greenhalgh Castle, which was built by the first Earl of Derby just to the east of Garstang, remained to be taken. The striking feature of the war in Lancashire hitherto has been the independent part played by the towns. It is not a story of feudal lords leading out their retainers. The combatants on the side of the Parliament are descended from those whom Leland a century before saw plying their various trades in the centres of population. It has been said that the last remnant of feudalism in Lancashire died when the 7th Earl of Derby was executed at Bolton. For the moment, now, we are to see a great feudal house make a gallant stand, as the result of the heroism of a woman who, though not Lancashire born, has shed lustre on Lancashire. There is a Latham House to day, but the Latham House that was built by the first Earl of Derby, the Stanley who was present at Bosworth Battle, the castle with massive walls and battlements, the glory of the county, as a contemporary describes it, was razed to the ground and completely blotted out in 1644. The siege of this mansion has no military importance, though it was decided upon by the Manchester Committee, and Sir Thomas Fairfax himself took part in it. The intrepid Charlotte de Tremoille, the Earl's brave lady, was at once appointed Commander-in-Chief of the beleaguered garrison, and as we read of the scornful and haughty rejoinders she hurled back at the besiegers, and of the intrepid and gallant defence she made, we are reminded involuntarily of another bravest among women, the wife of Hasdrubal, who, standing on the walls of burning Carthage 18 centuries before, and realising that all was lost, threw herself with her children into the flames rather than grace a Roman triumph. The Countess of Derby, in answer to the first summons to surrender, conceived it more knightly that Fairfax should wait on her than she on him. And he did wait upon her, and was so impressed with the strength of her garrison that he delayed the attack. " Tell that insolent rebel," she replied to another summons, " that he shall have neither persons, goods, nor house. When our strength and provision is spent, we shall find a fire more merciful than Rigby. And then, if the providence of God prevent it not, my goods and house shall burn in his sight. Myself, children, and soldiers, rather than fall into his hands, will seal our religion and loyalty in the same flames." On hearing which gallant retort, the loyal garrison shouted, " We will die for his Majesty and your honour." As we read the account of this thrilling scene, we seem for the moment to be carried forward towards an event that took place in the Hungarian Diet exactly a century later, to see Maria Theresa robed in black, holding her child in her arms, and to hear the shout of her Parliament, " We will die for our King, Maria Theresa." Into the details of the famous siege we cannot enter here. It lasted for exactly 3 months, when it was raised by Rupert, who, after a ruthless attack upon Bolton, in which he was joined by the Earl (the Bolton people never forgot that tragedy), sent to the gallant Countess the colours of those who had been her besiegers, and then marched on Liverpool. On the map of Liverpool of that day we recognise Chapel Street and Water Street, Old Hall Street and Castle Street. The creek, or pool, from which the place took its name, was of course open then. There is little besides except the castle, the tower, which was the Liverpool house of the Stanleys, and the Old Hall, which curiously had been the residence of the Moores, a descendant of whom held the town for the Parliament. As he looked down on this little town from the east, Rupert likened it to a crow's nest that might easily be taken. Before he had done with it he decided that it might more appropriately be compared to an eagle's eyrie or a den of lions. By the time Rupert reached Latham House after the capture of Liverpool, the brave Countess and her children were safe in their island home. A few weeks later he himself was retreating through Lancashire after an encounter with a body of men called Ironsides at Marston Moor, and he left the county, as we saw in our first chapter, by Hale Ford. Greenhalgh Castle, built by the first Earl of Derby in 1490, which with Latham House still remained to be captured, stands on a knoll half a mile to the south east of Garstang near the Wyre. It was taken and demolished and has never been restored, and then the dread of another invasion by Rupert led to the guarding of the Hale Ford. After Naseby and another defeat, Charles advised the surrender of Latham House, and this was carried out on December 3rd, 1645. What the gallant Countess said when she heard of it we do not know, but her pious husband entered a number of texts from the Book of Job and Jeremiah in his Book of Devotions, with the heading, " A meditation which I made when the tidings were brought to me of the delivering up of Lathom House to the enemy." The fighting in Lancashire that followed is rather concerned with the country as a whole. The Duke of Hamilton, advancing to Preston from Scotland in 1648, was taken cleverly in flank by Cromwell, who advanced along the Ribble, and crossing the Hodder by the bridge that bears his name, stayed the night at Stonyhurst, where they still show the table on which he slept. Ribbleton Moor, east of Preston, where Cromwell attacked, is not all built over even to day. The bridge over which Cromwell drove the fleeing Scots, however, has been replaced by one a little further upstream. It is interesting to stand on this bridge to day and try to recall the scene: the swift sure stroke of a man who knew his business and knew his men, the clatter of the Ironsides over the broad Ribble bridge up to Walton Church, and then through the village to the bridge over Darwen (the present bridge is modern also), and so on to the south. This is, of course, the event to which Milton refers in his sonnet, dated May 1652, and addressed to the Lord General Cromwell: While Darwen's stream with blood of Scots imbrued, And Dunbar field resounds thy praises loud. We have Cromwell's account of the whole affair, in exceptionally minute detail, in 4 letters (63 to 66 in Carlyle's collection), the first being a hurried dispatch to the Committee at Manchester, written from his camp close to the enemy at Walton, the day after the battle, only the Darwen lying between the two armies. The second, a full account sent 3 days later to the Speaker from the camp at Warrington, after the enemy had surrendered and accepted his terms. Let us not omit to notice that when Cromwell and his army arrived at Lower Hodder Bridge on August the 16th, they held a council of war, as a result of which they crossed by what is now called Cromwell's Bridge, spent the night at Stonyhurst, and pushed on to Preston early the next morning. Note also how many times the word "weary" occurs in these letters, and so form some idea of the relentless singleness of purpose with which this man pressed on. Charles Stewart, be it remembered, was at the moment hiding in the Isle of Wight, negotiating with the Scots, and here in front of Cromwell were the Scots themselves. And, says Cromwell, we are since confirmed that they intended for London itself. Clearly something had to be done, and done quickly. A certain Captain Hodgson, an honest Yorkshire Puritan, tells how Cromwell came up to his advance guard and ordered them to march. "We, not having half our men come up, desired a little patience. 'March,' said Cromwell, and so the Battle of Preston began. We lay that night," writes Cromwell 3 days later, "in the field close to the enemy, being very dirty and weary, and having marched 12 miles of such ground as I never rode in all my life, the day being very wet." These are the 12 miles from Walton le Dale by Exton, Charnock Richard, and Standish to Wigan. Charles II came that way only 3 years later, on his way to meet this same Oliver Cromwell at Worcester. But if we were weary, what about the poor Scots? "They are so tired and in such confusion that if my horse could but trot after them I could take them all. But then, we are so weary that we can scarce be able to do more than walk after them. So I gave him these terms, that he should surrender himself and all his officers and soldiers prisoners of war, with all his horses and ammunition, to me." Such clear, modest terms. Cromwell concludes his letter to the Speaker with an estimate that the enemy were 21,000 strong to his 8,600, and a fervent prayer that "they who are incapable and will not leave troubling the land may speedily be destroyed out of the land." Parliament ordered a day of universal thanksgiving for this wonderful great success. 3 years later came the last of the fighting in Lancashire. The Scots entered the county again in August 1651. Preston once more saw a march past of royal troops (it was to see several more yet), and Lambert hung on to their rear. Derby landed with troops in the Wyre, and tried to raise a force. Meanwhile, Colonel Lilburne, who had been dispatched to Lancashire, was hurrying up with his regiment. Reaching Preston, he encamped first at Brindle, and then moved to Horton. The Royalists marched on Wigan, and Lilburne overtook them. About 3 o'clock on August 24th, 1651, they were seen advancing up Standish Lane under Derby and Sir Thomas Tyldesley and a number of others, a last array of the Lancashire Royalists. Sweeping down upon them came the finest soldiers in Europe. Wigan Lane, up which the tram runs now, was then a broad sandy road, and Lilburne, sighting the enemy, placed his men behind the hedges and waited. Very clear in these men's minds would be the memory of what had happened in this same lane 3 years before, when a certain Oliver Cromwell was there. The Battle of Wigan Lane that followed was the fiercest of all the fighting in Lancashire. Lord Widdrington, Sir Thomas Tyldesley, Sir William Throgmorton, and Captain Boynton were all slain there, and Derby himself was wounded, but he got away and managed to reach Worcester 2 days before Cromwell received his crowning mercy. Captured after the battle, he was tried and sentenced. 10 voted for Bolton and 8 for Manchester as the place of execution, and in the market square at Bolton on October 15th, 1651, the martyr Earl paid the penalty, at once of his unswerving loyalty and his unfitness for the task assigned to him by fate. As we walk up Wigan Lane to day, we may note 2 memorials. At the point where Standish Gate passes into Wigan Lane stands the remnant of Mab's Cross, to which is attached one of the most beautiful and one of the best authenticated of the Lancashire legends. Lancashire can hardly be said to have been fortunate in the compiler of her legends. He collected them, it's true, and so far the county owes him a debt of gratitude, but he enveloped them in such a cloud of prolix and tedious elaboration from his own pen that when at last we lay down his book we seem to have lost touch with the legends themselves altogether. Let us give the legend of Mab's Cross, as it is set forth in the Bradshaw Pedigree of 1647, drawn up only 4 years before the battle of which we have been speaking. Sir William Bradshaw was a great traveller and a soldier, and married to Mabel, daughter and sole heir of Hugh Norris of Haigh. Of this Mabel is a story by tradition of undoubted verity, that in Sir William Bradshaw's absence, being 10 years away in the Holy Wars, she married a Welsh knight. Sir William, returning from the wars, came in a palmer's habit among the poor to Haigh, who, when she saw, and conjecturing that he favoured her former husband, wept, for which the knight chastised her. At which Sir William went and made himself known to his tenants, in which space the knight fled, but near to Newton Park Sir William overtook and slew him. The said Dame Mabel was enjoined by her confessor to do penance by going once every week barefoot and bare-legged to a cross near Wigan from the Haigh where she lived, and it is called Mab's Cross to this day, and their monument lies in Wigan Church. To this quaint narrative we may add that the bloody stone embedded in the side of the footpath near the railway station at Newton le Willows is said to mark the spot where the Welsh knight was slain. Sir Walter Scott, in his introduction to The Betrothed, has collected a number of similar legends, but he acknowledges that he adopted his idea of the tale chiefly from the edition preserved in the mansion of Haigh Hall, of old the mansion house of the family of Bradshaw, now possessed by their descendants on the female side, the Earls of Balcarras. And he says that he had the story from Lady Balcarras. Lady Mabel would probably be pleased if she knew that to day the beautiful grounds of Haigh Hall are thrown open to the people of Wigan. As an object lesson of the industries of the district, there is actually included in the park a coal seam cropping out to the surface. The legend attached to Mab's Cross has drawn us far away from the Civil War, but if we pass a little further up Wigan Lane we shall find on the right a reminder that will bring us back at once to the fierce fight that took place here in 1651. For there is the monument erected by Colonel Rigby to the chivalrous Sir Thomas Tyldesley, who was quite the ablest of the Lancashire Royalists. He fought right through the war in Lancashire, and afterwards in other parts of the country, and here, as we have already told, he met his death in the fiercest fight of all. No monument has ever been raised to his ill-starred leader. The nemesis of the Bolton massacre seems to cling to him even now. So ended Lancashire's Holy War. We have called it a war of religion. In 1646 a petition was sent to Parliament from Lancashire, bearing about 13,000 signatures, praying that Presbyterianism may be set up as the national religion, the petitioners claiming that it was they who had won the county of Lancaster for the Parliament, and the division of Lancashire into 9 Presbyterian classes was sanctioned by Parliament in the same year. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Lancashire by Francis Archibald Bruton. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. The Lancashire Revolution. The boast is often made that the great English Revolution of 1688 was a bloodless revolution. There were episodes, nevertheless, that seem to belie that statement. Similarly, it may be said that the Lancashire Revolution, which came a century later, and whose consummation was not reached in nearly so short a time, was bloodless. Yet there were episodes, such as those at Shude Hill and Peterloo and elsewhere, which seem to show that its birth did not take place without throes. This Lancashire Revolution concerns us closely here, in so far as it changed the face of the land between Ribble and Mersey, throwing over it, as it were, a mantle of smoke-laden cloud, and sowing it thickly with great and busy centres of industry. So thickly, indeed, that you pass from one to the other through continuous lanes of houses, sowing it, too, with forests of tall chimneys that have blotted out much that was beautiful. And this transformation has set the teeming population that flock to these hives of ceaseless labour problems in the social and economic spheres that are not by any means solved today, in spite of the efforts, for many decades, of statesmen and politicians, of philanthropists and economists, and of leaders in industry and labour. And having blotted out, as we say, or at any rate besmirched, much that was beautiful in outdoor nature, it gradually substituted for these lost beauties much that was beautiful in art and in architecture, in museums and galleries, in parks and pleasure grounds, and many other treasures that are the pride of the great centres of population. While, as the Revolution progressed, it evolved the majestic proportions and graceful curves of the great locomotives and the giant liners, the rhythmic swing of the huge beam engines that fascinated you as you watched them, the fine precision and gliding motion of forests of throbbing machinery, the whirl of turbines and electric armatures, the pendulum-like march of the mules backwards and forwards, like things of life, all the creation of man's brain and working his will. It has given us eventually such masterpieces as St. George's Hall, Liverpool. Is there a more striking building in the country? And higher up in the same city, the delicately beautiful Lady Chapel of a cathedral, that will, when at length it is completed, be the largest in the kingdom. It has given us buildings like the Town Hall, Exchange, and Law Courts in Manchester, the structures that flank the principal square at Preston, the Town Hall at Rochdale, and the various municipal and public buildings of all the great towns. Out of its very necessities has sprung a philanthropy whose results are seen in long vistas of hospitals, and in healing institutions scattered broadcast over the county. We pass over, as mere episodes, not seriously touching the history or progress of Lancashire, and certainly not affecting its outward appearance, events like the rising in favour of the Old Pretender in 1715, which was checked at Preston, and the march of Prince Charlie through Lancashire and back 30 years later. There are picturesque elements in the second, it is true, and Ainsworth took these events as the themes for 2 of his historical novels, which are not in any way comparable with his story of the Lancashire witches. Still less successful, perhaps, is Halliwell Sutcliffe's reference to the 45 in his Rycroft of Withens. It has been left curiously to a number of lady writers to portray in fiction some of the features of the great Revolution of which we are speaking, to Mrs. Linnaeus Banks, Mrs. Louisa Potter, Mrs. Elizabeth Gaskell, and, for some graphic touches of Lancashire life during the cotton famine, we might mention Mrs. Francis Hodgson Burnett. Mrs. Francis Blundell's stories refer rather to the life of the non-industrial areas. The meaning of the struggle to those who felt the brunt of the change has been told by Samuel Bamford, and much is also reflected in the dialect writings of other Lancashire men, such as John Collier, Edwin Waugh, and Ben Brierley. It is only fair to say that while Lancashire was absorbed during the last quarter of the 18th century and the first half of the 19th in the progress of this revolution, she was always ready to bear her arm and support the country in the long wars that occupied so much of that period. The roots of the revolution lie deep down in the history of the whole district. The textile industry grew up largely in the hilly districts, where men were, as we have already said, painfully taking in the land from the stubborn moors. A graphic picture of this intaking is drawn from Halliwell Sutcliffe's Through Sorrow's Gates. While this slow work was in progress, the hardy and thrifty men who were prosecuting it had, especially in the winter, ample leisure for other occupations, and hence there sprang up the custom of combining the work of keeping small farms with occupations such as spinning and weaving, the former being consigned largely to women and children, the latter to the men. Manchester becoming eventually the collecting and distributing centre, partly because of its geographical position at a point where many valleys converge, partly no doubt because it stood at the crossing of two main roads, originally Roman, partly on account of its situation on the Irwell, which, as we have seen, was diverted in geological ages. Quite recently, in a history of Halifax, some extracts have been published from the diary of one of the farmer weavers of whom we have been speaking. Many of these early representatives of the Lancashire trade held their small estates by copyhold of the lord of the manor, and the estate would often consist of land that was at one time afforested. I notice, for example, as an illustration of this fact, that the inscription on one face of the Pilgrim's Cross Memorial, which stands high up on Holcombe Moor, and which would lie, I think, within the bounds of the ancient forest of Tottington, records that it was set up by the copyholders of the manor, which seems to show that the ancient copyhold tenure still persists there, at any rate in name. In practice it is, I suppose, hardly distinguishable from freehold. In these early days, spinning and weaving were carried on largely in the homes of the people, the weaving at the large low windows of the cottages and farmhouses, some of which remain to day, and are actually called loom houses. Certain operations were more conveniently performed in mills, and at this period, as well as later, when machinery largely displaced hand labour, these mills were placed not only on streams, but if possible where streams met, where there was not only a quantity of water, but a good fall. This will explain the position of most of the great cotton towns, though Oldham seems to form a curious exception. The impossibility of providing yarn for the looms by the old spinning wheel turned inventive minds to the problem of constructing spinning machinery, and it is not so well known that it might be that at the Chadwick Museum at Bolton a splendid collection of the early machines may be seen, illustrating the evolution of the mule, while Hall i' the Wood, hard by, is preserved for posterity as the home of its inventor. It is a curious fact that not one of the great galaxy of inventors who contributed to this result was a Manchester man. Improved spinning machinery produced a glut of yarn, and then came the power loom, the invention of a southerner, and with it the introduction of steam power and improved means of communication, and the factory system, and the migration of the population to the towns, and the great transformation of South Lancashire from an agricultural to a manufacturing district. Beyond this point our present task does not require that we should pursue the story. With all the phases of the Industrial Revolution, with its social and economic results, with the struggle for representation, parliamentary and local, with the story of Chartism, with the exploitation of the labour of women and children, the long series of Factory Acts, the removal of the duties on corn, the establishment of the co-operative system, the development of industrial combination, the enormous expansion of trade, the fillip given to this by the construction of a ship canal, with all these, closely interwoven as they are with the story of industrial Lancashire, we are not here concerned. At this point, therefore, we conclude what we had to say on the historical development of the county. We spoke of lady writers. Nowhere, however, are the phases of this change more faithfully pictured than in the writings of Dr. James Kay, afterwards Sir James Kay Shuttleworth, father of the present Lord Shuttleworth. In his pamphlet, for example, on the condition of the working classes in the cotton towns, and in his novels Ribblesdale and Scarsdale. It is good to know that the life of this man is in preparation. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Lancashire by Francis Archibald Bruton. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. The Rivers of Lancashire. Having in the 4 chapters just past dealt in some detail with the main features of the historical development of the county, we turn now to treat a little more fully the physical features that were outlined in chapter 3, and first of the rivers, which are such a striking feature of its scenery. The rivers of Lancashire, and we shall see that this is true also of the lakes, fall into several classes. North of the sands, with the exception of the Brathay, they take a southerly direction, feeding or draining the lakes which lie north and south, according to the relief of the district. The streams that reach the sea there widen to beautiful estuaries, of which something is said later. South of the sands the rivers take a more or less south-westerly direction, though the Wyre and the Mersey swing round to the north-west before entering the sea. Owing to the varied surface of the county, all its rivers must at one time have been beautiful. Several of those north of the great coalfield are still exceptionally so, but the streams that flow through the industrial areas have lost their earlier charm. Only here and there do they give glimpses of their former glories. The principal rivers of Lancashire do not rise in the county. The Lune, for example, taking its rise in Westmorland, is in Lancashire for only 2/5 of its course, while the Ribble and the Hodder, having their origin in Yorkshire, may have their lengths about equally divided between the two counties. Of the Mersey we have spoken elsewhere. Formerly, as Leland tells us, the name did not apply to the whole stream. Below Runcorn it was known as Runcorn Water. Here it widens to a great bottle-shaped estuary, with Crosby Channel as its neck. Writing about a quarter of a century ago, when he was Professor of Physics at Liverpool University, Sir Oliver Lodge said of this estuary that it was represented by a large expanse of shallow water, with a few dry channels. The width of the river here varies from 2 to 3 miles, and this tract constitutes a gigantic basin 12 miles long and 2½ miles broad, capable of storing at high tides 600 million tons of water. This great reservoir gets filled at every spring tide, half filled at every neap tide, and its scour, as it empties itself twice a day, is sufficient to maintain a deep and open channel, not only in the estuary, but 8 miles further out to sea. The Mersey still has some pretty wooded stretches near Didsbury, and along the shore from Hale to Speke and Garston, from which we may gather some conception of what it was before industrialism darkened its waters. Of its tributaries, the Tame forms the south-eastern boundary of the county, and it was the valley of this stream that was chosen for what is now the line of the London and North Western Railway into Yorkshire. The Irwell, however, has a more pronounced individuality. On Deerplay Moor, some 2 miles north of Bacup, the occupants of a small house will show you, in their cellar, a spring which they assert is one of the sources of the river. Another spring, deep down in an adjoining field, comes to the surface at a drinking trough, a photograph of which was given to me as marking the other source of the Irwell. From this point the stream runs merrily down the channel it has cut for itself through the moors of the Forest of Rossendale. But almost from its source it has been utilised in years past for driving mills, which are threaded all along its banks, as they are also along the banks of its tributaries, the Irk, the Roch and the Medlock. The mills on the Irk were noted as early as the 16th century by Leland. Swinging round to the west of the high ground of the Forest of Rossendale, the Irwell takes a direct southerly course, between Scoutmoor on the east and Holcombe Moor on the west, emerging, as it were, from a great gate in the hills, to be joined, near Radcliffe, by the Roch, which, taking its rise on the slope of Blackstone Edge, comes down its broad valley to meet it. Here the combined streams turn sharply to the west, and at this point, apparently, we reach a crisis in the history of the Irwell. The geologists see evidence that at one time the Irwell continued its course westwards, and perhaps found its own outlet to the Irish Sea. Why then should it now swerve back to the south-east, as it does by Farnworth, and so continue through what was once beautiful green country to Manchester, where it once more swings to the west, and is today lost in the Ship Canal? The answer seems to be that the great Irwell Valley fault diverted its course, and so, as the geologists will tell you, made Manchester. For Manchester lies where the streams of the Irwell basin converge. The rocks of the coal basin, as we have seen, dip towards the city in a great semicircle, and the Irwell basin is practically coterminous with the hundred of Salford. It is interesting to note once more how the railways have utilised the valleys that the rivers have carved through the lofty uplands of the Forest of Rossendale. Further west it is the flatness of the sandstone plain and the low western margin of the coalfield that gave the engineers their opportunity. A wild and beautiful stream the Irwell must have been before it was harnessed to the service of man. Enough remains to show us that. The western half of the great Rossendale anticline is drained by streams running north and south. Down the wild and beautiful Turton valley, where even now you may see the very railway banks covered with bluebells in the spring, runs the Bradshaw Brook to join the waters of the Tonge issuing from Belmont Lake. Northwards from the same watershed, on the other hand, flows the Darwen. Rising on Turton Moor above the town that bears its name, this river flows through the richly wooded Horton Bottoms, graphically described by Ainsworth in the Lancashire Witches, washes the foot of the steep green hill that is crowned by Horton Towers, wanders through Samsbury Bottoms, and finally enters the Ribble at Walton le Dale, where it shares with that river all the romantic memories of the Preston rout, as described in an earlier chapter, and has the honour, as we have seen, of being mentioned in one of Milton's most famous sonnets. Across the great plain between the estuaries of the Mersey and the Ribble run two streams, one of which, as we have seen, is not unknown to fame. The Little Alt, whose name is said to mean a stream, rises near Huyton, half-way between Liverpool and St Helens, and enters the sea by the Crosby Lighthouse, just south of Formby Point. The Douglas has its source near Rivington Pike, and after sweeping round the eminence on which Wigan Church now stands, and on which the Roman fort of Coccium stood once, turns northwards and enters the Ribble estuary above Hesketh Bank and Becconsall. These villages were once close to the shore, but land won from the sea has thrown them about a mile inland. The Fylde is drained mainly by the Wyre. Near the point where the narrow trough of Bowland opens out to the heather-covered fells to the west — I think I have never seen finer heather than grows here — 2 or 3 streams, the Grisdale, the Tarn Brook, and the Marshaw, unite to form the Wyre, which later receives another Grisdale brook and the smallest of the 3 Calders, coming down from Catsfell and Calderfell respectively. Near the Abbeystead Reservoir, where the first named streams unite, the scenery is picturesque, but later the river winds lazily through the flat Fylde. At the pretty village of St Michael's on Wyre it flows between high banks. A little lower down it becomes tidal, and mud flats rob it of its beauty. A picturesque incident connected with this river that occurred during the Civil War is related in an earlier chapter. We have to be careful to distinguish between 3 Calders. We have just mentioned the smallest of the 3 which joins the Wyre. Near the point called Calderhead, 2 streams of this name take their rise. With the one which flows south east into Yorkshire we are not here concerned. The Lancashire Calder, on the other hand, flows north west from this point, through one of the most beautiful valleys in the county, the Gorge of Cliviger, whose very name is said to be derived from the cliffs that overhang it, especially on the western side. The river is fouled somewhat, so as to spoil its beauty as it rolls over its rocky bed, and its waters seem to be naturally stained by iron deposits. But it reaches pretty scenery again near Whalley, as is described in Ainsworth's novel. Full justice is done to the beauties of this stream and the valley through which it flows by Mr Ormerod in his monograph entitled Calderdale, which is illustrated by the author's own delightful photographs of the Calder scenery, preserving much that perhaps we shall not see again. It is pleasant to descend into this beautiful vale beside one of the streams that flow steeply down its western slope, the streams, for example, that come down on either side of Thieveley Pike, and bring you out in front of the beautiful home of the Whitakers at Holme. In the little churchyard above the hall here is buried Sir James Yorke Scarlett, who led the charge of the Heavy Brigade at Balaclava. Rounding the hill to the north east we come upon the Brun, a tributary of the Calder that gives its name to Burnley, and here we are on classic ground. On the banks of the Brun stands the Hollins, the home of Philip Gilbert Hamerton, and high up the stream at the little old world hamlet of Hurstwood, hardly altered from what it may have been in the 16th century, stands Spencer's house, about half way between the Elizabethan building known as Hurstwood Hall the fine inscription upon it is dated 1579, and a smaller dwelling typical of the same period, known as Tattersall's Tenement. Upon very doubtful evidence, write the authors of the Victoria History of Lancashire, the poet Spenser is said to have sprung from this family, and it is supposed that he composed his Shepherd's Calendar while staying with his relatives here. The writers of the article on Spenser in the Dictionary of National Biography are much more confident. They boldly assert that the poet's hereditary connection with the Burnley district is corroborated by his dialect, that we find many traces of the North East Lancashire vocabulary and way of speaking in the Shepherd's Calendar, and finally, and most courageous of all, that the most plausible theory seems to be that Rosalind was one Rose, daughter of a yeoman named Darnley, who lived at Clitheroe. Mr. Ormerod has summarised the evidence and the arguments in his Calderdale, and there we must leave the question, only adding that whatever be the truth of the matter, Hurstwood will well repay a visit. In Spenser's time, whether he was ever at Hurstwood or not, the upper waters of the Bruton came singing down a narrow and beautiful gorge cut in the breast of Black Hameldon, and a spot at the top of the glen was traditionally known as Spenser's Seat. My one attempt to reach this ended in my finding myself up against the dam of a reservoir, and it is to be feared, I cannot speak with certainty, that Spenser's Seat has been demolished in the interests of the Burnley water supply. Rising then, as we have said, in the breast of Black Hameldon, the Brun joins the Calder about a mile short of the point where the Calder receives Pendle water, also in its turn sometimes named Calder, and the Calder enters the Ribble just below the spot where the Ribble and the Hodder unite, thus justifying the oft-quoted couplet which asserts that the Hodder, the Calder, the Ribble and Rain all meet together in Mitton domain. Just as an illustration of Carlyle's careful editing, we might quote a sentence here from his Cromwell. Cromwell, in his letter to the Speaker describing the Battle of Preston, confuses the Hodder with the Ribble. On the 16th, he says, he came to Hodder Bridge over Ribble. This is, of course, the old bridge now known as Cromwell's Bridge that crosses the Hodder a little below Stonyhurst. Over Hodder, rather, says Carlyle, which is the chief tributary of the Ribble in these upland parts, and little inferior to the main stream in size. Ribble from the north east, Hodder from the north, then a few miles further Calder from the south, after which Ribble pursues its old direction, draining an extensive hill tract by means of inconsiderable brooks, and receiving no notable stream on either side, till far down the Darwen from the east and south falls in near Preston, and the united waters, now a respectable river, rush swiftly into the Irish Sea. All of which is an excellent description of the course of this part of the Ribble. And yet Carlyle himself is not quite correct, for the point where the Calder joins the main stream is not even 1 mile below its junction with the Hodder. The Ribble and the Hodder, as we have seen in the first chapter, form for perhaps nearly 20 miles the boundary between Lancashire and Yorkshire. Those who wish to sense these two streams will not fail to perambulate this most beautiful stretch of the county's borderline, for the Ribble and the Hodder are two of the glories of Lancashire. Year by year the salmon come up these streams, and year by year people go in crowds to Paythorn Bridge, just across the border, on Salmon Sunday, to watch the spawning of the fish. Year by year the angler wades into these rivers and whips them for trout, and year by year the huntsman puts down the otters that have had their halts along the banks, and watching the wily creature as it comes to the surface to vent, cheers his hounds on to a kill. Those who have spent long spring days roaming by the banks of these streams will agree that ever afterwards the very name Hodder becomes synonymous with beauty. It has become so to generations of Stonyhurst boys, thousands of whom have had their joy of youthful sports along its banks, and carry with them through life indelible pictures of its charm. I propose that we should trace the Lancashire boundary along these two rivers, though indeed we might with advantage follow them first in their Yorkshire haunts. The Ribble, wandering amid open meadows as it does, between Wigglesworth and Long Preston, with Pennygent a prominent object in the near distance, or plunging into its deep wooded dale between Gisborne and Sawley before entering Lancashire. The Hodder coming down through the wild forest of Bowland by Sladeburn and Newton, where its waters are now to be captured to supply the wants of Blackpool and the Fylde, and then winding round by Dunsop Bridge, where it receives the tributary streams that descend from Syke Fell and the Trough of Bowland, to link up with the Lancashire boundary just above Whitewell. We might start, for convenience, from Chatburn station, and it shall be on a day near the end of May, when the twofold shout of the cuckoo is heard in the land, and the bare ruined choirs, where late the sweet birds sang, are bare no longer, but hung with a tracery that our foremost architects can only faintly imitate; when the warblers have returned from over the seas, and from every copse comes the linked sweetness, long drawn out, of the willow wren's strain, the one strain that has a dying fall; when all the other little nimble musicians of the air are warbling forth their curious ditties. We will halt for a moment by Downham Hall to listen to the rich music of the blackcap, and the whispered shivering song of the wood warbler in the sycamores, to admire the noble timber, and to enjoy the view right and left. Parallel with the road by which we have climbed, the Roman road from Ribchester to Ilkley has been climbing up Downham Park behind the high wall on our right, and now in the field just above the park gates, in the angle formed by the two roads, we may see the ridge of the Roman road plainly running up the hill till it is lost in the copse above. The park wall here, by the way, is built right over a carried boulder, which is marked Great Stone on the first edition of the 6-inch Ordnance Map, and is close to the Roman road. Surely Downham is one of the sweetest spots in Lancashire. To the left we note the contrast between the browns of Waddington Fell and the green slopes of Grindleton close by. Stonyhurst boys will tell you that the chickweed winter green grows plentifully on Waddington. The copper beeches down in the valley by the Ribble are a pleasing feature, and if we lift our eyes to the horizon there are the familiar outlines of Ingleborough and Pen-y-Ghent. Whernside will be hidden. As we pass the village with its quaint old stocks (I choose the middle road), we will sit for a moment on the steps of the church porch to look at Pendle standing boldly up in the sunshine from the buttresses of so many shades of green that crowd round his base. Pendle is hoary just now with his spring bloom of cotton grass. Later, another white bloom will be seen, the delicate flower of the cloudberry, and then we should find in the marshy places the flower that is named from Lancashire. There are 3 English counties that have given their names to flowers, and of all 3 flowers, surely the bright yellow star-like Lancashire bog asphodel, with its deep orange anthers and woolly filaments, is the most beautiful. " It grows in many rotten moorish grounds in the kingdom," says Gerard, who himself calls it the Lancashire asphodel, and is used in Lancashire by women to dye their hair of a yellowish colour. Sitting here in the churchyard at Downham, we are reminded of one of the beautiful Pendle legends. It is said that in the belfry behind us there are 3 bells that once hung in the conventual church at Whalley Abbey, and that as the shepherds crossing the Pendle on calm nights pass through Ashendene Clough or Ravenholme, they fancy they hear a soft low chime in the distance, and believe that the monks' bells at Downham are still ringing for midnight prayers as they did centuries ago. Our progress will be slow, for we shall be halting continually to identify some flower in the hedgerow, or to search for a nest, or to watch the cuckoo relentlessly pursued by a tiny bird, or to listen to the indignant remonstrances that a lapwing is addressing to a lamb that has trespassed on her domain, or to note a fine example of contorted strata in a limestone quarry. And the instances of this round Clitheroe are so striking that one of them was actually selected as an illustration for the memoir of the Geological Survey of the district. Suddenly, where the hedge banks are coloured, as it were, with a dark crane's bill and the deep tinted water avens, and not far from a dried pond bed that is carpeted with horsetail and marsh marigold, we drop into a lovely wooded dell, and find ourselves a little later following the Lancashire boundary by the side of the pretty Ings Beck, where the fields are strewn with the rose-coloured pasture lousewort, and the woods with the purple orchis. Further up the beck to the right, the Roman road from Ribchester crosses it into Yorkshire. We follow the beck through a wide green strath until it runs under the Sawley road at Smithies Bridge, and enters the Ribble into the broad green meadows beyond, where the kine stand cooling themselves in mid-stream, and a mare is drinking at the water's edge while her baby, new to earth and sky, is vainly trying to follow her example. It will be remembered that the Ribble has not only been, for part of its course, the dividing line between Lancashire and Yorkshire, but that for long years also the stream as a whole was a dividing line separating, first of all, into Ripham et Mersham from the country to the north of it, and separating the diocese of Lichfield from the diocese of York, long before the huge diocese of Manchester had been thought of. And now for many miles, if we follow the two rivers, our attention is distracted, not so much perhaps by the flowers as the birds, for we are in the very midst of that strange mingling of joy and anxiety, the nesting season. 3 or 4 sandpipers shoot by close to the water, with that shrilly sweet whistle which is surely the most joyous of all bird calls. The redshanks and the wagtails stand, bowing quaintly on stones in mid-stream. Across the river the sand martins are flitting in and out of their homes in the river bank, and then skimming the water with the swallows, the house martins, and the swifts. And see, I speak only of what I've seen myself, with a sharp whistle a dark bird shoots upstream that shows at first a burst of deep chestnut red, and then a flash of turquoise blue. It is Tennyson's sea blue bird, Halcyon, the secret splendour of the brooks. Once more the heavenly power makes all things new. At least one note is missing in the charm of song that rings through the land. I do not remember to have heard the chiff-chaff once in all my wanderings by these lovely rivers, and not more than once have I seen there the quick glance of the spotted fly-catcher as it darts out from its perch and back again. The county boundary does not keep to mid-stream all the way. Occasionally it comes ashore and cuts off a tiny loop of land on one side or the other. " In 2 yards you'll be in Yorkshire," I was told once, as I was wandering along the Lancashire shore. Why is this? We have seen already that further down the course of the river has so changed within the period of written history that a great part of the Roman fort at Ribchester has been washed away. Similarly, just before the county boundary leaves the Hodder beyond Whitewell, it becomes the chord of a wide arc of the stream. Thus the variations in the map that we might hastily attribute to careless draughtsmanship are possibly indications of changes in the bed of the river since the first boundary was set. After passing 2 bridges we reach Brungerley, and here, as we have already seen, tradition has been busy. Just above the point where the stone bridge now crosses the stream, people who still remember them will show you where the hipping stones stood, though indeed a quarter of a mile upstream the nearly vertical strata have provided natural hipping stones enough to satisfy anyone. It was here, as we have seen, that Henry VI crossed, and somewhere about here, some say in the wood now occupied by Brungerley Park, that he was taken. Not far from Brungerley, too, was the inn whose sign showed the Dule upon Dun, the legend of which is too familiar to need repetition. A little below Brungerley a long weir captures the water for the Low Moor Mill, and here is a fine exposure in the river bed of the Carboniferous limestone, dipping apparently to the south east. It is better perhaps to take the Yorkshire side of the river below the mill, and to return to the left bank at Eddisford. Here we come upon the birds once more. The black-headed gulls are everywhere. A colony of sand martins is busy at the southern end of the horseshoe bend that sweeps round the green strath opposite to Henthorn House. A pair of sandpipers circle moaning in the air, or perch on the rails, uttering that most plaintive of all bird cries, and so advertising to the best of their ability that which they are most anxious to conceal. The swallows ply their ceaseless toil above the water, while the redshanks whirl around overhead, uttering their shrill and oft-repeated cries, and drooping their wings as though even at that height they would brood their defenceless young. As we have seen already, the joys of the nesting season are touched with sadness. Turning our back on the river here for one moment, we see that from this point the whole ridge of Pendle comes into view. As we now approach Great Mitton the view is very fine. The river cuts into its high precipitous bank in a grand curve, while its right bank is fringed by a low meadow that must be covered in flood time. For those who live by these streams will tell you, what you may indeed see by observing the trees by the waterside, that the artificial banks that have been raised in the low-lying country are none too high for the rise of the water in the rainy season. Well above the meadow stand the church and cemetery of Great Mitton, where the Shireburn monuments are, and the tower and the trees are finely silhouetted against the dark wooded mass of Kemple End, over which the sun hangs as if loath to leave such a lovely scene, while the bridge across the Ribble just beneath is buried in a mass of dark foliage. Below this well-known bridge the Ribble makes a fine sweep under rich timber before it receives on its right bank the broad and beautiful Hodder. It is pleasant to sit on the narrow tongue of land between the two rivers, and look downstream across the beautiful watersmeet glistening in the sunshine; the Ribble babbling noisily on its course, the Hodder gliding smoothly into it, and the two uniting in a dark central pool, beyond which rises a belt of trees, and then the Pendle range above Wiltshire. We may well end our day here, and wandering back to Mitton Bridge sit above the cliff beyond it, and hope against hope that an otter will come down to fish the dark pool far below us. We watched one here once, and that hope, often deferred though always justified, is one of the charms of wandering by these streams. Just before the Hodder meets the Ribble it flows below a steep cliff, from the top of which a superb, deeply wooded stretch of the river discloses itself. It is our introduction to the scenery of this delightful stream, and soon we find ourselves at one of the most famous points, where it is crossed by two bridges. We sit on the old narrow grass-covered bridge (how narrow it is!), unprotected by parapet or railing, and thank those who left this picturesque structure standing when the new bridge close by was constructed in 1826. For the combination of Cromwell's Bridge, as it is called, though it was standing a century before Cromwell crossed it on his way to Preston, and the three-arched bridge that superseded it, and has now done duty for nearly a century, at a point where the broad stream is shut in to the north and south by fine timber, gives us one of the pictures of which Lancashire is justly proud; and our interest is not lessened when we remember that the road that leads down to the new bridge was constructed by a certain John Loudon Macadam, whose ideas on roads were somewhat in advance of his time. The road that led from the old bridge seems to have quite disappeared. You linger on this old bridge, taking the view now up the stream, now down, and watching the wagtails and the gulls disporting themselves on the long spit of pebbles below, or on the sharp edges of the upturned strata in the river bed; and then, leaving lower Hodder bridges, follow the stream to higher Hodder, sometimes making your way through thickets, far below which you can hear the roar of the river; sometimes through woods by the waterside that are carpeted with the trim yellow pimpernel, or its rival, the little yellow loosestrife, of more careless habit, where the woodcock flits noiselessly by, and perching a few yards away assumes an attitude of mimicry, looking for all the world like a piece of dead wood. A sound of boys' voices seems to tell us that we are near Hodder Place, the preparatory school for Stonyhurst, and presently we reach the bathing place of the school. In the meadows above, if only we had time, the Stonyhurst boys would perhaps show us where to find the mealy primrose and the frog orchis, whose haunts they know so well. The views up and down stream from all the bridges on both rivers are fine, but those on the Ribble are perhaps not so rich as these. It is above higher Hodder Bridge that they seem to reach their culminating point, near Sandleholme, for example, and Bashall Eaves, where you find the beautiful glove flower growing close to the water's edge, where the river winds perceptibly, and in following it you rise at one moment to the top of a steep wooded cliff, from which the stream is invisible, being buried in foliage of many shades, and then drop suddenly to a green walk close to the water's side, to listen to the river babbling over its rocky bed to its accompaniment of bird-song, or watch the trout in the clear pools, while the fussy curlews (strange to find curlews here) wheel over your head. We emerge at last at Doeford Bridge, and decide to finish our day by turning up the little River Loud, and so out into the open country by Chipping, where we can at last get our bearings. It is then that we begin to realise how far the Hodder has brought us. We have rounded the thickly wooded promontory known as Kemple End, and find that the northern face of Longridge is steep and bare of woods. Chipping is delightfully situated in open country with the green fells all around. Beacon Fell on the west, straight back of Longridge to the south, and nearer at hand to the north the graceful cone of Parlick, at whose foot the village lies. To the right of Parlick is the high ground of Burnslack, beyond which we look, as it were, through the gates of the Forest of Bowland, where we must trace the Hodder on the morrow. A pretty path runs along the left bank of the Hodder from Doeford Bridge, and by following this we emerge at length from a deep wooded gorge with high rocks on the right, at the tiny but picturesque hamlet of Whitewell in Bowland Forest. We are in Yorkshire, it's true, but the notices in the church porch show us that we are still in the diocese of Manchester. From the hill above and behind this little village we obtain a grand vista up the Hodder valley into the famous Bowland Forest. Here the river is seen winding its way in the open, high green fells bounding it on all hands. No sound is heard but the soughing of the wind and the occasional ripple of a curlew's call. Far up among the hills we see Dunsop Bridge at the valley's meet. Sitting here and looking up this long valley, where merely a house appears here and there at long intervals, I make out with my field glass the tiny Catholic church that stands at the mouth of the valley that runs back to the Trough of Bowland. I can see the white Townley monument in the churchyard, and I remember that it is there that you are asked to pray for the soul of Isabel Bruton. Indeed, I have seen the nuns kneeling there telling their beads, while a crimson light burnt at the altar, and when later I have come down the valley in the dark from the beautiful Trough of Bowland, the crimson light has been burning still. We have yet one last stretch of the river to perambulate, so we drop down to the valley again, and there once more is the graceful cone of Parlick to the left, and the long ridge of Burnslack, and between us and them ridge upon ridge of green fells, falling to a beautiful wood that encircles Whitewell. It is not far beyond the bridge that we reach the point where, as we saw in our first chapter, the county boundary leaves the Hodder and strikes right up over Syke Fell. Here, in the very heart of the wild forest of Bowland, completely encircled by green fells of great beauty, we end our perambulation of the river boundaries of Lancashire. So far we have been following the Ribble where it runs on the confines of the county. But there are beautiful stretches of the river lower down, above Ribchester for example, or near Samlesbury, where it curves grandly in a horseshoe loop between the steep wooded banks of Redscar. Of the estuary we have spoken elsewhere. Lastly, the Lune, which has given its name to the county. Here again we may conveniently commence by approaching the main stream along one of its tributaries. The county boundary which we saw in our first chapter, crossing Bowland Forest and coming down the slopes of Burn Moor, spans the River Wenning near Lower Bentham, and if we follow this stream westwards we come suddenly upon the castle at Hornby, occupying a strikingly picturesque site high up on the right bank of the river, about a mile from the point where it joins the Lune, coming down from Kirkby Lonsdale. Very little that we see of the castle now is ancient, but we have shown that its story has romantic associations with the history of the county. The Lune enters Lancashire less than 3 miles above Tunstall, the Brocklebridge church of Jane Eyre, and only a little over a mile from Cowan Bridge, the Lowood of the same novel. As we follow it down the broad valley with its green wall on the right, the views looking back are very fine, and the tower of Hornby Castle is always picturesque against a background of which the dominating feature is the bold mass of Ingleborough, with Pen y Ghent peeping over to the right. By Carton, the river sweeps out in a great loop away from the steep wall on its right bank, and then suddenly the whole valley contracts, as though blocked by debris. Through this obstacle the stream has cut its way in remarkable fashion, by making a sharp turn to the south, and then immediately turning north again, so forming the famous Crook of Lune. Here 3 bridges are almost superimposed upon one another. The railway strikes right across both arms of the Crook, and hurries on towards Lancaster, on the left bank of the river. The road from Caton crosses one arm of the Crook, and immediately mounts right over the railway bridge, and makes for Halton on the right bank. The crowding of the bridges and the way in which the river, which up to this point has been winding through a broad open vale, is suddenly lost in a deep wooded gorge. The suddenness of it all is very striking. From some point on the hill above, Turner composed a picture in which he combined the various features with inimitable art. Some 2 miles below Halton the Lune forms another crook, sweeping round the hill on which Count Roger of Poitou chose to erect his castle more than 8 centuries ago, the hill on which a wing of Roman cavalry is supposed to have thrown up fortifications 10 centuries earlier. Statements to the effect that Roman work still remains here should hardly be taken seriously. Apparently there may be evidence that the original Norman castle at Lancaster, as was to be expected, was of the mountain court form, and that the Norman keep still to be seen was erected by Count Roger. The gateway is dated to 1405, though the inner archway belongs to an earlier time. This famous entrance has been styled the greatest of English gatehouses. Though the site is only 120 feet above the sea, The views from it are wonderfully fine and extensive. Northwards as far as the Lake Mountains, westwards over Morecambe Bay, southwards across the Fylde, and eastwards past the northern fells of the Forest of Bowland to the limestone hills of Yorkshire, with a fine vista up the Lune valley to the north east. To these advantages of position may be added the command in early times of the lowest ford on the Lune at its foot. With much that is gruesome in the details shown to visitors at the castle to day, we do not deal here. But no one can stand on this historic site without reflecting for a moment, at any rate, upon the stories that the tragic muse could tell of the happenings here through the centuries. Of Count Roger there is as little to relate as of John of Gaunt. Even the legend that the latter cast a horseshoe while riding along one of the streets below is doubted now, though the horseshoe let into the street is renewed every 7 years. But it was here that the Abbots of Whalley and of Sawley paid the last penalty. Here George Marsh, the Lancashire martyr, was imprisoned during the Marian persecution, and here in his prison he prayed and read in a loud voice, so as to be heard by the people who assembled outside in the evenings. Here, when the tables were turned, one recusant after another went to the gallows for the faith, or was kept in confinement, though the complaint of the Bishop of Chester in 1598, that the prisoners were free to hunt and hawk and attend horse races at their pleasure, seems to show that discipline was sometimes lax. Here, in 1612, no less than 10 individuals from Pendle Forest were executed for witchcraft. Here, within half a century later, George Fox was twice imprisoned for declaring truth, and doubtless passed his time in writing exhortations. Here, probably, his brave consort followed him. Indeed, one room in the castle is still called the Quaker's Room, the offence of these people being a refusal to take the oath of allegiance. And here, not to carry the story further, the captive reformers were brought in 1819 after the tragedy of Peterloo, as described in minute detail by Samuel Bamford. But it is time to turn from these sad memories to let our gaze sweep once more over the wide view, and to admire the graceful dome of the Ashton monument that caps the highest ground in the township. Miles below Lancaster, just where the estuary of the Lune opens to Morecambe Bay, a tiny port is worthy of notice for historical reasons. It was at Sunderland, at the mouth of the Lune, that cotton is said to have been first landed in England, and here the curious visitor may see a memorial, dated about 1720, to a certain poor Sambo, who attended his master from the West Indies, but died on his arrival in England. The tiny port is described in ancient documents as at the foot of the water of the Lune. And here we may fittingly end what we had to say about the rivers of Lancashire. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Lancashire by Francis Archibald Bruton. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. The Lakes of Lancashire. The Lancashire lakes fall into 4 classes. The first and most interesting are the natural sheets of water formed in geological ages, partly as the result of glacial action. Such are Coniston and Esthwaite, and such smaller pools as Seathwaite Tarn, Lever's Water, Goat's Water, Bow Tarn, Blind Tarn, Tarn House, Blelham Tarn, Bawtree Tarn, Marton Mere, now little more than a moss, not to be confused with Martin Mere, which no longer exists, Urswick Tarn, and the little Haweswater near Silverdale. In the second class come those natural lakes, part of whose shores are in Lancashire territory, but whose waters are outside the county. Such are Winandermere and Elterwater, and Little Langdale Tarn. The county marches with the waters of these lakes, but does not claim them as its own, though in the days of the great abbey it had fishing rights on one of them at least. Next come those sheets of water, a number of them beautiful and adding beauty to the scenery, which are scattered as blue patches all over the map of Lancashire, especially in or on the borders of the industrial districts. The artificial reservoirs that have been constructed for the supply of water for drinking, for canals and for other purposes. It has been said that nowhere else in England has so much landscape beauty been provided artificially and undesignedly by the construction of great reservoirs. These sheets of water on which you come unexpectedly in walking over moors, or which you see dotting the landscape as you look down from some escarpment, are one of the features of the county. The most beautiful, perhaps, are the three lakes of Belmont, Anglesark, and Rivington, north of Bolton, and Hollingworth Lake, near Littleborough. Lastly, there are the lakes in other counties that have been constructed or captured by great Lancashire towns for the use of their teeming populations. Such are Thirlmere and Haweswater, that have been taken by the Manchester Corporation, and Lake Vyrnwy in Montgomeryshire, which has been specially formed to supply the wants of Liverpool. These are outside our province. From the point where the Brathay discharges its waters into Lake Windermere, down the whole western side of the lake, and up to a point on the eastern side level with the source of the Winster, the shores of Lake Windermere are in Lancashire. The historic points on the lake, Storrs Hall, with memories of Scott and Wordsworth, of Southey and Canning and Christopher North, Belle Isle with its story of the Phillipsons, and the Knoll where Harriet Martineau's sundial still invites light to come visit me, though this last is really beyond the lake itself, these are not included. But the ferry, with its tragic story of the accident to the wedding party returning from Hawkshead in the 17th century, when nearly 50 were drowned, and Cunsey Beck, singing through the woods as it carries its burden of water from Esthwaite into Windermere, babbling past the bobbin mill to-day, where perhaps stood the bloomeries of days gone by, and beautiful Gummer's How, raising its wooded crest steeply above the foot of the lake to a height of over 1,000 feet, and all the charms of Cartmel Fell and Claife Heights, and the whole of the beautiful River Leven that issues so clear from the foot of the lake and flows along its varied course to Greenodd, where Mr. Collingwood lands the Viking whose son becomes Thorstein of the Mere, till it widens to the Leven and Ulverston and Cartmel Sands. All of these are in Lancashire. Lord Avebury, in his Scenery of England, has much to say about the origin of Windermere, which he describes as a drowned river valley. He visited its outlet once with Mr. Marr, and he says that even a casual glance at the map suggests that the original outflow was down the Cartmel valley, and that the present eccentric course of the water by the gorge of the Leven is due to the natural exit being blocked by drift, which raised the level of the water until it found an outflow on one side. And indeed the great depth of the lake, 219 feet, is much nearer to the north end than the south, while round the islands opposite Bowness it is seldom more than 50 feet. However, as Cartmel is also in Lancashire, his suggestion as to the former course of the outlet would leave the boundaries of the county undisturbed. I wonder whether, when the monks of the Abbey were allowed a fixed number of boats on the lake for fishing, they were troubled by the water weeds, as anglers are to-day, especially the weed known to the boatmen as the polly. Professor Weiss, who has carefully investigated the matter and published some practical suggestions, thinks that the weed may have been introduced in the first place by fragments adhering to the feet of waterfowl. And here let it be pointed out that the Lancashire lakes obey the same law as most of the other lakes of this district, in that their axes lie roughly north and south. For it is a curious fact that an east and west line drawn right across the district through Grasmere or Scafell Pike would not cut a single lake, because it would run along the common watershed, a great oval boss of rock forming an axis of elevation from which the hills with which we are concerned stretch southwards like a great claw, so that if you find yourself, we will say, at Seathwaite in the extreme west — of course we speak always of Lancashire Seathwaite — and wish to get to Windermere in the east, you must climb in succession over the digits or fingers of the claw, or make a very long detour. Between these fingers you find the long narrow lakes, and the streams that feed and drain them, all with a more or less southerly direction, and the case is similar to the north of the watershed. The lakes all occur, be it noted, in the older rocks. It will be remembered that the rocks of our Lake District are among the oldest in the world. Fringing these rocks on the south is the curious belt of limestone. We do not find lakes in the limestone. Even Malham Tarn, which lies in the middle of the Yorkshire limestone, is no exception, for Malham is on a curious tongue of Silurian, the same rock that we have almost surrounding Coniston and Esthwaite and Windermere, against which the limestone is faulted. The occurrence of this belt of limestone fringing the lake country to the south may be explained in some such manner as the following. The hills of our Lake District were formed long before the disturbances occurred that raised the Pennines, and were welded into a compact mass partly by volcanic action, so that when the disturbances came in the Carboniferous period they withstood the strain, and the rocks snapped off round their base. Hence the circlet of faults that run round the district, and have thrown down the Carboniferous limestone in an almost continuous ring. On the Carboniferous rocks, so tilted, the New Red Sandstone was laid, which we find as a second outer fringe, as at Allithwaite and Barrow and Walney. There are some curious features round these lakes which are reminders of the glacial period. The long mounds, for example, variously called drumlins, or eskers, or kames in England, Ireland, and Scotland respectively, which seem to be the moulds or castings of the hollows in the lower face of the glaciers, preserved for us by the drift which filled them, occur along the south eastern shore of Lake Windermere, and are also found at Carnforth. Glacial action is clearly shown round Lake Esthwaite, which is supposed to have reached back much further than it does now in the direction of Hawkshead Hall, a number of the hills around its head consisting of drift. But Esthwaite and Coniston have associations more recent than those of the glacial period. My Esthwaite was Wordsworth's term of endearment for the former, and it was round this lake, as we have seen, that his impressionable boyhood's days were passed. Oft before the hour of school I travelled round our little lake, 5 miles of pleasant wandering. It is about Esthwaite that he tells that strange, weird story in the 5th book of the Prelude of his very first visit in his first week, when only 8 years old. As he was crossing one of those open fields which, shaped like ears, make green peninsulas on Esthwaite's lake, quite alone, he came upon the clothes of a man who had been drowned while bathing. The next day he watched the dragging of the lake for the body, saw the corpse rise suddenly upright out of the water, and, yet no soul debasing fear, young as I was, a child not 9 years old, possessed me, for my inner eye had seen such sights before among the shining streams of fairyland, the forest of romance. Mr. Cowper has suggested that from these very ear-like promontories, or ees, to which Wordsworth has just referred, they are still a striking and pleasing feature of Esthwaite. The lake may have taken its name. Wordsworth tells of boating and of skating, when, all shod with steel, we hissed along the polished ice in games confederate, and how he would himself often retire from the throng into a silent bay, or cut across the reflex of a star that fled and flying still before me gleamed upon the glassy plain. There is a particular view on Esthwaite which Wordsworth must often have seen. "Painted 20 times a week in the season," one of the natives said to me once as I was approaching it. It is the view obtained by looking up the lake from a point about 200 yards to the west of the beck that runs out of it at the southern end. "From here," writes Mr. Cowper, in his charming history of Hawkshead, "we look straight up the lake, and the promontories with their trees give a delightful variety to the scene." The charm, however, is in the colouring. A summer's day should be chosen, for the foliage is the great feature, and in the distant hills about Helvellyn, which close the background, we see right through the gap of Dunmail Raise, and beyond we can just discern a blue outline, the slopes of Skiddaw. A few paces either way and the view is lost. In the Prelude Wordsworth describes how, from under Esthwaite's splitting fields of ice, the pent-up air, struggling to free itself, gave out to meadow grounds and hills a loud protracted yelling. Wordsworth tells also of 2 pairs of swans on Esthwaite, of the old magnificent species, which I suppose would be the whooper, in a state of nature. They divided the lake and its in and out flowing streams between them, never trespassing a single yard upon each other's separate domain. There are swans there still, and there in early spring I have watched the Scaup diving one after another in perfect order, like a fleet of submarines submerging by signal. There I have seen the white satin plumage of the great crested grebe that is now beginning to frequent this northern English lake, and the tufted duck. And there I've watched the graceful redshank that has recently taken to nesting round its shores that were yellow with the stars of Wordsworth's favourite flower, while from the marsh came the pleasant hum of the bleating snipe, and from the moor above you heard continually the bubbling call of the curlew, Or perhaps you saw the birds standing by the lakeside, as though wondering why the tide did not go back here, as in Morecambe Bay. In the winter the great divers are sometimes seen here, and teal and pochard and shoveller and sheldrake and smew, and the herons and the gulls come up from Russland Pool, that haunt of the water-loving birds. These are only some of the birds for which Esthwaite is famous. Wordsworth tells of the bittern, and even the eagle being seen in the district in his time, but only the first of these is reported now, and that but occasionally. The peregrine and the raven and the buzzard, however, are still to be seen in the Hawkshead district, in spite of a persecution which at one time was so severe that the church accounts show that between 1731 and 1796, that is, in 65 years, 421 ravens were killed and paid for at the rate of 4d. each. That is an average of more than 6 in a year, and in the year 1780 no less than 24 were destroyed. Wordsworth, in his Scenery of the Lakes, mentions seeing bunches of unfledged ravens hanging in Hawkshead churchyard. One curious gap occurs in the bird life of the Furness Fells. The skylark is almost entirely absent. On the smooth, rounded green ees that project into Esthwaite, in the meadows round the lake, where the sweet coo-ee coo-ee of the peewit and the rich joyous song of the redshank are familiar sounds, not a lark is seen or heard. Coming down from the Furness Fells to Cartmel, the song of the lark is one of the first things I have noted. Miss Martineau, in her Guide to the Lakes, suggests one explanation. It is a rare pleasure in the Lake District, she says, to meet with the lark. It is only on a very wide expanse of moorland that it can happen. In the valleys the birds of prey allow no songsters. Do we act wisely in entirely neglecting these old guide books for the new ones? The large illustrated edition of Miss Martineau's Guide is a beautiful book, and is it as generally known as it might be that quite recently Professor de Salincourt has brought out an annotated edition of Wordsworth's Scenery of the Lakes? Matthew Arnold tells of a clergyman who once asked Wordsworth if he had written anything besides this book. Esthwaite is not enclosed by lofty heights like Windermere, nor shut in by crags like Coniston, but it has a quiet beauty of its own, which grows upon those who will take the trouble to discover its charms. Its very seclusion makes it a haunt of beautiful wildfowl, and the fact that one of our great poets of nature drew inspiration from it, as from a tutelary goddess, has given it a charm of association that will not die. It is round Coniston, however, that the charm of association seems chiefly to centre, and Mr. Collingwood's Thorstein has added to this a welcome touch of romance. It was to Coniston that Ruskin came as a small boy, as we may read in his Boy Diary. It was of Coniston that he wrote as a boy, in one of his first attempts at poetry, "The crags alone on Coniston." It was to Coniston that he turned in his days of weakness and prostration in 1871 with the wish, "If only I could lie down beneath the crags of Coniston." It was beneath the crags of Coniston that, only a few years later, he found his beautiful home, and it was precisely there that they laid him when the end came. It is by way of Coniston that Wordsworth recommended that the approach to the Lake District should be made, and it was at Brantwood that Wordsworth found the grandest view. Nowhere, wrote Miss Martineau, is the grouping of mountain peaks so striking. And of the view from Lake Bank, Mr. Collingwood says, "It is one of the finest things we have for absolute unspoilt prettiness of water, wood, and mountain," which reminds us that, sad to say, both Mr. Collingwood's Book of Coniston and Mr. Cowper's Guide to Hawkshead, as well as Lake Counties by the former, are all out of print. Finally, it was a view of the Coniston Fells that drew from Wordsworth a striking passage in the 7th book of the Prelude, much too long to quote here. It begins in line 458 with the words, "A grove there is whose boughs stretch from the western marge of Thurston Mere," and it includes the declaration which seems to sum up much of what he has said about the district, in which, with the exception of some 3 years, his whole life was spent. "Dear native regions, wheresoe'er shall close my mortal course, there will I think on you." Tennyson, it will be remembered, spent his honeymoon on the shores of this lake, and other names might be mentioned, if space allowed. It was here, for example, that Turner came in 1797, when he painted his famous picture entitled Morning among the Coniston Fells, which is supposed to be from a sketch taken from the head of White Gill. It was the first of his pictures to which he affixed a quotation, the lines being from the 5th book of Paradise Lost: Ye mists and exhalations that now rise From hill or streaming lake, dusty or grey, Till the sun paint your fleecy skirts with gold, In honour to the world's great author, rise. As I write these words, says Ruskin at Brantwood in 1878, in his notes to this very picture, I raise my eyes to these Coniston Fells and see them at this moment imaged in their lake, in quietly reversed and perfect similitude, the sky cloudless above them, cloudless beneath, and two level lines of blue vapour drawn across the sun-lighted and russet moorlands, like an azure fess across a golden shield. It was on the same occasion as he sat in the study that looks out of this much-loved view, where we may stand to-day, that he penned the concluding words of his introduction to the Turner Catalogue. Morning breaks, as I write, along these Coniston Fells, and the level mists, motionless and grey beneath the lower woods and the sleepy village, and the long lawns of the lake shore. Oh, that someone had told me in my youth, when all my heart seemed to be set on these colours and clouds, that appear for a little while and then vanish away, how little my love of them would serve me when the silence of lawn and wood in the dews of morning should be completed, and all my thoughts should be of those whom by neither I was to meet again. We may stand in that very room to-day, where everything is kept scrupulously as he left it, and perhaps Mr. Collingwood's picture will help us to call back the scene. In an adjoining room hang, one on each side of the boy Ruskin, the portraits of those whom he was never to meet again by lawn or wood, who gave him all they could, and whom he idolised in return. All around are reminders of him and his life's work, his books, his sketches, his Turners, his minerals, his shells, and other treasures. We saw him a moment ago sitting at the table by the window writing about Turner. May we not fittingly remember here what he said about Turner, the man, one who was not easily understood by all? During the 10 years I knew him, wrote Ruskin, years in which he was suffering most from the evil speaking of the world, I never heard him say one depreciating word of any living man or man's work. I never saw him look an unkind or blameful look. I never knew him let pass, without sorrowful remonstrance or endeavour at mitigation, a blameful word spoken by another. Of no man but Turner, whom I have ever known, could I say this. I have visited the homes and haunts of many great men and women in many lands, Dante, Shakespeare, Goethe, Schiller, Carlyle, and a host of others. But as I walked away from Brantwood, it seemed to me that I never before realised so fully how the preservation of these homes and haunts helps us to realise the men themselves. Perhaps it was due partly to the fact that there was still a living, loving hand that was keeping everything exactly as it had been in his time. Perhaps it was the first sight of things of which you had heard and read so much. But here in these rooms, looking out on his much-loved landscape, you seemed actually to meet him, this apostle of beauty, of moral beauty quite as much as of physical beauty, this revealer and expounder of the work of artists of medieval and modern times. Here you stood amid the beautiful works he had collected of artists that he worshipped, the works of his own hand, the works of nature that he adored, and you seemed to feel the virtue that went out of him, this man who not only stirred up the gift that was in him, but let it stream out as a guide and an inspiration to millions, who unearthed for all time so many priceless, yet for us hitherto hidden treasures, who, if he criticised no one more severely than himself. In the little cemetery on the other side of the lake he lies where he longed to lie, and in the village beyond stands the museum which is his memorial. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Lancashire by Francis Archibald Bruton. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Chapter 10. The Sands. The pedestrian who makes a pilgrimage to Cartmel Priory Church will probably halt for a moment where the road forks close to the village, to read the directions on several distance stones let into the walls. One of these, bearing the date 1836, reads: "Lancaster over the sands, 15 miles." Another, undated, adds: "Ulverston over sands, 7 miles." Without the qualification "over the sands," the distances will probably be 3 times as great. We have seen that it was mainly owing to this short route by the sands that the isolated districts of Furness and Cartmel were included within the county. But these routes, it need hardly be said, are not in use to day. The peninsula of Cartmel is isolated by the sands of 2 wide estuaries, one on each side, and from time immemorial it was incumbent on the Priory to provide guides for travellers crossing the Cartmel and Ulverston sands on the west, and the Kent sands on the east. Similarly, Conishead Priory had to provide a guide across the Leven estuary, and the ruins on Chapel Island, which we saw as a speck in our view from the high Coniston Fells in the first chapter, are probably the remains of an oratory for the use of travellers by this route. We spoke in that chapter of the fording of the Mersey, where it is 2 miles wide, opposite to Hale. From that point right round to the county boundary in the middle of the Duddon estuary, Lancashire is bounded on the south and west by an almost unbroken belt of sands. Monotonous as these sands may be in places, they have features which add greatly to the beauty of the county. The dead line of them is broken by 6 important estuaries, those, namely, of the Mersey, Ribble, Lune, Kent, Leven and Duddon, all of which were fordable in early times. The sweep of Morecambe Bay and the 3 northern estuaries is made specially beautiful by the graded background of hills rising from the fresh green gorse-fringed foreground of limestone to the heights that lie beyond the lakes. For here we may say, with a slight transference of the alliteration, that the mountains look on Lancashire and Lancashire looks on the sea. Many beautiful pictures of the views across these sands are known, the most famous being Turner's sketch made at Heysham during one of his early tours. "This lovely drawing," wrote Ruskin, "with the group it introduces, shows the state of Turner's mind in its first perfect grasp of English scenery, entering into all its humblest details with intense affection, shrinking from no labour in the expression of this delight, not only in the landscape, but the sky, which is always more lovely in his English drawings than in any other. In the Heysham there is more design and more work in the sky alone than would make a dozen of common watercolour drawings, and all this done without losing for a moment the sincere simplicity of the wild country and homely people in any morbid or timid idealisation." Heysham claims more than a moment's notice on other grounds. We are not referring to the recent exploitation of it as a port by a famous railway company. It was the chief port of Lancaster, by the way, in the 14th century. It has been said that the churches, the cross, and the various carved stones to be seen there make Heysham one of the most interesting spots in the country from an archaeological point of view. There is even a tradition that St Patrick landed here after being shipwrecked in Morecambe Bay, and the tiny chapel of St Patrick that stands on a rock above the sea has been described as the only example in England of a single-celled chapel of assured pre-conquest date. Professor Baldwin Brown, however, cites some possible exceptions in Cornwall, and adds that the Heysham chapel may actually be a specimen of Irish handiwork. Into the vexed question of the date of this little oratory, and of the rock graves and sculptured stones, we cannot enter here. Heysham is a resort of tourists today, as well as a port of embarkation for Ireland, but its isolation a century ago was remarkable. Familiar as the Heysham picture will be Turner's and David Cox's pictures of the crossing of the Lancashire sands, showing motley groups of travellers making their way across the wet estuary on foot or on horseback, in cart or coach, and there are various sketches of the other estuaries. The crossing of the sands, now a thing of the past, afforded a very picturesque subject. In his very last published chapter, Ruskin penned these striking sentences, and though they refer to sands on this same coast a little further north, they are equally applicable here. For myself, the impressions of these sands are a part of the greatest teaching that ever I received during the joy of youth, For Turner they became the most pathetic that formed his character in the prime of life. But to the living reader I have this to say very earnestly, that the whole glory and blessing of these sacred coasts depended on the rise and fall of their eternal seas. Over sands which the sunset gilded with its withdrawing glow, from the measureless distances of the west, on the ocean horizon, or veiled in silvery mists, or shadowed with fast-flying storms, of which, nevertheless, every cloud was pure, and the winter snow blanched in the twilight. The passage across the sands would of course be safest at the time of spring tides, when the outgoing waters would be sucked furthest from the land. In olden times the journey was made daily, a little caravan collecting under proper guidance. Sometimes the guide from one side conducted his party to a point where they were met by a guide from the opposite shore, and this office of conductor would remain for centuries in one family. The constantly shifting channel, the frequent storms and mists, made the journey perilous enough at some periods of the year, and there was an annual toll of human life at these crossings. The Coucher-book of Furness Abbey shows that the abbot often lost his case in distant courts, perhaps in Yorkshire for instance, because he was prevented by weather conditions from crossing the sands in time. In fine weather the journey of 11 miles from Hest Bank, a little south of Bolton-le-Sands, to Kent's Bank just beyond Grange, and the shorter passages across the Leven and Duddon estuaries, would be very beautiful. Starting from Hest Bank, the whole coast from Peel Castle right round to Lancaster would be visible. Almost due east could be seen the broad flat top of Ingleborough. To the north would rise the steep crag of Warton, topped by its ancient hill fort. Warton, the home of George Washington's ancestors, then the green fells of Arnside, and sweeping to the left the beautifully wooded shores of the Kent, the dark Cartmel fells in the middle distance, and far beyond these the great mountain wall towards which the eye reaches out longingly, the mountains of the English Lake District. The journey across the Leven, though not 1/3 as long, was accounted the more dangerous, owing to the caprices of the stream. Wordsworth has described it in the 10th book of the Prelude. Over the smooth sands of Leven's ample estuary lay my journey, and beneath a genial sun, with distant prospect among gleams of sky and clouds, and intermingling mountain tops, in one inseparable glory clad. This was in 1794, when Wordsworth, not long returned from France, was still burning with sympathy with the Girondists, and one of the most graphic incidents pictured in the Prelude occurred, curiously, in the midst of these Leven sands. His description of the scene corresponds exactly with the pictures of the crossing to which we have referred above. All the plain lay spotted with a variegated crowd of vehicles and travellers, horse and foot, wading beneath the conduct of their guide, in loose procession through the shallow stream of inland waters. The great sea, meanwhile, heaved at safe distance, far retired. They were near the rocky island on which the tiny chapel stood, when one of the motley crowd that was approaching from the opposite shore shouted, without any introduction, as the latest news, "Robespierre is dead!" And in his transport and gratitude to everlasting justice, Wordsworth poured forth on these open sands a hymn of triumph, in which the young prophet saw earth marching firmly towards righteousness and peace. And then, lifting his eye to the diadem of mountains that closed the northern horizon, like a crown of burning seraphs in the Empyrean, under whose shadow lay unseen the pastoral vales among whose happy fields he had grown up from childhood, his thoughts went back to those days of his boyhood, and recalling a visit with his youthful companions to Furness Abbey, he was once more, in thought, skimming that very shore as, along the margin of the moonlight sea, we beat with thundering hoofs the level sand. But Lancashire can boast other sands, besides the broad flat stretches that fringe the semicircle of Morecambe Bay. Sands that can also show their gilded sunsets, their measureless distances, and their fast-flying storms, and that have in addition a glory all their own. For the sands that fringe the Ribble estuary, taken in a wide sense, are backed on the landward side by long ridges of sandhills. The west coast of the Fylde is not so defended. The enormous quantity of sand deposited continually along these coasts, to such an extent that the land is rapidly marching seawards, is evidently brought by sea currents setting northward from the mouth of the Mersey. As great areas of this drift dry in the sun, loose sand is blown across them landwards, and this accumulates against any obstacle till it overtops it and is driven beyond. On these undulating hills the little sand lizard may be seen basking in abundance. Along these shores nest the terns and the various wading birds, but it is for their flora that they are justly most famous. The seasonal change of colour, as one species succeeds another, is very noticeable to those who reside here. For a number of years in succession I have visited the Southport coast on purpose to see this wonderful display. My companion on these occasions, Mr. H. L. Earle, the entomologist who first pointed out these beauties to me, tells me that to a naturalist who roams these sandhills constantly, the most striking feature is the effect produced by strong sunlight upon sand and sky. When you take your stand at the bottom of one of the big craters and see nothing but sand and sky, the sun gives a golden hue to the former that seems to enhance the deep blue above you. So striking is this that you might mentally shift the scene to the Landes or to the Nile country, and all that is needed to complete the illusion is a stilted shepherd or a caravan of camels. As regards the flora, we may say that the 4 miles of Southport separate two distinct districts. To the north of this much frequented watering place, beyond the hangars, lies a long stretch of salt marsh, washed at high tides. Here in early June we have stood and calculated that we had before us perhaps 2 square miles carpeted with a continuous and superb growth of the sea pink or thrift, as thick as a clover crop. You must be careful to catch just the right moment if you would appreciate to the full this wonderful bloom. It dies down in time, and is followed by the purple blue of the sea aster, in patches rather than in great masses. To the south of the town, on the other hand, are the sandhills, and here the thrift is not to be found. In early spring the prevailing colour is the pale glaucous green of the marram grass, with frequent patches of the dwarf willow, so dark as to look like burnt grass in the distance. On the seaward side the flat sands will be lined with the purple of the sea rocket. Spring and summer advance very slowly on the sandhills, and for a long time they look to the casual observer a mere waste of sand and pools. The flowers are abundant in early July, but their display is never obtrusive. Thus the pink gentian and the perfoliate yellowwort, another gentian, are seen everywhere, as well as the pretty brown and yellow orchid, Epipactis latifolia, which shelters under the dwarf willow. Not until the latter part of July do you see the gold of the ragwort, and in places the evening primrose. By the month of August the flats near the railway will be crowded with a pretty yellow hawkbit. At the same time, that rare and most beautiful flower, the grass of Parnassus, is it not one of the most beautiful of all flowers, is seen growing here in abundance, its chaste ivory whiteness contrasting strongly with the pink flowers of the rest harrow and the red-purple glory of the viper's bugloss. The species of evening primrose found growing in profusion along the shore of St. Anne's is apparently not identical with those seen near Southport. This is not the place to enter into technicalities of this kind, which have been discussed exhaustively by Mr. Charles Bailey in the Proceedings of the Manchester Literary and Philosophical Society and the Manchester Field Club. The flower is clearly of North American origin. We may, however, venture to repeat here what Mr. Bailey has said with regard to this and other alien flowers found on this shore. He gives a list of more than 40 species comprised in this adventitious flora appearing at St. Anne's, and has no hesitation in attributing its occurrence here to the sweepings of corn ships and docks and the sifting of grain imports used as food for poultry. The sandhills of St. Anne's have been used for many years for housing poultry, and when the pens are removed, a flora appears which is quite distinct from that indigenous to the district. Several species of evening primrose are included in this flora. There are flowers found on the Southport shore of which botanists speak with bated breath, and which we dare not even mention here. But the display of the shore by no means exhausts the flora of Southport. When, near the end of the 18th century, visitors used to go down to the North Meols coast to bathe, there would be sandhills where we now see the broad esplanade and the spacious Lord Street, and the bathers obtained what accommodation they could in the cottages on the shore. Even when Duke's Folly had been erected, it was only used in the summer months. Behind the sandhills came the low flat marsh, and here even to-day the ditches cut in the peat are covered in the proper season with the stately lilac bloom of the water violet, the delicate three-lobed blossom of the little frogbit, the rare and beautiful water soldier, and the water dropwort. And if we push further inland still, we shall come upon such prizes as the flowering rush, the deep blue of the rare marsh gentian, the greater and lesser reed mace, and several species of the burr reed. But these attractions have drawn us away from the sands, the subject of the present chapter. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Lancashire by Francis Archibald Bruton. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Lonsdale, north of the sands. It is while rounding the sands of Morecambe Bay, or crossing the wide estuaries beyond it, that the tired Lancashire toiler catches his first glimpses of the Lake Mountains, and exclaims, perhaps as young Ruskin did on catching his first glimpse of the Alps, " Behold, beyond !" The stranger, says Wordsworth in his Guide to the Lakes, from the moment when he puts his foot on Lancashire sands, seems to leave the turmoil and traffic of the world behind him. Lancashire beyond the sands consists, as we have seen, of three principal divisions: Cartmel, High Furness, and Low Furness. Cartmel is on a well-defined peninsula, bounded on the east by the Kent estuary, on the west by the Leven and the south-eastern shores of Lake Windermere. The train which has brought us from the furnaces of Carnforth past the beautiful green wooded scenery of Silverdale and Arnside, and across the broad sands of Kent, where we catch glimpses of distant hills before and behind, swings round to cross the little river Winster, and so enter Cartmel, and therefore re-enter Lancashire, a mile and a half east of Grange. This pretty watering place, nestling under the shelter of Hampsfell, may trace its name to the fact that it was once the site of a grange of Cartmel Priory. Leaving Grange, we are soon whirled across the narrow peninsula of Cartmel to the sands of Leven. Cartmel, however, merits more than a passing glance. I turned up the pleasant road from Cark to Cartmel once, after a fortnight on the fells of High Furness. Yet the country did not suffer by comparison. It has a quiet beauty of its own. For one thing, as I've said elsewhere, I heard the song of the lark once more. A sower was going forth to sow, bearing his seed in a basket under his arm. The trout glanced in the pretty beck by the roadside. On the right rose the bare but pleasant limestone slope of Hampsfell, but the greater part of Cartmel consists of Silurian uplands, rising to a height of over 1,000 feet at Gummer's How, the bold and beautiful wooded hill that towers above the south-eastern shore of Lake Windermere, and forms a prominent object in the landscape, just where the steamer sets out to sail up the lake. The How is really the highest part of the upland district known as Cartmel Fell, and on the slope of the hill overlooking the Winster valley stands the lonely Fell Chapel, which was erected as a parochial chapel of the Priory only about 30 years before its dissolution. The building, which has been restored quite recently, is literally the chapel of the Fell, for there is no village near. It figures in Mrs. Humphrey Ward's Helbeck of Banisdale as Browhead Chapel. As we approach Cartmel from Cark, the little town does not come into view till we are close upon it, and the one object there that claims our attention is of course the famous church of the Augustinian Priory, founded in the 12th century. Only a fragment of the conventual buildings is left now, namely the gatehouse, which stands on one side of the present market place. But the Priory church is one of the glories of Lancashire. "The finest ancient church in the county," says Mr. Cheetham, and surely he should know. The unique feature of the building, and it has no parallel that I know of, at any rate in England, is the belfry tower set diagonally upon the lantern. This addition was made, apparently, early in the 15th century, and we do not agree with those who say that the effect is unpleasing. The lack of coloured glass in the great Perpendicular east window gives a grey tinge to the interior, but the massive clustered piers of the crossing (part of the 12th century church), the beautiful semicircular arches of the chancel with pointed triforium (is not this the only triforium in Lancashire?) and Perpendicular clerestory above, and the elaborate carving of the oak screens and stalls, which Mr. Bond signalises as one of the most remarkable examples of survival in design in the range of English art. These fill us with admiration. Evidently the favourite among the Misericorde carvings is that representing a mermaid combing her hair. Ecclesiologists will linger over the much discussed Harrington monument, but the less curious visitor will perhaps turn to the beautiful marble which the Devonshire family have erected in the nave to the memory of Lord Frederick Cavendish, who died in the service of his country and in defence of his friend, he that hath clean hands and a pure heart. The priory buildings, as we have said, have disappeared, but some traces remain of their juncture with the walls of the church. The present nave, erected about the year 1400, is probably much larger than its predecessor. The view of the church, standing in the broad green valley backed by the richly wooded hills to the west, is very beautiful as seen from the slopes of Hampsfell, and here the tourist may linger and review the story of the centuries. Cartmel is said to have been given to St. Cuthbert, with all its Britons, by King Ecgfrith in the 7th century, and it was probably because a church existed here long before the Austin canons arrived (there is documentary evidence of this) that a portion of the first priory church was assigned to the original scattered population of the district. Again, and for the same reason, when the dissolution came, and Cartmel was one of the first houses to be demolished, the little town was allowed to retain its own part of the great church. And to this fact, no doubt, we owe the preservation of its walls, while the priory buildings outside served as a quarry for the neighbourhood. It is pitiful to think of this beautiful church with its rich carvings left roofless and exposed to the weather, with the exception of the south aisle of the choir, for more than 80 years. The original parish comprised the whole of Cartmel. This is now subdivided into parishes, which correspond mainly with the former chapelries of the priory. One of these we have seen at Cartmel Fell. Grange is an exception, and the fact that there was no chapelry at Grange would seem to show that the population of the place is of recent growth, though a grange of the priory may have been located there. The beautifully clear River Leven, sweeping majestically under the arches of Newby Bridge, like the Rhone issuing swiftly from Lake Geneva, and then rushing down its deep wooded valley to Greenodd, where Crake and Leven unite to form the estuary, divides Cartmel from Furness. And here, as we glance across the broad sands that bear so many names, and up to the background of mountains, we may be inclined to exclaim once more, "Behold, beyond!" For the battlements that throng the horizon to the north are no other than Dow Crag and the Old Man of Coniston, Helvellyn, Red Screes, and Ill Bell. No precise boundary divides High from Low Furness. The latter may be said, roughly, to lie to the south of a line through Broughton. The term Furness Fells again should perhaps in strictness be confined to the old chapelry of Hawkshead, reaching from the Brathay to Greenodd, and bounded east and west respectively by the waters of Windermere and Coniston. The name is often given, however, to the high ground of Furness generally. Very picturesque is the varied story of this far northern corner of Lancashire. We have already traced its boundaries and made mention of the Roman highway that just grazed it on the north. That is all the sign we find here of the Romans. When they left, the district became a refuge for the Britons of Strathclyde, who in their turn practically disappear as the sturdy Norsemen run their long beaked ships up the sands of the broad estuaries to the south. and they have left their impress, not so much in deeds as in names, of many a beck and gill and force and tarn and fell and pike and nab. Most interesting is it, and we shall hardly be treading on debatable ground here, to think, for example, that Ironkeld may be Arni's spring, Finsthwaite Finney's clearing, Russland Rolf's land, Hawkshead Hakon's seat, and so on. And Mr. Collingwood has helped us much in our efforts to picture these early times by his charming romance of Thorstein and his other local sagas. Later years brought the Dane and the Norman, but they left little trace on these high fells, and when William the Conqueror, or William Rufus, included Furness in his gift to Roger of Poitou, because it was linked with Lonsdale by the passage across the sands, the district was, as we have seen, little more than a hinterland. Indeed, the very first mention in history of place names in High Furness is in connection with the boundary dispute between the Abbot and the Baron, already recorded in our first chapter. We may perhaps add this further detail, that of the 30 men chosen to settle the boundary, half of the names are of Viking origin, including Sweyn, Ravenskell, Frostholf, Siward, Bernulf, Kebet, several Dolphins, Ulfs and Orms, with the Irish Gospatrick and Gilly Michael. A few are Anglo-Saxon, and the rest are Norman. We are speaking here of the middle of the 12th century, and these men would probably be chosen from among the tenants of Abbot and Baron respectively. Of the famous abbey whose lords ruled for centuries over this isolated territory we speak elsewhere. It was after the abbey was laid in ruins that the countryside woke to an independent life of its own, and won its livelihood by the various industries for which it has been known: iron smelting, bobbin making, sheep rearing, especially the famous Herdwick sheep still to be seen on the fells, and the like. And it was not till after Wordsworth had written about the Lake District that the tourist began seriously to invade it. A few years ago, wrote Miss Martineau, this would be in the 50s, I think, it was some distinction even for a travelled man to say he had seen Windermere. Long centuries before that time a town had sprung up in the broad green vale at the head of Esthwaite, where some Hakon originally made his clearing. And this town, posing first as the head of a chapelry of the great abbey with its manor court at Hawkshead Hall, now a picturesque farm building, and afterwards as the capital of the district, was for hundreds of years the centre of the life of High Furness. The motorist who steers his craft through Hawkshead today must go very slow, for even now, just as of yore, the quaint little town is a maze of tiny squares, short narrow streets and alleys, and curious nooks. Its numerous hostelries tell of the time when its markets were important events in the life of Furness. Much more interesting for us today, and indeed for humanity, is the fact that it was at Hawkshead that the poet Wordsworth received his early education, and there is no doubt at all that its beautiful surroundings constituted some of the most important formative influences of his life. Of this there is abundant proof in the many references to the neighbourhood in his poems, and more especially in the autobiographical pieces in which he is at so much pains to trace those influences. Over and over again he turns with peculiar fondness to these scenes of his boyhood, and it was his delight to revisit them. The cottage where he is said to have lodged under the care of Dame Tyson, the school where he has left his name carved upon a desk, these remain. But it is to the green fells that completely surround this little upland town, creeping up to its very doors, the mountain wall that forms such a grand panorama to the north, the choice scenery of the many beauty spots in the immediate neighbourhood, the lakes and mountains that are crowded around it, possibly the character of the dalesmen among whom his lot was cast, for nothing is more striking than his interest in the homely scenes of humble life. It is to these that we must look as some of the main factors in producing one of our great poets of nature. We have already, at the beginning of the first chapter, mentioned one striking illustration of this, and his own account of it may now be given. Referring to the lines in An Evening Walk, beginning "and fronting the bright mist," etc., line 214, he says: I recollect distinctly the very spot where this first struck me. It was on the way between Hawkshead and Ambleside, and gave me extreme pleasure. The moment was important in my poetical history, for I date from it my consciousness of the infinite variety of natural appearances which had been unnoticed by the poets of any age or country, so far as I was acquainted with them; and I made a resolution to supply in some degree the deficiency. It was a Hawkshead school composition, written at about the same time, as the poet himself tells us, that " put it into his head to compose verses from the impulse of his own mind." In the 5th book of the Prelude he tells how, on his return from a term at Cambridge, he caught sight of Windermere, " like a vast river stretching in the sun," and bounding down the hill, shouted for the ferryman, and how, once across the lake, he hurried on to that sweet valley where he had been reared. His grateful remembrance of the old dame, his eager welcome of old scenes and old friends, even to the terrier that walked in front of him as he composed aloud and warned him by a look if some one was approaching, all these things show how every detail of the years he had spent at Hawkshead was graven on his mind: the snaring of woodcocks on cold autumn nights, scrambling up to look into ravens' nests, rowing or skating on the lakes, flying kites on the hill-top, playing noughts and crosses, or whist in the cottage in the evening, galloping out to Furness Abbey and back along the sands, and in other moods the long solitary walks round Esthwaite in the early morning, the musings in the woods, the moments of holy calm — these are only some of the memories on which in after years he loved to dwell. Of these he has left a record in the early books of the Prelude, and there, summing up what he owes to this beautiful district, he exclaims: "The gift is yours, ye winds and sounding cataracts, 'tis yours, ye mountains, thine, O Nature." Hawkshead is still perhaps the most convenient centre from which to explore the true Furness Fells, whose scenery so impressed the young poet. The three lakes, of which we have spoken already, are within easy reach. We may make our way down to the wooded shore of Windermere, to Blelham Tarn, or over Claife Heights, or beside the singing Cunsey Beck that carries down the waters of Esthwaite, or by Sawrey to the ferry, or by Lakeside under the shadow of Gummer's How. From this point, by Newby Bridge, there is a delightful return route northwards by Rusland Pool, haunt of the wild deer and of so many water-loving birds, passing on the way at Force Mills a waterfall that after heavy rain reminds us of the Swallow Falls on the Clugwy, and so past Satterthwaite and Grisdale, where the valley sides have been so smoothed, presumably by glacial action, that they look as though they have been planed, or by Dale Park, whose name tells of one of the old hunting grounds, and thus over into the Esthwaite valley once more. These valleys and the slopes above Windermere are clothed with the copse; round Coniston it is the conifers that predominate; within easy reach also are the Old Man and Wetherlam, with their attendant heights, and of the Duddon valley beyond we have spoken in the first chapter. But the view par excellence, perhaps, is that from just above the tarns, and it is quite easy to forget that this lake is partly artificial. We pass the picturesque Hawkshead Hall on our way thither. Though we have travelled somewhat widely in Europe, Asia, and Africa, writes Mr. H. S. Cowper, we can recall no place with so many varied beauties of colour and contour as this spot. The view from Tarn House is selected by Baddeley as perhaps the finest of all the near panoramic views of Lancashire and of Westmorland. I have stood here on a sunny spring morning, when the winding lake, for all the world just like a Scotch loch, its outline broken by a few tiny islets and scalloped peninsulas, was so still that the foreground was bright blue from the reflected sky, while above and beyond could be seen every gradation of distance: the dark and light green of pines and larches round the shore, backed by black rocks, relieved by the old gold of the bracken, and then, ridge behind ridge, the depth of colour continually diminishing, to the blue of the far hills, streaked with snow, from Wetherlam and the Langdales right round to Red Screes. We have spoken of two routes round Lake Esthwaite. One is the 5-mile walk that Wordsworth used to take before morning school. The other is by way of Sawrey and the ferry and Lakeside, returning by Rusland Pool. In the case of Lake Coniston we have the option of sailing. But if we wish that the infinite variety of scene and associations that belong to this lake shall gradually grow upon our minds, we shall elect to accomplish the circuit of the lake on foot, starting, shall we say, at the head and walking down the eastern shore, which is steeper and more thickly wooded than that on the opposite side. It is on this shore that we shall be reminded of the literary associations of the homes along the lakeside, of some of which we have spoken in an early chapter. The two islands which lie off this shore are not striking, but the more southerly Peel Island is interesting as showing signs of glaciation, and some excavations carried out there years ago seem to show that it had once been inhabited. Soon after crossing the Crake, whose exit is more modest than that of her sister Leven, we reach the view at Lake Bank, of which we have given Mr. Collingwood's description already. And now, above the eastern shore, arise Helvellyn, Fairfield, and the Red Screes. About 2 miles further we swerve to the left by the pretty Torver Beck, and do not touch the lake again until we reach Coniston. The dominating feature of the landscape, however, has been the massif of mountains that blocks the view to the north, blocks it so completely indeed that we lose sight of the fact, for the moment, that it is after all part of the great central mountain system of the Lake District. The whole of this bold mass, it is well to remember, is in Lancashire, being completely marked off from the other lake mountains by the bounding rivers of the Duddon and the Brathay, as we have shown in the first chapter. Yet it forms an integral part of that system. For it is possible, as any lake tourist knows, and as we can testify from pleasant experience, to walk from the top of Scarfell Pike, by way of Esk Hause, along a grand succession of heights, round the head of Eskdale by Bow Fell and Crinkle Crags, to the Three Shire Stone at Wrynose Head. Here you may step over to Lancashire, and immediately climb to the top of the Old Man of Coniston, without having descended into the valleys at all. But for that narrow isthmus of Wrynose, nevertheless, this Lancashire massif is really almost completely isolated by green river valleys, and for that reason affords grand views of the other mountains, while at the same time, as we have seen, it has been described as itself one of the most pleasing of all. I have stood and looked at the Old Man from the south, and asked why this should be so, and the answer seemed to be that, just as it is often truly said that in the English Lake District there is not one dull yard of country, so, of the massif of the Old Man, we may say that it has no dull feature. Are the mines a blemish? They reach almost to the summit, and I have scrambled from the topmost of them to the cairn in a blinding, cutting hailstorm from the south west, a kind of welcome with which the Old Man sometimes greets his worshippers. And then I have thought of the men who have climbed up here, year in, year out, day after day in all weathers, to earn their bread by blasting rock or splitting slate, in sleet as well as in sunshine, painfully hauling the product of their labours down the roads their own hands have hewn in the mountain side. And Ruskin's words come to you again: these ever-springing flowers and ever-flowing streams have been dyed with the deep colours of human endurance, valour and virtue. Thus the scars on the face of the hill appear rather as honourable wounds than disfigurements. We have been careful to speak of the massif of the Old Man, just as we speak of the massif of Mont Blanc, as seen from Brevant or Flégère, and the comparison is a reasonable one. The peak known as the Old Man is only slightly more elevated than Wetherlam, Fairfield, Greyfriar, Carrs and Dow Crag, all members of the same system, and all to be reached from the summit of the Old Man without descending into the valleys at all. And it is easy for those who are familiar with the glaciers of Switzerland, shall we say, to picture with certainty the time when the white glaciers streamed down from these heights by Coniston and Seathwaite, and Torver and Greenburn and Udale. One of the advantages possessed by the Old Man group over the other lake mountains is that as you stand on its summit you may, by merely turning round, enjoy a view over rugged mountain scenery or smiling green country extending to the sea. Nor are the views confined to the heights. The scenery from the lower slopes, especially to the north, is full of interest. I am tempted here to quote, with permission, from one who has known and loved these fells all his life, and whom I have to thank for some kind assistance when I have been visiting them. Mr. H. S. Cowper of Hawkshead, who in his history of that chapelry writes, referring to the slopes I have just mentioned: "Here about Colwith and Elterwater, where the noble valleys of the Great and Little Langdales open out to meet the Furness hills, we have features in plenty to charm alike the tourist, the antiquary, and the student of place names. If we clamber over the ling clad fell sides that rise on the south of the Brathay, at every turn the splendid panorama of shadowed hill, green plain, and winding river changes and varies, both in contour and colouring, as we pass. Up the hill from Colwith drifts with the breeze the ceaseless song of the Force, for the Brathay, in her long descent from Wrynose, has many a trip and stumble before she leaps joyously into the great pool of Windermere. Many a tale is she telling now in her rippling tones, could we but understand, of the steel-clad veterans of Rome. Stories can she tell, too, of later days, when the long-limbed sons of the bay, brown from exposure, and with the brine of the northern waves still clinging to their curling hair and beards, first forced their way through the tangled forest and scrub of Yewdale, and with their crescent-bladed axes formed the clearings or thwaites for their homesteads, and thus drave into the ground, so to speak, such landmarks of nomenclature as we find in Tilberthwaite and Arnside. Above us rise the heath-clad points and rocks of Black Fell, Borwick Ground Fell, and Iron Keld, different parts of the same rough range, a haunt and breeding ground of wild duck and black game. High on the west tower the Yewdale Fells, broken and black, scored with milky gills, and tufted here and there with stunted trees. From overhead, in mid-air, comes the raven's croak, as with extended sable wings he soars in widening circles. But the eagle is gone. In front is Holme Fell, and here comes the yew, computed to be 700 years old, dating, say, from the time when the 30 sworn men marched up the valley in the 12th century. Two voices have reached us from Eden. One tells of its natural beauty, the other speaks of the sweat of the brow. It is the second voice that we seem to begin to hear once more, as, sighting in the distance the smoke of Barrow and Ulverston, we descend from high to low Furness. The scenery is always beautiful, but the type of beauty changes by degrees. As we lose sight of the high fells that close the view to the north, and move down to the Silurian region, the views are quieter, the hills more rounded. Further south still we pass on to the ring of limestone country, and beyond that even to the new red sandstone, as at Allithwaite, Furness Abbey, Barrow, and the Isle of Walney. But if we here come once more into touch with industrial life, we have not therefore left the land of history and romance. Barrow, as we have seen, is a town of almost mushroom growth, but the Abbey just behind it takes us back to mediaeval times. Of this we have something to say in the next chapter. The graceful tower, resembling a tall lighthouse, that forms such a conspicuous monument on Hoad Head above Ulverston, reminds us that Sir John Barrow was born in a tiny village hard by what is now a busy town. It is worth while to climb to the monument, also for the sake of the view over land and sea and sand. Swarthmoor, to the south west of Ulverston, is no longer a black moor, but Swarthmoor Hall is reverently preserved by the Society of Friends, for here their famous founder came in 1652. It was here that he met the fearless and devoted woman who afterwards became his wife and loyal helpmeet. Here he built his first meeting house, which still bears his initials, and contains his treacle Bible. And it was here that, in the year of the Restoration, he was arrested, as was also, later, his high-spirited consort, who now lies in the little Quaker cemetery that overlooks the Ulverston sands near Bardsea. Swarthmoor, however, as we have had occasion to mention, has earlier memories still. For here the army supporting Lambert Simnel encamped in 1487 under the Earl of Lincoln and Martin Swartz, they having first landed on Peel Island off the extreme southerly point of Furness, where the Norman keep of a 14th century castle can still be seen, on the site of one built, probably as early as the 12th century, as a necessary defence to this pirate haunted coast. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Lancashire by Francis Archibald Bruton. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Two famous abbeys. The district now known as Lancashire did not take a lead in the foundation of religious houses, nor was the number of the monasteries in the county ever large. But omitting for the moment some minor foundations not without interest even now, they are named in an earlier chapter, there were two settlements of the Cistercian order whose remains rank high among those of the whole country today. It was in the year 1098 that the Cistercian revival, which really owed its origin to an Englishman, took place, and less than 30 years later an abbey was founded at Furness by Stephen of Blois. But this foundation was an offshoot in the first place of the Benedictine order, and the monks migrated to the beautiful valley of the Deadly Nightshade from Tulketh on the Ribble, near Preston. It was not till about 1150 that, somewhat reluctantly, these monks of Furness acquiesced in the transference to the more austere Cistercian order. The building of their church had already made some progress, but the plans were at once revised so as to conform to Cistercian rules. More than 130 years after this, the monks of Stanlaw in Cheshire, who, as we have seen in our first chapter, were greatly inconvenienced by the floods of the Mersey, culminating in a great disaster in 1279, were transferred to their new home at Whalley, with the consent of Henry de Lacy, one of their greatest benefactors, on the condition, among others, that the new abbey should bear the name Locus Benedictus de Whalley. The remains of these two Cistercian houses rank among the chief glories of Lancashire today. Round the first still lingers the romance of the rule of the abbots of the broad hinterland which we now call Furness. Round the second, a famous Lancashire novelist has woven the greatest of his Lancashire stories. Perhaps there are few ruins that grow upon the visitor more, as he abandons himself to their influence, than those of Furness Abbey. At first sight they are disappointing. You can obtain no distant view as you can at Tintern. The buildings have no skyline as they have at Fountains. The hotel and the railway station oppress you, and you cannot shake them off. You almost sympathise with the tourist who regretted that the abbey had not been built further from them. The lack of a tower gives the structure momentarily a heavy appearance. Two correctives may be suggested. The first is to come to the place with a mind full of the details of its romantic history. The other is to bury yourself immediately in the minutiae of architectural detail, till gradually the beauty of the structure forces itself upon you, the modern surroundings retire into the background, and the past returns. Both Furness and Whalley conform strictly to the standard plan of a Cistercian abbey, but whereas the ruins at Furness have been most exhaustively examined and planned, those at Whalley still await such treatment, though their present owner, who is fully alive to their interest and value, has already and quite recently obtained important results by excavation. The buildings at Furness were soon completed, and underwent many alterations. At Whalley, on the other hand, it was not till just a century before the dissolution that the last touch was put to the realisation of the original plan. The beautiful green vales in which the buildings of these two abbeys nestled respectively may not at first have been so inviting as they are now, and the early settlers may have had reason sometimes to remember that abbey buildings were planned in the first instance for defence as well as for beauty. More than once Furness was swept from end to end by a Scotch invasion, and on the occasion when the invader was Robert Bruce, the church and conventual buildings were probably only saved from disaster by the tact and resource of the abbot, who went out to meet the intruder, and afterwards entertained him royally at the abbey. The Audiobook of both abbeys have been preserved, and those who wish to go into the details of their story will find admirable summaries of the contents of the books in the accounts written, respectively, by Professor Tate and his pupil, Professor Powick. Some further information is appearing in the publications of the Chetham Society, while the beautiful plan of Furness left us by Sir William Hope showing the remains of different periods in different colours, is a monument in itself. The story of the fate of the Furness Coucher book is interesting. When the Dissolution came in 1537, 2 Chartularies and other muniments were trussed up in 3 packs and dispatched to Cromwell in London on the backs of 3 mules, the expense of transit being 35 shillings and 4d. 3 years later the Abbey lands were annexed to the Duchy of Lancaster, and the Coucher books were transferred to the office of the Duchy. Here they were consulted, among others, by Leland. In 1868, Queen Victoria, as Duchess of Lancaster, presented them to the Public Record Office. We have references to nearly 40 abbots of Furness, to less than half that number of Whalley. Both abbeys were surrendered in the year 1537. The district of Furness, as we have seen, was, at the foundation of the abbey, a no man's land, and over this the abbot ruled with all the power of a feudal lord, while to the Scots he figured as a border baron. The details of the courts held at Dalton and elsewhere have not come down to us, but we may gather some idea of what their proceedings were like from the cases that accumulated during the period of the Dissolution, and had to be disposed of afterwards when, in 1539, the court was taken into the king's hands. We know that the abbot possessed such instruments of punishment as were in use at the period, a gallows, and even a cooking stool, and one case of hanging actually on record is that of a dog that was addicted to worrying sheep. The abbot, in his palmy days, had the full support of the Crown, and was an important person on the occasion of a royal progress. In the words of Dean Milman, the superior, once a man, bowed to the earth with humility, careworn, pale, emaciated, wearing a coarse habit bound with a cord, with naked feet, had become an abbot on his curveting palfrey, in rich attire, with his silver cross before him, travelling to take his place amid the lordliest of the realm. His very isolation in this case only confirmed his power, and this power was felt far beyond the limits of Furness. The abbey had its granges in Lancashire below the sands, and in Yorkshire. It held estates in the Isle of Man. Indeed, at one time the abbot was actually warden of that island. His ships rode in the harbours on the coast. He had rights of wreckage. The castle on Foudry Island was his fortress. He collected turf and salt from the shores of Morecambe Bay. He had fishing boats on Coniston Water, on the Lune and Duddon and other streams, and on Windermere. His vaccaries, or cattle farms, were scattered among the fells. The smoke arose from his smithies or bloomeries by lake and stream, wherever wood was at hand for smelting. He hunted and hawked on the fells of High Furness, and he had his gallows on more than one site to vindicate the law. Indeed, the strong arm was necessary on more than one occasion. Graphic details of some of these turmoils of medieval times have come down to us. We read, for example, of one of the abbot's enemies who rode round the abbey night and day, plotting to kill him. On another occasion, the monks themselves raise the hue and cry against some miscreant, and pursue him to Ulverston, where, in spite of bars and bolts, the door is forced in a grand assault, and the offender carried off to jail. With such exciting scenes in prospect and retrospect, with so many industries and undertakings claiming their attention, perhaps we need not wonder that few or no records of scholarship or research stand to the credit of these monks. As we stand among the ruins today, and gradually reconstruct the beautiful buildings, trying to catch the busy hum of the life there 5 centuries ago, the glimpses we obtain are ideally picturesque. Here in this lovely green dell was located the hub of the little world of Lancashire beyond the sands in the Middle Ages. Here all questions were discussed, as reports flowed in from High and Low Furness, from distant granges, from the world at large. Here were assigned to the brothers of the order their various tasks, for it was the monks who had to undertake the several duties of supervising agriculture and managing sheep farms, not only in Furness, but also on the green slopes of Whernside and Ingleborough and elsewhere. Pasturing cattle and garnering grain, collecting fish, felling woods, smelting iron, and supplying markets. This College of Gentlemen, as Mr. Collingwood puts it, represented those who had taken upon their shoulders at that time the white man's burden. For a long while they bore it worthily. Then they forgot. Considering the shocking state of the roads in those days, we need not be surprised to find that when the path was knee-deep in mud, profunda mollities are the words in the old record, permission was given to the monks as a special privilege to turn aside and trespass on the adjoining land. The Coucher-book tells us, too, how barons of Lancashire and Yorkshire repeatedly gave protection or succour to the flocks of the abbey as they were moved from pasture to pasture. One amusing case is on record, in which a benefactor offered to bestow so many perches of land upon the abbey, but no measuring rod was at hand. With a keen sense of humour, the benefactor agreed to accept for the purpose the longest-footed man the monks could find. You picture the scene that followed. So a gleam of humour and even merriment breaks upon their self-imposed task of bearing the white man's burden. All these activities eventually brought great wealth to the abbey, and it dispensed a royal hospitality. Many details show us how the poor of the district would benefit, and vice versa, how they would suffer when such benefits were withdrawn. There was, for example, a secular infirmary at the abbey for poor men. One donor, in 1221, promised 10 cartloads of turf a year to warm the poor who were entertained at the gate. Benefactors, we may add, aspired to be buried within the abbey precincts, just as Welsh pilgrims in early times cherished the hope that their bones might lie at last on Bardsey Island, and there share the sleep of the 20,000 pure-souled saints of Innisenley, the beauteous Isle of Mary, and the Rome of Britain. As we stand among the ruins of the offices of the abbey today, we may remember what was said about its liberality by men who, giving evidence in the reign of Elizabeth, carried their thoughts back to the life of the monastery as it was in its palmiest days. We see the tenants coming with 20 or 30 horses to take away the weekly barrels of beer, 60 in all, each containing 10 gallons, a dozen loaves going with each barrel. Another cavalcade of carts of the same number came to fetch away manure for the tenants' fields. Every tenant having a plough could send 2 persons to dine 1 day a week. Children and labourers could go to the abbey for meat and drink, the children remaining for school, and food was also served out at the abbey gates. The end of all this came with the Pilgrimage of Grace, which was supported by 3,000 dalesmen from Furness alone, and by some of the monks. Roger Peel, the last abbot, temporised. It is really painful to read of his cringing to Cromwell, and the mean way in which Cromwell received his bribes. Finally, he fled for refuge to the Earl of Derby at Latham House. He was brought to Whalley, where he agreed to surrender the abbey, he himself receiving as the reward of his temporising the living of Dalton, where he continued to toady to the Vicar General. So, in the summer of 1537, the monks, much complaining, were dismissed with a subsidy, and there is no evidence that they ever joined other houses. For the moment their calling was at a discount. The lead from the roof was melted down, the church was dismantled, the cattle were sold, and to this day we may find, remaining fixed in the walls of the abbot's chapel, the iron rings to which farmers used to tether their cows after the dissolution. Passing by the great gateway, which is partly obscured by the hotel buildings, we enter the ruins today by the fine recessed Norman arch of the north transept of the abbey church, and are at once face to face with the massive piers of the crossing, which belong to the earliest transitional work of the first building. From these sprung later the very low tower which was characteristic of the Cistercian abbeys. This tower would afterwards be raised, but the western tower at the end of the nave belongs to the beginning of the 16th century. It shows that additions were being made so late as this in the life of the abbey. But though its beautiful piers give just that element of height that is wanting elsewhere at Furness, it is not really certain that it was ever completed. Facing us is the flight of steps by which the monks descended from their dormitory to the early morning services. Let us hope that they did so with cheerful hearts on summer mornings, at any rate when God's jocund little fowls were making melody in the green veil of the nightshade. But on dark winter mornings the church would be chilly. Then let us hope that the statue of St. Christopher, that would probably stand on the bracket at the foot of the stairs, would give them some encouragement. Bonum est nos hic esse, quia homo vivit purius. So ran the inscription composed by Bernard, Abbot of Clairvaux, and set up in all Cistercian abbeys. As Wordsworth has rendered it: Here man most purely lives, less oft doth fall, more promptly rises, walks with nicer heed, more safely rests, dies happier, is freed earlier from cleansing fires, and gains withal a brighter crown. We will hope that it was so with these monks of Furness, in spite of the fact that their vows involved self-repression, and resolutely turning their faces from much that is implied in all things given us richly to enjoy. The walls of the presbytery where they chanted their services stand today at their full height, the period of this part of the building, as we see it now, being early 15th century, and enough remains of the great east window, which was nearly 50 feet high, to give us an idea of its grandeur, while the sedilia and piscina on the south side are exquisite examples of the work of their period. Their cornice and pinnacled canopies remove at once the impression of heaviness which marked our first sight of the building, an impression which is to be finally and once and for all dispelled presently, when we enter the chapter house. The choir, or chancel in its widest sense, would be separated from the main body of the nave. Indeed, the very word chancel, implying grating or lattice, would remind us of this. And the lay brothers would hear the service from the other side of the screen. But why, we are often tempted to ask, the huge nave of these abbey churches? As an extreme example, the church at the Abbey of Cluny is almost 220 yards long. Just as a very striking contrast, we may mention here that the nave in the Abbey of Sawley, or Salley, just across the Lancashire border, on the Ribble in Yorkshire, is, curiously, only 1/3 as long as the presbytery. Measuring by paces only, I made the nave to be 45 feet long, the presbytery 135. The shortness of the nave at Sawley may be due to the poverty of the foundation, which might have precluded unnecessary expenditure on building. May we explain the great length of the nave in other cases by supposing that these churches were built not so much to be filled by a great congregation as to be a glorious monument to the deity, just as temples like the Parthenon were raised, not as places of assembly at all. The arrangement of the transept chapels at Furness is exactly the same as that at Kirkstall Abbey near Leeds, which is one of the best preserved Cistercian houses left to us, except that the northernmost of the three chapels of the south transept became the sacristy at Furness. At Kirkstall the sacristy is at the south end of the transept. The nave was constructed in the latter half of the 12th century, but only the column bases remain, and we get no appearance of a vista. The only chance of visualising the church at all seems to be to stand outside, in the evening light, a little to the north of the ruined west gateway, just below the Barrow Road. Looking aslant to the north east from here, through the lofty west arch of the crossing, we obtain some idea of the fine proportions, and then, veering to the right, we get our first glimpse of what is surely the pièce de résistance at Furness, the range of deeply recessed, beautifully moulded transition arches on the east side of the cloister, the central one leading to the chapter house. For proper effect, these beautiful arches should of course be viewed from a point much further to the south, and it is from such a point that they are usually photographed. At Whalley, as we shall see, the actual position of the chapter house is in some doubt. There is no such doubt at Furness. Surely, though the vaulting has fallen, this is rightly described as one of the most exquisite examples of early English architecture left to us. Its slender clustered shafts, as we have said, dispel once for all the idea that the remains at Furness have a heavy appearance, and leave in the mind not only a pleasant memory, but a great regret that we should never see this building in all the delicacy of its first beauty. The vaulting of the long range that supported the dormitory of the monks fell long ago, though the tall lancet windows, through which the sun peeped into their chamber, remains, while of the cellarium and dormitory on the opposite side of the cloister garth, which is so pronounced a feature at Whalley, hardly a vestige remains. We linger round the ruins of the later infirmary further south. The earlier infirmary was afterwards adapted as part of the abbot's lodging, and try to picture the beds placed in the window recesses for the aged or infirm monks, whose work as foresters, sheep farmers, iron founders, or agriculturists was done, and we call to mind a visit we once paid to the religious house at Martigny, which is the rest monastery for the monks of the St Bernard Hospice, and the long talk we had with a monk of 83 who had served his time at St Bernard and the Simplon. Did the novices, or the younger brothers at Furness, come and sit by them and tell them of the world that hummed outside, how the flocks fared that dotted the green slopes of Whernside and Ingleborough, how the falcons or the hobbies struck the herons at Rustland Pool, what sport there was with the deer on Dale Park Fells, whether an eagle nested on Wetherlam, what luck there was with the fishing on Duddon or Windermere, how the bloomeries prospered along the lake shores, the bloomeries where the smelting was done with wood, precursors of the huge furnaces of Barrow and Ulverston of to-day. Then a hush seems to pass through the whole community, as it is whispered that extreme unction has been administered to some aged brother, and that he has passed to where, beyond these voices, there is peace. And as we stand later on the north east of the church, by the perpendicular porch that led to the monks' cemetery, we seem to see the last rites performed, and hear the male-voiced choir. The infirmary chapel now plays the part of museum, and among the effigies lying on the floor will be found, no doubt, the cross-legged knight and stone abbot on which Wordsworth gazed nearly a century and a half ago, while our horses grazed the smooth green turf within the vale of nightshade. And then, with a rebound from the shelter and repose and quietness of that sequestered valley, our steeds remounted, and the summons given, with whip and spur we through the chauntry flew, in uncouth race, and left the cross-legged knight, and the stone abbot, and that single wren, which one day sang so sweetly in the nave of the old church. At Whalley, part of the abbot's lodging is still occupied. At Furness, though the building is in ruins, the remains are substantial, and are rightly railed in. The block that was added when, at the end of the 14th century, the old infirmary was converted to the abbot's use, rested against the steep side of the sandstone cliff. Unfortunately, this change was made after the country was ravaged by Robert Bruce, so we are precluded from picturing the abbot and the Scottish king sitting here round the festive board, and trying to imagine exactly what turn the conversation took. Of one thing we may be quite sure, that in whatever part of the Abbey building that meeting took place, and it did actually take place, the best brew and the choicest viands the Abbey kitchen could produce were at the service of the invader. The individual to whom Furness Abbey fell, after it was laid in ruins, left the abbot's lodging to share in the general disaster, and built himself a manor house on the site of the great gateway. Sir Richard Ashton at Whalley, on the contrary, took up his abode in the abbot's lodging, and it is this building, whose eastern front, still bearing its 16th century character, and it is still occupied, greets us first as we pass along the beautiful bird-haunted avenue which leads to the Abbey ruins, though we have already from the railway viaduct looked down upon the two gateways, so well preserved, and that unique feature of the remains, the two-storied cellarium and dormitory of the west side of the cloister garth, roofed and complete. Whalley Abbey does not nestle in quite so secluded a dell as Furness, but its immediate surroundings are perhaps more varied and beautiful. To the south, across the Calder, rises the steep green wooded slope of Whalley Nab, and the grounds are varied to-day by lawn and garden, shaded by chestnuts and other fine timber. The fragment projecting to the south of the abbot's lodging, which faces us immediately on arrival, and which is probably the remains of the chapel of the old infirmary, is one of the most beautiful of the whole range of buildings. To our left is the site of the Abbey Mill, which was destroyed more than a century ago. The mill stream has recently been culverted. Already we are reminded of Harrison Ainsworth's romance, for his 7th chapter is entitled The Abbey Mill, and it was from the house immediately before us that the abbot was rescued, though there seems to be some confusion in the story between the mill race and the river, and possibly between the respective banks of the Calder. Ainsworth's biographer has devoted a whole chapter to the Lancashire witches, and it is interesting to read there of the novelist's keenness, and of his periodical visits to Whalley, even when the story was appearing in serial form. As the present owner of the Abbey has pointed out in his pamphlet on the remains, there is little in Ainsworth's narrative that is based on fact, except the dates and names. and such slight evidence as we possess would rather be against ascribing to Paslew, the last abbot, the character portrayed in the novel, while again everything goes to prove that he was executed, not at Whalley, as Ainsworth represents, and indeed tradition tells, but at Lancaster. In the north aisle of Whalley parish church may be seen Paslew's reputed gravestone, but as only the first initial is preserved, the identification must remain in doubt. The inscription runs Filii Dei, miserere mei. Much room for thought is afforded by the south-western portion of the abbot's lodging, which, though ruined, still shows remains of a large room, above which are seen the square-headed windows of the long chamber. Projecting over the mill stream is the abbot's kitchen, with several huge fireplaces and a buttery window communicating with the open. These will be of 15th century date. West of this group of buildings we find ourselves in a spacious grass court, which separated the abbot's house from the cloisters, and passing through one of the numerous openings in the east range, we reach the cloister garth itself. As we stated in speaking of the transitional arches at Furness, the doorway leading from the cloister to the chapter house, flanked here by two pointed windows, is one of the most pleasing features of the structure. We said there that some doubt had been expressed as to the position of the chapter house. Few who visit Whalley Abbey, however, will hesitate to say that, as at Furness, Kirkstall and Fountains, it projected for some distance beyond the dormitory building into the green court already mentioned. By standing in various positions we may obtain pretty vistas of arches at this point. The corbels that appear in this east range, below those supporting the dormitory above, appear to suggest that the original intention had been to vault the range. Vaulting does not appear, however, on the other side of the garth, where the solarium and dormitory are quite complete and roofed. The lack of vaulting in that case may be due to the fact that the buildings there are later than the 14th century, and therefore not being needed for lay brothers, who had disappeared for the most part by that time, were used mainly for storage. I do not know whether the complete preservation of the range on one side of a cloister is peculiar to the ruins at Whalley, but it is certain that the perfect preservation of this block does help, more perhaps than anything we have seen elsewhere, to a realisation of the original buildings. Viewed even from the railway viaduct as the train crosses it, this range is very striking, and one wonders how long such a valuable relic of antiquity will be allowed to serve the purpose of a cow-house and a fodder store. No one who visits Whalley should omit to enter the farmyard of which this building forms one side. At the northern end of the building you stand, of course, in the conventual church itself. Indeed, one of its piers remains abutting from the structure, and projecting from the same wall is a corbel of the vaulting of the church. The arches and tracery of doors and windows are much more perfect on the outer or western side. At Furness we noted the remains of the flight of steps descending from the dormitory to the south transept. Hardly a trace of this is left at Whalley, but the staircases that came down to the cloister at the southern end are both well indicated, and the lavatory in the southern range is exceedingly well preserved. A number of features seem to point to the existence of a covered ambulatory with lean-to roof. Among others is the weather moulding, with corbels below, that runs along just beneath the upper windows of the western range on its inner face, and is of course absent on the outer side. For the details of the church we have, till quite recently, had to rely on the researches and conjectures of Whitaker, and indeed his plan seems to be, in the main, a reproduction of the standard plan of a Cistercian church. But so recently as 1919, Mr. Travis Clegg, the owner of the abbey, has uncovered remains that will lead to a timely revision. The north and south walls of the church, which are 4.5 feet thick, are now exposed, as are also the bases of 4 clustered pillars on the north side and one on the south, while a clustered base aligning with the south wall evidently marks the entrance from the cloister to the church. The floor of the church, which was carried out partly in encaustic tiles, has also been reached. Apparently we may date the completion of the building to the middle of the 15th century. One other feature revealed by the excavations, and exceedingly well preserved, seems to have its counterpart at Fountains Abbey. This is a hollow space beneath the church floor, underneath what would appear to be the position of the choir seats. In the case of fountains, Sir William Hope, we believe, assigned this to some acoustic purpose. There is not the same element of romance about the history of Whalley Abbey that we seem to detect at Furness. One of the pleas put forward by the monks for their transfer from the dreary mud flats of the southern side of the Mersey estuary was that Whalley lay in the midst of a barren and poverty-stricken district, which would afford them good opportunities for exercising hospitality. The new foundation started with only 20 monks, who were temporarily housed till the abbey should be built. At the outset the monks were precluded from hunting in the forests, as the vicar of Whalley had been permitted to do, and there were numerous disputes, sometimes with Sawley Abbey close by, sometimes with reference to the chapel at Clitheroe Castle, sometimes with reference to the living of Whalley which they had seized, sometimes with the vicar of Slaidburn about the tithes of Bowland Forest, so that even as early as 10 years after the foundation stone of their abbey had been laid, they were seriously contemplating abandoning the site altogether. It is somewhat surprising to learn that among other drawbacks was the shortage of timber for fuel and for building, and the difficulty of transport of grain and other necessaries. Clearly the new abbey had found an inhospitable home, exchanging the floods of the Mersey for the wilds of the north. One picture at least reminds us of the Furness stories. As the domain of Clitheroe extended across the county border into the Forest of Bowland, the abbey claimed tithe of such lands. But when in accordance with this claim the bursar of Whalley was seen driving tithe calves from Bowland towards the abbey, the rector of Slaidburn set a mob to attack him, crying, "Kill the monk! Slay the monk!" Not only, so the story proceeds, was the bursar compelled to return to Whalley without the calves, but the tenants were obliged to swear that they would pay no more tithe except to the rector of Slaidburn, and as no other cross was available at the moment, they swore with their fingers on the cross of a groat. Here was a state of things. You imagine what the abbot had to say that same evening about the rector of Slaidburn, and also what the rector himself may have found time to say about the abbot and all his crew. King Edward IV, however, to whom the dispute was referred, upheld the rights of the abbey handsomely, and the rector of Slaidburn had reason to repent at leisure of his hasty action. Through such tribulation had men to pass in those days who took upon themselves to carry the white man's burden in North Lancashire and on the borders of Yorkshire. Whalley can boast not only a complete west range to its conventual buildings, but 2 well-preserved and beautiful gateways, prominent objects, as we have seen, when viewed from the train as it passes over the railway viaduct. The north-western entrance, which is 25 yards long, is of 14th century date, and it is supposed that the upper room, with its 8 3-light windows, the mullions and tracery of which remain, may have served the purpose of the chapel without the walls. The north-eastern gateway will be about a century later in date. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Lancashire by Francis Archibald Bruton. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Pendle. "I love Pendle Hill," cries Nicholas in the second book of the Lancashire Witches, as he glances at the monster, lying like a leviathan basking in the sunshine. "From whatever side I view it, whether from Whalley, where I see it from end to end, from its lowest point to its highest, from Padiham, where it frowns upon me, from Clitheroe, where it smiles, or from Downham, where it rises in full majesty before me, from all points and under all aspects, whether robed in mist or radiant with sunshine, I delight in it. There's no hill in England like Pendle Hill." "There is no hill like Pendle," was echoed by many Lancashire men as they lay in the trenches, looking out across the flat featureless fields of Flanders during the Great War, and it is said even now that when they returned on furlough it was Pendle that they looked for and thought of as they sped homewards. All of which goes to prove the statement, quoted in an earlier chapter, that more than any other physical feature in the county, Pendle Hill typifies Lancashire to Lancashire men. Of the 2 syllables of the name, Each is derived, as all authorities agree, from a word meaning hill, the D merely acting as a connecting link, so that the expression Pendle Hill is doubly redundant. But this seems only to emphasise the fact that it is the hill, and as our opening quotation implies, it must be approached as well as viewed from many points, if its full power and beauty are to be appreciated. Pendle occurs in Domesday in the name of Pendleton, which is there spelt Peniltune, the Penil being, as we said, Penhull, the hill. The suggestion is that the Britons first named it Pen, the hill. The Saxons, not knowing the meaning of pen, added their hull, and thus we obtain Pendle. We, not appreciating the significance of either syllable, have added hill. Pendle is, as Hamerton said of the hills of the whole district, a sublime expression of gigantic power in repose, a monster couchant, or, shall we say, a living creature stretched in sleep. These expressions are specially applicable to the view of it from a distance, from Kemple End, for example, and those who are privileged to look at it often see something almost majestic in its perfect curves. Indeed, it is only when you have grown to love it that it proves to the fullest extent how worthy it is of your love. It seems to me that of the many people to whom I have spoken about Pendle, everyone has recommended some new point from which to attack it. But it would appear to be reasonable, and indeed it is in many respects best, to ascend Pendle first from its own territory, for Pendle is, in reality, the northern limit of one of the ancient forests or chases of Lancashire. The forest does not include the summit of the hill, which is now in the township of Worston, while the north-eastern slope lies in the township of Downham. It would be tedious to enumerate here the forest, chase, and deer parks of the whole county, and to trace their history under successive kings. About 50 deer parks could be named. We may mention as examples those at Latham and Knowsley, at Blakely for the Lord of Manchester, at Dale Park for the Abbot of Furness, and so on. These would be enclosed with a pale. Sir Galahad, we remember, rode by bridge and ford, by park and pale. Leland speaks of Earl Derby's park at Merscow as partly enclosed with hedge, partly all on the moor side with pale. There were also royal forests, as for example at Bleasdale, at Quernmore near Lancaster, and at Toxteth. Leland mentions the King's Park at Toxteth. There is little sign of deer at Toxteth now. In addition to these there were parks in the hands of private individuals, and these are distinguished from the royal forests by being called chases. The Lord of Manchester, for instance, had his chase at Horwich. The Abbot of Furness held the sporting rights over the whole of his domain, and there were the Forest of Bowland, north of the Ribble, and the Forest of Tottington, near Bury. Now in the honour or estate of Clitheroe, which was held by the Lacy family, there were 3 such chases or private forests, and to this day they are called respectively the Forest of Rossendale, the Forest of Trawden, and the Forest of Pendle. Let us not forget that all these lands were granted by Charles II to General Monk in acknowledgment of the assistance he gave him at the time of the Restoration. The gift included also all the land in Furness. From Monk, who became Duke of Albemarle, they descended to the Duke of Buccleuch, who still holds them. It is worth noting also how the term laund or park still lingers in North Lancashire, as well as the name booth. The booths were the dwellings of the herdsmen. They formed the nuclei of the coming villages. Thus in Pendle Forest we have Barrowford Booth, Old Laund Booth, and so on. In these forests also the lords had their vaccaries or cattle farms, but this name has disappeared from the maps. Very picturesque are the details in the old surveys as to the duties of the supervisors of these forest lands, as regarded game and the birds used for falconry, and the duties also of the inhabitants of the afforested districts towards the fauna of the forests and the Lords Foresters. Very hardly did a number of the forest laws bear upon these people, and at the time of the signing of Magna Charta the relaxation of the forest laws meant far more to some of King John's subjects than the 2 or 3 constitutional clauses by which we set so much store as the keystone of English liberties. As an interesting illustration, there is still preserved at Browsholme Hall, in the southern part of the Forest of Bowland, the metal stirrup or loop through which, according to these laws, it must be possible to pass a dog's foot before it could be allowed to enter the forest. If the foot would not pass the gauge, it must have the toes pared off till it could do so, or the dog was excluded altogether. There is a curious case recorded in one of the courts of the Lord of Manchester as early as 1254. His bailiff happened to learn, at the Manchester market, that dogs had been heard in the park at Horwich. Hurrying back there, he found a harrier worrying the wild animals, and, as the old record expresses it, he did to that dog what seemed to him good. The Forest of Rossendale, as is well known, occupies the high ground between Accrington and Todmorden. The old boundaries of the forest are still recognised as the limits of a parliamentary constituency which has been the scene of many a stirring political fight. It is interesting to note that the vaccaries of the Forest of Rossendale were at Bacup and Rawtenstall, which are not now exactly suitable as sites for dairy farms. In earlier times, however, less value was set than is the case at present on the fact that coal crops out almost to the surface in this district. The present boundaries of the township of Trawden, again, are identical with the limits of the ancient forest of that name, held by the Lord of Clitheroe. Trawden Forest lies between Colne and a long line of Bolesworth Hill, where the county boundary bulges out to the east before leaving the Pennines. Bolesworth, which figures so many times in Halliwell Sutcliffe's novels, rises to a height of 1,700 feet, i.e. very little short of the height of Pendle. The county boundary runs along its summit by Jackson's Ridge, and the Forest of Trawden, which lies at its foot, reaches out to very nearly the most easterly point of Lancashire. To the north-east it marches with Keighley Moor, and the road that runs between them not only joins Colne with Haworth, the home of the Brontes, but passes close beside Wycoller, the reputed Ferndean manor of Charlotte Bronte's Jane Eyre. Wycoller Dean and Hall are also described by Halliwell Sutcliffe in Mistress Barbara Cunliffe. Pendle Forest lay to the south-east of the hill that gave it its name, and the old name of the forest, Penhull, confirms what we have said above about its derivation. The forest covers an area of about 20 square miles. If we start from Nelson to ascend the hill, we may follow the beautiful Pendle water right to its source. The views of Pendle from this side are never so fine as from the west. The wild stream that we are following is rightly called Pendle Water, for it rises almost on the summit of the hill, and has carved as its channel the lovely Ogden Clough, a deep cleft that begins by running south, and then sweeps round and opens to the north-east. The stream and its side tributaries seem to bear many names. Ogden Water, Barley Water, Rough Lee Water, Barrowford Water, and Blackow Water are among the number. Later, Pendle Water receives Colne Water, and, sometimes named the Calder itself, it joins the Calder at Royal Hall. Further down, the Calder receives the Sabden, which flows between Pendle and the Reed Hall Ridge. The original stream has to sweep still further to the north, after leaving Ogden Clough, to clear the ridge just mentioned. Just before reaching Roughlee, we pass, high up on the right, the ruined tower called Blackow, standing close to the Yorkshire boundary. Apparently this has now been identified as the Malkin Tower, so closely associated with the witches of the Pendle district, though Ainsworth in his romance has chosen to blow up the tower with gunpowder. At the end of his first book he speaks of a witches' sabbath at the ruined tower on Rimington Moor. He does not there call it Malkin Tower, but Blackow is not far to the east of the moor. I do not find that the inhabitants of the district have any idea of the identification. Close to the stream at Rough Lee stands the striking building known as Rough Lee Hall, or the Witches' Hall, the reputed home of the Phallus Nutter, the attack on which is described by Ainsworth in his second book. It is a long, low, gabled house bearing the inscription M.N. 1536, the initials apparently being those of Miles Nutter, father-in-law of the famous Alice, the Mistress Nutter of Ainsworth's story, who was actually hanged for witchcraft with 9 others at Lancaster in 1612. Old Chattox was among the number, but old Demdike died before the trial came on. The long mullioned windows are a feature of the building. I counted 9 lights in a window at the end of the house, that is still inhabited. Several streams unite at Barley. Black Moss Water comes down from Firbar House close to the Yorkshire border, where the moor rises to over 1,000 feet, while the main stream descends almost from the summit of Pendle. If we follow the road over the shoulder of the hill towards Rimington, we obtain lovely views across the surrounding country, reaching out to the Ingleborough district, and from this road a rapid, if rather steep, ascent may be made to the cairn at a height of 1,830 feet. The better way to appreciate the build of Pendle, however, is to follow the clough between Spence Moor and Barley Moor, and then, climbing to the top of Spence Moor, sweep round the head of Ogden, and so rise to the summit. But the walking is rough. Let us not pretend to paint in words the velvet-like curtain of blended hues, dark green and emerald, amethyst and russet and purple and brown, and old gold, with which Pendle clothes so richly the steep sides of this beautiful clough, changing the scene continually as the seasons succeed one another. By this route we walk up the slope of the anticline, and so realise the construction of the massif of the hill, for Pendle is on the sloping southern side of the Clitheroe anticline, the crown of the arch being now represented by the Ribble valley, cut through the limestone far below us. Here in North Lancashire, as we have said already, the anticlines form the valleys, and the troughs or synclines form the high ground. We shall not have failed to notice as we have risen how the hamlets of Pendle Forest cluster round the foot of the hill, many of them marking the sites of ancient lawns, or booths, or vaccaries, some even still so named, none of them of any great size. Some of them are still many miles from a railway station. Isolated in rough hill country, overshadowed by the mass and often by the mists of Pendle, the district teems with legend and romance and superstition and old-time story. " Pendle Forest swarms with witches," says Nicholas Assheton in Ainsworth's novel. " They burrow in the hillside like rabbits in a warren." It has been said that even if a census were taken merely of the horseshoes nailed over doors for good luck, Pendle Forest would score the highest number in the county. Another point to notice is the number of stone-built halls that encircle the hill: Pendleton, Merley, Worston, Leagram, and so on. Finally, even the uninhabited part, we notice, is not wooded, for the term forest in olden times did not necessarily imply the presence of timber. One of Ainsworth's characters speaks of a witches' sabbath held on the summit of Pendle. A witches' sabbath was one of those unholy meetings, such as are pictured in Macbeth. In quite recent times, cockfighting and other revels are said to have been seen there. Nicholas Assheton professes to see from the summit York Minster on the one hand and the Irish coast on the other. We may be content with the nearer view, even though we range no further than did the 8 watchers by the beacon, whom Ainsworth places at the north-eastern point of the hill, at which we have by this time arrived. One looked over the castled heights of Clitheroe, the woody eminences of Bowland, the bleak ridges of Thornley, the broad moors of Bleasdale, the trough of Bowland and Wolf Crag, and even brought within his ken the black fells overhanging Lancaster. The other tracked the stream called Pendle Water almost from its source, and followed its windings through the leafless forest until it united its waters with those of the Calder, and swept on in swifter and clearer current to wash the base of Whalley Abbey. But the watcher's survey did not end here. Noting the sharp spire of Burnley Church — was there a spire? — relieved against the rounded mass of timber constituting Townley Park, as well as the entrance of the gloomy mountain gorge known as the Gorge of Cliviger, his far-reaching gaze passed over Todmorden and settled on the distant summit of Blackstone Edge. In another chapter we have given Ruskin's impressions of the view from the summit of the Old Man of Coniston. More than 2½ centuries ago, George Fox stood on the summit of Pendle and looked around on the wide landscape as we are doing, but probably with other thoughts. I was moved by the Lord to go to the top of it, he said, which I did with much ado. It was so very steep and high. From the top of this hill the Lord let me see in what places he had a great people to be gathered. To-day we may see one feature which was not present in Fox's time. We may see the contrast between the country to the south, sown as it is with factories and chimneys, and the great towns which are the product at once of the Industrial Revolution and the vicinity of a great coalfield, and the wide stretch of unsullied forest and moorland that reaches away to the north. The side of Pendle is seamed and gored with gullies, some of which have been scored out by the bursts that have occurred, and are looked for after long continued rain. "Pendle's brasted hissel" was a saying quite common when the Geological Survey was being made. And the geologists not only mentioned this fact in their memoir, but offered an explanation of it. The summit of the hill is composed of grit, below which comes the shale. All of these beds slope upwards from the south to end abruptly in the northern face of the mountain. The rain that falls sinks through the porous grit, but is checked by the impermeable shale, and when the former is oversaturated up to the level of the upper outcrop of the shale, the latter, being soft, breaks away, and the imprisoned liquid bursts out, carrying with it large quantities of soft shale and debris, and furrowing the hillside far down towards the plain. Brastclough was pointed out to the members of the survey as a gully that had been gouged out by one of these eruptions in a single night. In this case, however, the geologists were incredulous. The bed of this gully is cut out of the solid limestone, and the memoir suggests that even if the Ribble itself were poured over the top of Pendle, it could not work that miracle. It is this phenomenon that Ainsworth has utilised for a graphic scene near the commencement of his novel, and he must have heard descriptions that enabled him to picture it. A beautiful geological section of Pendle appears in the maps of the survey, the section being taken roughly in the direction in which we have been walking, showing the upward curve of the beds towards the crown of the arch that would be over the Ribble valley. And it is worth while, when we are standing on many of the bridges that span the Ribble and the Hodder, to note how, in each case, the upturned strata are shown in the bed of the river. Pendle has been the subject of prolonged study by eminent geologists, and a number of memoirs upon it have been read before the Geological Society. Eventually, the limestones that form such prominent buttresses on the northern side of the hill were christened Pendleside limestone, while the rocks that form the upper part of the arch, classed hitherto with the Yoredale shales, were dignified with the name Pendleside grit. The whole range of beds is called the Pendleside series, because they can best be studied on the western slope of Pendle, along the sides of the gullies that run down in the neighbourhood of Worston. But similar beds have been traced in other countries. The position of the series in the general scheme of rocks is between the Upper Carboniferous limestone and the Millstone grit. This is not the place to go more into detail, in a manner so technical that perhaps geologists themselves are not yet perfectly unanimous upon it. But the name Yoredale shale has been largely laid aside for the new nomenclature, and it is at any rate satisfactory to know that Pendle Forest, having made its name in connection with the Black Art, Pendle itself has distinguished itself in the domain of pure science. If now we descend the loose scree to the green platform that projects a little to the north of Worston, we shall realise how steep is the angle at which these upturned beds have been broken off. By far the pleasantest ascent of Pendle is to be made from this north-western side. We may approach from Clitheroe by a pretty green path that passes beside the limestone quarry, and clambering over the green buttresses behind Worston, and breasting the steep face of the hill regardless of the path that slopes to the right, we soon find ourselves on the summit, enjoying the view of Ingleborough and Pen y Ghent on the northern horizon. Longridge, Beacon Hill, Parlick, Burnslack, Waddington, and the Forest of Bowland nearer at hand, and away to the right across the forests of Pendle and Trawden, the high ground of Bolesworth, and the sweep of the Pennines beyond Blackstone Edge. Bilberry and cottongrass are more in evidence on the summit of Pendle than heath or heather. Swifts and martins, and two birds that may be ravens, wheel above us, and the bleat of a snipe comes from below. I have seen my first swift of the year from the summit of Pendle. Similarly, I have seen martins hawking around the top of Arenig in Wales. This time we will choose to descend by the deep gully mentioned above. Two deep gashes have been cut into Pendle, the one on the southern side being Ogden Clough. That on the north runs far back into the hill at Pendle Nick. It is as though we had asked to have a geological section cut for us. I have scrambled down this gully in the spring sunshine, when the sphagnum hung in thick spongy curtains of bright emerald, and the rocks at the many little cascades were clothed with the varied green of the many mosses and liverworts that I wished I could name, for the stream descends, as it were, over a flight of hundreds of steps, and it is fascinating, as you follow it, to read the story of the making of the hill in the succession of strata. No longer need we wonder where the men of the Ordnance Survey obtained the information that enabled them to draw their beautiful section. We emerge at last by a pretty wooded glade at Little Mearley Hall, and follow the stream across the fields all the way to Clitheroe, whose picturesque castle, on its limestone hill, is silhouetted against the mass of Longridge, while Beacon Hill peeps over the gap between Kemple End and Parlick's pretty cone. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Lancashire by Francis Archibald Bruton. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Longridge. On the opposite side of the Ribble valley to Pendle, and forming, as I understand it, the northern slope of the Clitheroe anticline, another isolated hill is a prominent object in the view seen from the train as we run north from Blackburn. This is Longridge Fell, whose beauties, by no means evident at first sight, grow upon those who will take the pains to discover them, and one of its merits is that it serves as a beacon tower among the hills, from which to view much that would otherwise be missed. We may approach it from Preston by way of Ribbleton, full of memories of Cromwell's Preston fight. Passing on the left Whittingham, where a tiny branch line is thrown off to one of those refuges, consisting of neat blocks of red buildings, standing in pleasant green country, of which we see so many in North Lancashire, always feeling glad that those who are of necessity confined in them should have all the benefit of this glorious country and pure air. As you climb the fell from the village of Longridge itself, you hardly realise that you are climbing. What you realise is that opposite to you on the left is a grand bracken-covered fell rising to a pleasing cone, whose beauties unfold as you rise, and you find that you are looking right on to Parlick and Burnslack, behind which rise Sykes and Calder fells. In short, that you are looking across to the wild high moorlands of the Forest of Bleasdale and Bowland. To our right, the Ribble, now a broad river, winds through fairly level country past the Roman station at Ribchester, and between us and the village is the little Norman church known as the Stid. As we approach the summit of the fell, known as Jeffrey, we cross the Roman road which has ascended directly from Ribchester, and is here descending the steep northern face of Longridge, and we watch it striking like a white ribbon right across the Vale of Chipping to Browsholme, aiming straight for the mass of Pen y Ghent, which is outlined on the horizon. At Browsholme, where Pen y Ghent is no longer visible, the road swings a little to the left, and now makes straight for Ingleborough, thus affording an excellent illustration of the point-to-point character of a Roman road. Beyond Sladeburn, this road swings round to run up Crowsdale, and somewhere in that neighbourhood a Roman fort has yet to be found, unless indeed it has sunk into the moss. To the north-west, across Beacon Hill, the Fleetwood elevator is prominent. Due west, the Blackpool Tower rises like a lofty lighthouse. Sweeping on towards the south, we pass Preston, the Ribble estuary, Anglesark, Darwen Tower, Musbury, and then come to Whalley Nab and Pendle. Pendle, looking like a huge monster couchant, with paws stretched out in front and a ball at his feet. It is a grand view. We will descend the southern face of the hill in an easterly direction, and might, if we chose, follow the pretty Dean Brook down its steep wood and past Hurst Green to where it joins the Ribble. But we elect on this occasion rather to veer round towards Kemple End, and avail ourselves of a courteous permit to visit the famous Jesuit college that occupies such an ideal situation at this end of Longridge. It was here that Cromwell slept on the night before the Preston fight. " That night," says Captain Hodgson of Cromwell's horse, " we slept at Stanyares Hall, a Papist's house, one Sherburn's." The Stonyhurst boys show you in their great refectory, where hang the portraits of so many famous alumni of the college, including one Cardinal and a number of V.C.'s, the identical table on which Cromwell slept the night before the memorable rout. It is ornamented with a brass plate recording the fact, and when the tercentenary of the college was celebrated, the festivities included a humorous play entitled " Protector versus Rector," in which Cromwell, asleep on the table, dreams of the future glories of Stonyhurst College. For a later Shireburne than Cromwell's host gave the site to the authorities of the much persecuted Roman Catholic seminary that, founded half a century after the initiation of the Society of Jesus, was driven first to St. Omer's, then from St. Omer's to Bruges, from Bruges to Liège, and from Liège to England. And very interesting is the story of their last splitting, how they heard of the death of Robespierre from a passing ship as they were crossing the North Sea. Wordsworth, we remember, was crossing the Leven sands. How the boys were somehow conveyed as far as Settle, and then set on foot. How they arrived at Clitheroe, with in some cases the soles of their boots tied to their feet, and so utterly weary that they sat down uninvited on the doorsteps of the houses, to the immense amusement of the inhabitants. And yet the journey seems to have ended in a competition as to who should be the first to reach the new home, a very dilapidated home at the beginning, hardly promising the splendid and commodious buildings whose cupolas, touched by the sunshine, are so often pointed out by passengers running north in the train from Blackburn. Two of the cupolas, however, mark the original hall of the Shireburnes. The beautiful centenary volume tells the story of the college through its first 300 years, during which 6,000 boys entered, no less than 5 of whom have won the Victoria Cross on active service, from Inkerman to the Great War. The work of the Jesuit fathers at the astronomical and magnetic observatories is now famous all over the world, and is of national importance. Adjoining the library of some 40,000 volumes is a museum on whose treasures in missals, manuscripts, and relics it would be easy to write at length; while in a separate department is housed the complete natural history collection of no less famous an alumnus than Charles Waterton. As we pass along the corridors, the inscriptions over the various classrooms, poetry, rhetoric, syntax, etc., remind us that these were the names of the classes when the college migrated to England, when there was even a class of philosophers. And in a glass case is still preserved the equipment for the game of cricket as played then. The boys also had their own rules for football, and we notice even now the fives wall on the huge playground has no wings. The boys play cricket according to the rules of the Marylebone Club now, and visiting teams to their beautiful playing fields are sometimes impressed when, in the middle of a game, the Angelus is heard, and in an instant all play ceases, and heads are bowed. A chorus of merry voices greets our ear as the boys burst out of their study places (most localities are places here) at the close of afternoon school. And as we watch them hurrying down to the great refectory, we call to mind Carlyle's description of Rugby, on the occasion of his visit to the great Dr. Arnold, as a home of industrious peace. And then we are conducted round the observatory, and across the gardens to the large aviary, to see many new arrivals, including such rarae aves as a ruff and reeve; and lastly to the roof, to enjoy a spacious and glorious view over the valleys of the Ribble and the Hodder, basking in the spring sunshine, and Pendle blinking in the distance. This glorious country is the playground of the Stonyhurst boys. Already they have compiled a flora and fauna of the district, and we are favoured with a list of the nests of rare birds that have been found this very year. Later, when we descend to the valley, Pendle is wrapped in a purple glow through which the gold of the bracken is seen as through a mist of glory, while a dark shadow creeps slowly along the Nick. We go and sit on Cromwell's Bridge, and watch the sandpipers and the kingfisher shoot by, and think that they did just the same when Cromwell hurried his men across this narrow bridge, how narrow it is on the night before Preston. Later still, when we arrive at Great Mitton, and leaning over the parapet watch a redshank bowing quaintly on a stone in mid-stream, we see Pendle mirrored in the smooth pool of the Ribble, a dark mass against a purple sky. The glory is gone. Turning round to the left, we find the mass of Longridge silhouetted black as ink against a sky of gold. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Lancashire by Francis Archibald Bruton. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. The Fylde. The square-shaped peninsula that bulges out on the west of Lancashire between the estuaries of the Ribble and the Lune is the western half of the ancient hundred of Amounderness, and is known as the Fylde or Field. The name seems to have originated as an abbreviation of its earlier designation as the Wheatfield of Amounderness, Amounderness itself being the ness or promontory of a certain Hogemund. The name Amounderness occurs in Domesday, but there may be a much earlier reference to it in connection with a gift of land to Wilfrid, Bishop of York, in the 7th century. This part, wrote Camden at the beginning of the 17th century, yieldeth plenty of oats, but is not so apt to bear barley. However, it is full of fresh pasture, especially to the seaside, where it is partly champaign ground. Leland, writing 3/4 of a century later, found the seaward portion sore destitute of wood. It is the pleasant green tract of country that, opening out on the left, comes as a relief to the traveller by the main line from the south, after he has been whirled across the coalfield and has passed Preston, and it lies upon part of the broad band of new red sandstone that sweeps round the western and southern sides of the county from the estuary of the Lune to beyond Manchester. The best view of it is obtained from the summit of Parlick Pike, the graceful cone that projects to the south of the Bleasdale moors, and is a favourite resort for the Fylde people. The land is slightly undulating, reaching its greatest elevation at Weeton. It is, as Camden happily phrases it, full of fresh pastures with scattered woodlands towards the coast. In the west there are broad expanses of mosslands, one of which, Marton Moss, once Marton Mere, and not to be confused with Martin Mere on the other side of the Ribble, we have already mentioned. The Lazy Wire winds right across the district between banks clothed with gorse or brambles, or fringed with willows. The low-lying land is often flooded, and the tidal part of the river, as I am informed by Mr. Ronald Shaw, who has an intimate acquaintance with the district, is a favourite haunt of the heron and other water-loving birds. Proper drainage has reclaimed great areas of land that so late as the beginning of the 19th century were hardly accessible. The Fylde is dotted with a number of pretty villages, which were a favourite resort of the Preston people, with whitewashed cottages and neat farms, and it is noted for its windmills, which are nearly all of brick, and generally whitewashed also. There are a number of old halls into whose history it would be interesting to enter if space allowed. The church at Kirkham will be the earliest founded in the district, but the present structure is entirely modern. Of much greater architectural interest is the church of the pleasant village of St. Michael's on Wyre. The town of Poulton was known a century ago as the metropolis of the Fylde, but it is now quite overshadowed by the port of Fleetwood, near which stands Rossall School, and by Blackpool. The Black Pool, from which this place took its name, seems to have been a small pool of peaty coloured water that opened to the sea by a stream that flowed to the south of Foxhall (the name still persists) in Leighton. The pool appears to be mentioned as early as 1254, and the name "the Black Pool" can be traced as far back as 1602. By the year 1750 there were on the shore here a few scattered clay-built cottages with thatched roofs, not even dignified as a village. It was about that time that a certain Mr. Whiteside opened a long thatched building as a house of entertainment, and having married a woman who turned out to be the only person in the place with a knowledge of cookery, he began to cater for the public in this modest establishment. As there was not a single shop, everything had to be brought from Poulton. Entertainment was provided by strolling players who performed in a barn. The state of the roads was so shocking that the use of carriages, and even of carts, was well nigh impracticable, and the transport of goods was carried on by means of pack horses. For some time expansion was hindered because house owners feared that further building would spoil their own custom. Development came eventually, however, and the first house was built on the south shore in 1819. Thus named, as Liverpool had been from a pool whose waters entered the sea, its fortunes as a watering place initiated, as were those of Southport, by a single adventurer, occupying very nearly the extreme western point of Amounderness, a district that teems with antiquarian interest. Blackpool, though claiming no share in its past history, as Lytham might do, and with no natural beauty to boast of, has become the great pleasure resort of the vast majority of the population of Lancashire, not to mention other counties, so that it has even been said that the best view of the cotton trade is to be seen in the crowds on its coast, and that, taken as a whole, it is one of the most successful experiments in organised pleasure that is on record. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Lancashire by Francis Archibald Bruton. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. The Millstone Grit Country. In the last chapter we have been speaking of the western sandstone plain. Further north, and especially round Clitheroe, Hampsfell, Warton Crag and the Kent estuary, and up towards Greygarth, the special features of the limestone country are in evidence, though to nothing like the same extent as in Yorkshire, Derbyshire and Somerset. But to the southerner who is seeing Lancashire for the first time, it is the high moorlands of the Millstone Grit that are such a revelation and fascination, while to many of those who are Lancashire born they are as the very breath of life. I write as one who for more than a quarter of a century has turned week by week to these wild breezy uplands for rest and recreation and inspiration, has found them an unfailing tonic, and is ever discovering in them new beauties. As has already been explained, these moorlands are closely associated with the industrial districts, are almost, as it were, interwoven with them, and this of necessity because the Millstone Grit naturally crops out round the margin of the coalfield. The prominent points, pikes they call them here, and some of the escarpments, are marked by beacon towers or monuments, among which stand out Peel Tower on Holcombe Hill, Studley Pike near Todmorden — this is across the border, but a useful guide — Grant's Tower, the memorial of the Cheeryble brothers, on top of the Hoof, Hartshead Pike near Mossley, the Victoria Tower on Darwen Moor, the Sea Mark on Billinge Hill near Wigan, the Beacon Tower on Rivington, and, may we add, the beautiful Tudor residence known as Horton Towers, between Preston and Blackburn. And these are useful landmarks to the wanderer over the moors. As we have seen in an earlier chapter, these lofty uplands occur in great masses, a broad band passing up the eastern border and sweeping round the north of the coalfield, two bold masses protruding, as it were, right through it into the centre, and a great area appearing north of the Ribble. To those who make these moors their happy hunting ground for health and recuperation, they afford endless variety in their changing moods as the seasons succeed one another. In the depths of winter the snow and ice effects are exceptionally fine, whether on the open moor, where the white garment of the hills, often thrown into lovely folds, while the sides of the old pack-horse tracks are hung with huge icicles, form such a contrast to the dark country far below, or in the gullies, where the cascades are frozen into masses of blue ice, sugared over with powdered snow. For the sides of these great hill masses are seamed and scored with cloughs, and the steeper faces with long gashes, called in Lancashire gates, down which the water pours in white torrents after heavy rains. In the ravines that run far back into the hills, dying out sometimes almost at their summits, as Ogden Clough, for example, dies out almost on the summit of Pendle, the rocks are clothed with the varied green of the mosses. The slopes are often wooded, the mountain ash occurring frequently, and there is sometimes a thick undergrowth of bramble and wild raspberry. On the broader slopes the changing hues, the short-lived amethyst of the heather, the fresh spring green followed by the glory of the autumn gold of the bracken, the various shades given by the combination of the many moorland plants here engaged in the struggle for existence, the bilberry, the cowberry, the crowberry, with their tiny rose-tinted bell-like flowers, the delicate white blossom of the cloudberry on the higher hills, the soft woolly pure white tufts of the cotton grass, the brilliant emerald of the sphagnum that gleams in patches that are washed by the purest water, contrasting strongly with the dark, almost smoky green of the polytrichum, the orange gold bloom of the bog asphodel, Lancashire's own flower. The sight of all these is the rich reward of those who will at all seasons choose to breast these free open moors, whose breezes never fail to blow away the cobwebs of life from the tired brain. And towering above all are the huge masses of black grit, piled one upon the other, or hurled broadcast as though by some Titan or Cyclops, split and carved and grooved by wind and frost and driven sand, looming sometimes through the mist, now like frowning castles, now like tiers of guns, or basking in the hot sunshine all through the long summer day, inviting you to come and rest upon them, and take a long look over the broad landscape that lies spread out far below. Lancashire, it is true, does not boast any famous or striking waterfalls, even at the beautiful Skelwith Force, and it is very beautiful in its full power, the Brathay leaps a mere 15 feet. But Lancashire has hundreds of beautiful cascades in the deep clefts of her grit hills, where the alternation of hard sandstone and soft shale gives us a long succession of varied waterfalls, which make beautiful subjects for photography. Sometimes the avalanche of debris from above, the detritus of the ever-weathering grit, will block the course of a stream so effectually that it is bound perforce to eat its way back into the hill in order to pass the obstacle. The cliff so formed is continually cut back by the undermining action of the stream at its foot and the denudation above, so that as you pass up a clough you may find it suddenly widen to what Mr. Bolton has described as a sylvan amphitheatre, the bottom of which is filled with a level tract of bog or meadowland covered with ferns and trees, and bounded by the stream, which margins on the opposite side a tall cliff festooned with trailing ivy, honeysuckle, ferns and flowering plants. If we follow these streams down into the lower lands, we come upon fascinating illustrations of river denudation, which, watched in its effects year after year, is a constant source of interest. To the fresh glad music of these streams, which is never hushed except when they are ice-bound, are added, as the seasons advance, the songs and calls of the moorland birds. Up the mountain streams we meet the white-breasted dipper, watch the sandpiper making his quaint bows, or find the grey wagtail nesting close to the waterside, leaving his cousins, the pied and yellow wagtails, far below in the meadows. From some rock hard by the mountain blackbird, the ring-ouzel, the bird with the white crescent on his breast, pours a joyous song to his mate upon the nest. If, having climbed to the top, we chance to fall asleep among the heather, we may be awakened by the sweet low whistle of the golden plover or the rippling call of the curlew, and may open our eyes to see the birds close at hand, or to watch the kestrel hover over the valley, or listen to the bleating of the snipe, or the less musical " go back " of the grouse, while the white feathers of the wheatear flash along the walls, the pipits pipe their descending song on all hands, and their common enemies, the cuckoos, answer one another continually across the deep valleys. It is fitting that we should say our last word about Lancashire from the edge of some bold escarpment of one of her moorland solitudes, once perhaps part of an ancient forest, from which we look down possibly on the solid stone-built house of one of the old Lancashire yeomen, while further afield the eye roams over a forest of chimneys covering the plain, and in the far distance gleam the ships that carry the products of Lancashire's industries to the ends of the earth. Fitting that we should remember again Ruskin's words about the ever-springing flowers, and as we think through the story of Lancashire once more, and remember the unnamed millions who have helped to make her what she is, and yet are not commemorated by any of the statues or memorials that stand in her many streets and squares, and call to mind also the obelisk that was erected during the Great War, when so many ships were being sunk, and stands by the waterside on the landing stage at Liverpool, bearing no single name, and yet commemorating for ever the valour of the men down in the engine-room. As we remember all this, we may perhaps imagine that we hear these unnamed heroes and helpers of Lancashire say, as Wordsworth wrote in the last of his sonnets on a Lancashire river: Enough, if something from our hand have power To live, and act, and serve the future hour. End of Lancashire by Francis Archibald Bruton